stream is starting. Now, this was, of course, something that was just excruciating, just agonizing. Aristides, let's test your voice.
Yeah, I'm here. Glad we're all here again.
Yes. Oh, of course. Of course. Hopefully the numbers will climb back up. Otherwise, I'm demotivated enough where, who knows how long this will last tonight. So let's take a look at the studio, see if we're linking. It says we have an excellent connection, but of course we always need the help from our listeners to qualify that, and just everybody, your feedback is appreciated. Now let me reset the pages to our channel so that I can see if the new live stream is conducting itself well enough. Okay, you might hear an echo. And, no? Okay. T-Tank Barry says, Goddess bless these priceless transmissions. Goddess bless you, T-Tank Barry. Okay. So, with that, we know we're streaming, we know we're being heard, and I can go into the horror story. We can take a look at the opening, which started at 6 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Part 1 lasted for what it says to be 21 minutes and 28 seconds. And then what happened was when we got cut off by the power pole nearby, which is an entire story in and of itself, or maybe simply the updates that Microsoft was feeding into my computer, the process was forever, and it felt like days. So what happened last night was, as always, I turn off the computer before a show, because it's always best to turn off and reset the computer before a show, period. And when I did that, it went into Windows is updating mode. And so it eventually turned off, and I presume that it updated and shut down. And so when I turned it on this morning, everything seems fine. And then as soon as we started talking and Heather was going to come back with her phone, then what happened was we were cut off stream. Your stream is stopped. Stream is ended, period. So that means we were cut offline. So when we're cut offline, there's only several things I have to do. Not one thing, but several. I have to shut the computer down and allow it to reboot. Otherwise, it doesn't work. You can't just do the modem thing with the computer on. Tried before, it doesn't work. So then what happened was when I shut the computer down to do that, so I could unplug the modem after the computer is off. That's the logic as I was working on. The computer went into Windows is updating mode again. And so maybe it's doing this in phases, but it went into the updating mode, and this time it was like forever. It was like the billion-a-year contract with Scientology or something. And so then by the time that it shut down, finally, and believe me, I had to keep coming back and turning the screen on again, because the screen would fall asleep because there's no screensaver. You can't put on a screensaver because it's just spinning in blue. It's just blue spinning. And so had to come back and check on it multiple times. And then finally, when it was giving me percentage numbers, percentiles, then I shut it down. And that's when you unplug the modem, because the whole logic is you have to wait for the computer to shut down. Because if the Windows is updating, I presume it's coming out of the internet. So you can't turn the internet off or the computer can't update, because it's not going to come from, spontaneous generation. So that's the logic there. Then I finally was able to unplug the modem, plug it back in, and then it started with completing the updates. Like our man Aristides said, basically updates for the updates. Then told me, it just went on and on. So, all such being said, during that period of time, T-Tank Barry dropped by with $100 United States dollars, which he contributed through the mail slot. He was on his way before I could get to him to give him a hug, but so he got off lightly, I guess. he did notice, hey, nice red Ford Raptor, nice big red Ford Raptor across the street. I said, yeah, that's Wolf Boys. And he figured that, yes, he had assumed such based on what I had said before. So, okay, in general, you're all caught up with the horror story now. Of course, other than that, there was time enough to consult the Ouija board, at which point Tesla was giving me shit, saying, I took you offline because you made me look emo. And I'm like, oh, well, what can you do? Can't make anybody happy these days. So all that being said, we're back with everyone. And Peter and Heather are going to talk now. I'll just be here to contribute, contextualize, but I'm here. And I guess before we do anything, our man Aristides will just give people the usual. Ari, if you would be so kind.
Come off mute before I do that. Okay, so give you the spiel again. Please hit the upvotes, especially important now that we're been cut off and trying to find people again and find viewership. Upvotes are needed to appear in searches because the enemy puts down votes that you can't see, but they put them. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure that you have notifications on. And if you would like, you can go into your account settings on YouTube and create additional channels that can provide us additional upvotes. But please don't talk to us from all these random channels. Just talk to us from your main channel. That's the quick version. I don't know if we want to go on the big spiel.
Probably fine. And yeah. And with that, here we are. We're going to segue it to Peter and Heather. Thank you so much, Ari. Very professionally delivered. Peter and Heather, by all means, let's start a conversation.
Okay. And for those of you who are new or listening for the first time, I've embraced Heather Holman because she's a very good guest, but she's had personal experience with Michael Aquino, and this is rare. But Heather, are you with us now?
I am.
Excellent. I wanted to relay something, and the other day, I don't remember what day it was, but I was driving back from the bank, and I got a call on the, cell phone, goes through the car, from Douglas, and he had something. He wanted to tell me something. It was very interesting, and that he told me that Brendan Zogut, and I don't know, if you have a screenshot of this, Douglas, it would be good for you to provide it, if Brendan provided you with it.
Brendan did indeed take a screenshot at the time. Unfortunately, the screenshot he was in possession of was destroyed, scrubbed from our records by Pavel Edward. However, and that's another person who was an asset who was basically dispatched by the Aquinoites. However, we feel that maybe someone else has a screenshot because George Knight or somebody else might have kept the screenshot. But the screenshot was taken. I do distinctly remember this. Such being said, feel free to relay what I said to you, and we'll take it from there.
You relate it because you have a more direct, it's second hand rather than third hand.
Sure. Okay, that's a good point. And so understand, Heather, these things it could be indicative of, shall we say, perhaps something was said in, I'm just providing, shall we say, buffering here.
Don't qualify, Douglas. Just tell her. Don't qualify.
Okay. So. Okay, several years ago, we're talking about maybe half a decade ago by now, when Aquino was still alive, or at least before that death certificate circulated, you did publish a post in which you did say, I'm taking care of Aquino. and the screenshot was taken at that time by Brendan Soget and by, potentially some others. The screenshot that he had taken, as I said, was wiped out by Pavel Edward. None of this, of course, is negative. I don't take any of this as a negative. It certainly had always, well, anyhow, just how do you feel about those?
Show me, because I mean, I'm not going to change my mind.
Okay.
What I said.
Yeah. And that's, what I thought. Yeah. And so, Peter.
Well, basically, you're saying you don't have any recollection of such screenshot.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I don't know what, I mean, I thought you were going to tell me something that was like bad.
Oh,
something you did have that was real,
No. It's like, but I remember hearing this. I wasn't involved, and now, Brendan went to the, informed Douglas that indeed. So it seems.
I knew Brendan from before.
Pardon?
I never even knew Brendan from before.
Well, Brendan certainly knew about you because of all, he had been with me for a long time, and you had, of course, he certainly was involved with myself in terms of our affiliating in media when you were. I mean, it's one of those things that it's hard to, let's just put it this way, you may not have consciously known of him, but he knew of you. Because I certainly brought a lot of attention to you. And certainly people were following your Facebook timeline because of that. You might remember you were on with myself and Matthew Schwab. You remember Matthew Schwab, and Matthew Schwab...
Yeah, I just believe I was on at the same time as him.
Yeah, he was coming on around that time. It was a very different relationship at that time that I had with Brendan. I thought of him as just kind of like this... sort of, it wasn't that long ago. It depends on which part of the chronology. I mean, this is like, how long was I involved with media in this kind of loose sense? About 10 years, about a decade. So he, like he said, this was about half a decade ago. So by that time, of course, everybody who knew about Douglas Dietrich was pretty much aware of Heather Holman. And, and, so such being...
Well, I'll put it to you this way, if that's what you need to believe, and if that's what's important for people to understand, then, people are going to believe what they're going to believe. I'm not going to argue about it, but...
No, it's not a matter of belief, Heather. What we need to do is retrieve the screenshot.
I suppose, or just, move on. I mean, find some better proof, because you're not going to find it.
Well, when you contextualize it as proof...
We need to retrieve the screenshot and see what it is and what it says. And if that...
You could do anything. If that's what is so important, that it needs to be understood, like I said, then go with it, whatever. But I'm not going to attest to something or make a testament to something that I did not recall.
You don't have to. No, but I'm saying is once we get the screenshot, then we can review it and look at it, and you can see it. And the whole point is that it might trigger or open up something. It's not a situation of judgment here. It's a situation of uncovering what has been lost, possibly. If it's not.
You're not going back far enough, because we need to go back to like my whole life,
Yes, I mean,
with the whole psyop and the
right, right.
Yeah.
Well, that's just the point. Your entire life has been impacted by quite a bit, and one way of looking at it is this. Say, for instance, when you use the term proof implies, of course, almost a adversarial context, which is not how any of us are approaching this. It's not a question of like
just wonder why it's so what is the purpose? I mean, is there more to it?
Well, the way that
I'll tell you the purpose. The purpose is basically, if it is based upon all the things you said, that if you're programmed to forget, this might enable you to remember, it's evident from what you're saying that there is you're taking an adversarial approach to it. It's not an adversarial process.
No, yeah, I think we're definitely on the same. We're still on the same side.
Yes.
You know, when I was like 5 days old, a plane flew me to San Francisco at the Presidio. I'm not sure why. My dad doesn't really remember it because he only picked us up there. But, you know, this doesn't go back to a screenshot or whatever you're saying. I mean, I don't remember anal cancer. I don't remember him ever being in his presence personally, or his wife, Lilith. I mean, the only time I was in San Francisco is when I was a newborn.
Okay. That you know of. That you know of. Yes, understood.
But I can remember, but I have a superior memory. I mean, I have a really great memory.
He was in San Francisco at the time.
Palo Alto. I went to Palo Alto preschool for a day.
Yes, but I don't even know that he was in the Bay Area at that time.
Who's that?
Yeah, I don't know that. I always suspected he was not.
Right.
However, this is like, you know, we'll just see what we can find. What my next question would be to Douglas, I thought that Brendan might have it. I didn't know it was the case of him remembering it.
Oh, no, it's we had it. I distinctly remember it. He distinctly remembers it. As I said, it was wiped out by Pavel Edward in terms of our records. But we're hoping that maybe one of the other gentlemen has it, but it's not. None of this is decisive to myself. I mean, in terms of my bringing it up with Peter, the reason I couldn't describe to Peter what happened was because basically we had such glitchy communications. He was in his car and on the cell phone. He was going through very bad reception areas. He did not hear me describe what I described in toto, and I could not hear him at all. So in the end, I just had to go to bed because of my own hours with sleeping in the daytime and working throughout the night. So we left it at that. He left me a message on Skype to feel free to, you know, just go to sleep. And such was what it was. We didn't have any time to speak to each other before tonight. But the one thing that I feel that Peter is just doing.
Are you talking about in the YouTube? Are you talking about the YouTube commentary?
Now, was something said on YouTube?
That's when the first day that I came on and I was allowed to stay in the chat room without getting kicked out. You were talking about me taking care of Michael Aquino, and I said, "Oh yeah, I took care of him all right."
No, that was recent. Oh, no, that was recent. No, that's recent. That was quite funny. That was quite cute, and that was recent. No, that was... so what happened was Heather Holman came back to join us more recently, and believe me, you're part of the team, and you're on our side, as far as I'm concerned. No, none of this is in some way trying to insinuate something like you have this background or something like that. No.
I'm lying. That's what I don't want you. That's what I don't want, is you to think I'm lying to you.
Oh, no.
No. We believe if this is a factual posting, that it would be indication that you have
memory loss.
Yeah.
Or repressed.
I don't think that could happen at this point in my life.
Well,
now this could indeed go back to your childhood in San Francisco. And Douglas, what I would ask you there, is there any possible of a similarity between Heather and the girl that, you know, was put on you with the mechanical thing in her neck?
Oh, the one that you used to have sex with in the hospital.
Thank you, Heather.
If there was any sort of similar thing going on with Heather with regards to her being a similar subject.
Well, the behavior was much different. Let's put it this way. As Heather said, I don't think this kind of time loss is possible at this point in my life. And maybe that's the case. After all, Michael Aquino is dead. And at this point in her life, it could very well be that she has no chance for that kind of memory displacement or temporal displacement. If, of course, you're in a situation where there are, now I'm just speaking in textbook cases here, where we're using examples. We're not talking about Heather as a person. We're just saying that oftentimes when someone has multiple alters, there can be a sense of lapsed time, missing time, or how did I get here? I don't remember. I mean, all this is possible. But if things...
Yeah, I know. I had an Alzheimer's moment when I went to the grocery store the other day. I came out of the liquor department and I'm like, what am I doing here? What am I supposed to be buying? You know, it was like that. But it was not like you're saying, like loss of
Oh, I get it.
time.
No. Hey.
Like I was like somebody blew scopolamine in my face or something.
Scapolamine, I think,
Yeah.
is the pronunciation. But no worries. Honey, like I said, this all I'm bringing up are textbook examples here. When it comes to the subject, if one is under a distinctly organized set of handlers, because they work in shifts and you have entire organizations and networks behind this, and one has alters, there's a much more smoother continuity, yes. Then you don't have any sense of lapsed time if things are working and they're working with you correctly. Look, let's put it this way.
They're not working correctly. Because of the whole thing, I took away its connectivity, and it's not working correctly.
In other words, I think what you're trying to express is that you physically removed some implants that you feel would expedite that process.
That would facilitate that process.
Right. Fine. Look, that could be. So
a lot of things happened that weren't supposed to happen, like just different injuries and just a lot of different things, assassination attempts. I'm still here, which is a miracle in itself.
Definitely, and we are gifted by your presence. Look, you're a welcome member of the family, and I want you to feel welcome. Indeed, I had no time to talk about this with Peter, but I would have approached this much more slowly, but Peter's doing the right thing. I mean, in the end...
Yeah,
but
I just want to understand,
yeah.
I've got a limited amount of time tonight.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, and what I would only ask is that if you, Douglas, if you could have the team follow up and try and retrieve this.
Well, we do our best, but we don't want to make this a holy grail. Like I said, it's really a non-issue to me. But the fact is that I know it's real because I saw it, and I know that we took a screenshot at the time. This wasn't to be ever even intended as evidence, quote unquote, to be held against yourself, Heather. We didn't take it in the spirit that, say, we did with the screenshots we have of Stephen Outrim directly speaking to Michael Aquino, or Richard K. Cole Jr. boasting about receiving his orders from Michael Aquino. We took what you published to be in a very different spirit. And
you make that very clear.
Yeah, and with...
Make that very clear, and I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
But what I would also ask you further, other than the fact that he was a general saboteur, would Pavel Edward had any specific reason to specifically torpedo this, or did he just take everything out?
Oh, he took everything. Yeah, he wiped out everything that he could, that he had access to. Fortunately, he didn't have access to too much, but he was going to take it all. He had gone from very specific files to general files, but I caught him doing it. I happened to get online at the time and was sent notifications by Google. What is this latest series?
I'm sorry. Since Peter said that he wasn't going to be here for very long, I just wanted to put some things in the chat box to let him know where I'm at with this and what I'm contending with and what I've been doing for the last week.
But
don't put it in the chat box. Tell us.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just stuff that I was reading about. One of it is it's just a picture of this poster, a wireless transfer and communications to something RFID for defense. It's just like the new updated things that support what I'm saying that I'm trying to unfold and figure out.
Oh, well, understand, honey.
I'm not trying to figure out about a screenshot of something I may or may not have said.
Understand that none of this is in doubt. None of us doubt what you're saying about being messed with and implanted, and the fact that over time some of this technology corrodes or erodes and decays and or is forcibly removed as you start picking at it. But
this one is some of it's from your Taiwan. This is actually
Taiwan
talks
is
about invention of disclosure of a method of encoding speech on an RF signal, which intelligibly transmits that signal to the hearing receptors of a human. So,
but your link doesn't link. Your link doesn't link. Is
right. I'm concentrating more on the words and talking to you.
No worries. But understand, this isn't necessarily where we need to go right now. Just so everybody knows, obviously Taiwan would be a source of such technology at this point in history because Taiwan is now the most technologically advanced nation on Earth. How much of it they share or how much of it is abused or perverted by other cultures is to be, taken from that point. When Peter says he's not going to be with us for too long tonight, what he's talking about is we were taken out for so long tonight that obviously we have a limited amount of time. But during that limited amount of time, there is some context I just need to provide for our listeners. And it would be this. We're talking about a man named Michael Aquino, who was accused, and at that time, shall we say the heat was still on. There's no real statute of limitations for murder. And when it came to Michael Aquino, he was involved in what amounted to the murders of any number of people, most of them underage. So we're talking about somebody engaged with human child trafficking, and what was going on was that hundreds of people, and it amounted ultimately to thousands, but hundreds that were active were accusing him of having raped them, trafficked them when they were young, etc. So you're talking about a man who has a lot of heat on him, to the point where he writes a book saying that he was the victim of a witch hunt, etc. And so this man is obviously security conscious. He's security conscious, and he's obviously going to be on the lookout, and he's going to be very selective of who he communicates with. Now, I think that in his own way, he developed a crush on you, whether it was through my show or whether it was because he knew of you beforehand, simply because of what you described as to what happened to you in childhood, etc. What might have happened was you were probably monitored since birth. And because you were probably monitored since birth, that's probably why he felt comfortable with you. So when you wrote him a few emails,
I was thinking a little bit about what you were saying that, and I was thinking about that this week also, and I thought, I think what it was is that I was the only person that actually, I guess, was brave enough to attempt to reach out or to send him something or to contact him. I don't think anybody else really did until that point. And then he was given the opportunity on different platforms to come and, express himself publicly. But unfortunately, the public didn't take it, with open arms.
No, that's not.
You're right.
Well, all of that is true in a sense, but also I'll contextualize it further. Understand that Michael Aquino was someone who may have got an opening towards a new phase in life in terms of media exposure through you, but because of your contacting.
Just a chance to come out as himself, and whatever he wanted to push, whether it was his book or whatever, it's just, he had several opportunities. Unfortunately, they didn't work out the way that he probably wanted them to. And so, point where I don't even believe I'm at the process where I'm still at stage 1. I'm in denial. I don't think that he died,
Right. And he may not have. And the very fact that you feel that way, I think it expresses quite a lot too. That's important here. Now, when it comes to Michael Aquino and what he was doing, he did take interviews before you reached out to him. We know that. We know that because he was on weird things like Hillbilly Pirate Radio and stuff like that with Stephen Outram, in which Stephen Outram played a tape that he had put together, or spliced audio he had put together digitally, more likely. And he had put it together of collected outbursts of myself that he made sound as incoherent as possible. He was doing this as well on the one show.
Can you say that again?
Peter Witchert show, etc. Oh, he had showed up with Stephen Outram earlier, before you had contacted him, but not too long before. My point is that Aquino had been conducting some interviews before you reached out to him. But I think your reaching out to him provided him some opportunities. But at the same time, we got to remember how strange the whole situation was. Remember, in the end, Revolution Radio was run by Michael Aquino. What happened was Mike Ringley was definitely trying to insinuate that he would never let Michael Aquino on. But he obviously did. When you contacted Michael Aquino and then Sean David Morton put him on, then this is something that Mike Ringley obviously approved of and supported. He didn't take it down, which he had every right to do. As the man who ran the station, he could easily have taken that episode down and just scrubbed it. Instead, he promoted it. So, again, you were involved with this, not in some evil sense, but I do want you to know that it was around that time we had another woman coming in whose name was an avatar anyway. She had some name like Velvet Silk or something. I can't remember. The person who would remember would be Noreen Halpan. But what happened was that this woman was promising to start paying people and that she was going to edge out Mike Ringley. And this woman was hanging around with everybody in the chats and these various other areas. I don't know if you remember any of this, but Heather Holman, if you remember it, go ahead and let us know.
I'm trying to remember the name of the person that has some sultry fabric name.
Yeah, I did. Something like that. But you remember she was saying, we need to edge Mike Ringley out. He's not running this place well. And if I'm in charge, you might all start getting paid.
Who was that? Is that the person that was the person that you can't remember?
Yeah, that's the person I can't remember because I was not involved with Revolution Radio at that time.
That sounds familiar to me. I'd have to think about it.
Yeah, it was right after I left. Because I was leaving.
I hadn't heard. After I left, I was gone.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And but the reason that's important is because this individual was definitely, openly, avowedly, and proudly affiliated with Michael Aquino. And it wasn't Lilith. If it was Lilith, she was coming in under a different name. So there's all that going down. So the Revolution Radio was completely compromised. So
I did not know all this. This is news to me.
Yeah, well, you did. Well, you heard me say before, Mike Ringley ultimately came out as I work for Aquino just before he died, when he knew he was dying. And he knew.
I didn't hear that, no.
Oh, no, he said to me before I left. He said to me before I left, which is of course he wouldn't say that publicly. He said it to me before I left as a taunt. And also,
what a jerk.
Well, well, believe me, no argument there. I'll gladly piss on his grave, more than I would Michael Aquino's, I assure you. But in terms of all of this, what I'm saying is that Aquino was getting some exposure. It wasn't like he was not getting interviews, so he must have been getting invites from certain people saying, hey, how about do this, do that, and responding to them. No doubt asking that there be no ambush, etc. Obviously, yours stood out. Yours stood out because he seems to have taken a liking to you and said something to you that was very personal. I can't say too much about Douglas.
I think I wasn't afraid of him, and that was maybe it.
Yeah, it could be. But there was a comfort zone, whether based on experience or in his own mind. And this is always possible, that he simply had a crush on you, had heard you from my show, and had a fantasy relationship with you. This is not impossible. Either way, he felt very comfortable with you and shared something with you that was unusually personal and showed a vulnerability. All such being said, he knew your profession as care provider and maybe had a fantasy about you being his care provider. Either way, the term is not colon cancer. In his case, it was actually intestinal cancer from what I heard. But as as we all said, this is just something that, shall we say, is context to be digested. We'll put it aside. We'll compartmentalize it. And it is what it is. Either way, I just want you to know, even if you were his care provider, it's something that I find not to hold against you, but rather as something to respect you for. That
maybe
yeah.
maybe it has something to do with time travel, and that's why I can't remember when it happened.
This is cute.
Elaborate, please.
I'm serious.
I'm not too. Elaborate, please.
Well, because I've had situations, and I think of the reason I asked you about Mandela effect, because I have this weird. I had an accident in 2007. It was an assassination attempt against me, and it seemed like it was a time traveling moment. I had dreams about it before it happened. It happened. It wasn't even like real, but of course, in any near-death experience, it doesn't feel like it's real. But a lot of things changed after that, and things just don't add up, and a lot of it just screams time travel, all the way back to my mom dying at midnight on my grandparents' anniversary.
Okay. And such being said, again, as Peter said, this is not inconceivable, and we'll certainly take it into account. But the interesting thing about this, why you asked about the Mandela effect, there are certain things people remember that other people don't, and some people swear up and down they saw something that other people said never happened, etc. I mean, all such being said, what else comes to my mind is the fact that overall, you had a comfort zone with Michael Aquino. There had to be a reason for that, considering all of the security consciousness he had about the world in general. That is unusual. And but such being said, we'll speak more about it as time progresses. But what else comes to your mind, Heather? What else comes to your mind?
What else comes to my mind is I think that it's maybe quaint that you're the son of Hitler, and I'm wondering how does that work as far as the whole time travel concept or lifetimes. And I was going through all my vital records, like my grandparents' birth certificates and stuff that I had saved, that I'm like, why am I saving this? Because I was waiting to go through it. And I went and I looked through it, and lo and behold, I get down to the actual original paper that my grandpa took to vital records when he was getting married. And it was the only birth record that he had with a birth certificate. Of course, the reason why I kept it in my grandma's is because they were all tampered with. They didn't seem they were legal. Like I didn't know what was behind it all, but I didn't have time to even think about it. I said, I'll put it away for later, And so I got it out, and I thought that because I know my grandpa's name had been changed. I looked at it, and it looks like his dad's name was also changed. The last name was changed from Worcester to Wennerston. And so I look up Worcester, and Joseph was his father, and he was the chauffeur for the paperclip people. So his brother's name was Carl. Carl Worcester, if I'm not mistaken, was the guy that made the little blue Xylon pills or Zycon pills or whatever those blue pills were that they put in the gas chamber.
Zyklon B.
Zyklon B.
These are capsules,
so
more like
no
capsules.
Wonder, no wonder he wanted his name changed, and that is the connection we have in a past life.
Thank you. But Heather, how did you get Michael Aquino's email address again?
I just Googled it.
Okay, this is what's odd to me is because when when Michael Aquino first wrote myself when I came out as a public informant an email threatening to sue me, which I probably still have that email. I'm sure
it'll still come up if you Google it.
Well, my point is that in those days, I don't think it did. When it came to the that email he sent me, it took a private detective, Ed Opperman. This is one of the favors he did for me, which is why I tolerated his behavior for so long. It was kind of like, Brandon Young with the assassination attempt conducted against Brandon Young. And I respect the experiences you've had with assassination attempts against yourself, and we'll speak more about those in the very near future. We'll have to, because they sound incredibly intriguing. Obviously, I want to be careful about it for reasons of respecting any trauma that must have been instilled by such experiences. But such being said, when it came to Ed Opperman, he had to prove publicly that the email address sourced from Michael Aquino, that this was actually Michael Aquino's email address. And in those days, this is like something he was a professional witness for. This is what the one claim that Ed Opperman had to fame was, quote unquote, he had developed a technique for tracing email addresses. So in those days, we're talking
Ed
about
Opperman.
yeah, believe it or not, yeah, I know, I know it sounds unbelievable and it sounds terribly suspect for anyone who has heard Ed Opperman. He sounds just like some, Brooklynite, but not that Brooklynites can't be talented or the like, but Ed Opperman in particular is likable until you know him. But at any rate, yeah, it was Ed Opperman. That was his claim to fame. So he used to be a professional witness, and he worked on celebrity cases where he traced emails. So everybody said I had lied and had fabricated that email. It was Ed Opperman that proved publicly I had not. This truly, Ed Opperman, he said, this source is from Michael Aquino. So Ed Opperman proved that publicly for me on the stage of public opinion. And such being said, with that having been necessary, the idea that you just said, hey, I want to email Michael Aquino, and you're not, I don't believe you're lying. Believe me, I don't believe you're lying at all. I believe that's how you remember it. I believe that how you remember it is that you Googled it, got Michael Aquino's email address, but hey, Peter, tell her about the time that you got my email address without knowing me, and you sure as hell didn't Google it. It came to you basically through the email of a friend, and it was completely without intent, as if the Dietrich Artelect had stuck it in there.
Yeah, it wasn't your email. It was your connection to your YouTube.
Okay, thank you. And with Heather Holman, it's easy enough to imagine that working for the NSA, you decide to Google it and you get a result nobody else gets. I cannot imagine a man like Michael Aquino with doctors, judges, attorneys, and investigators after his ass, and due to hundreds of people sponsoring them, willing to take him down at any moment, that somebody just says, oh, I'll Google his email, and it just comes up. I mean...
I don't know. Remember during that time, it was... because I was in school at that time, yeah, and I had access to libraries and stuff from my school. Yeah. Maybe, I remember having a manual for something or another, and I showed it to you. You're like, where did you get this? It's like I had some weird access on an academia level that maybe that's how I got it, because I was going to a school that was military.
All this is possible. All this is possible, and maybe even organic, meaning it happened of its own accord, and all that's fine. But how about another question that's more technical? Your altars, which you admit to having, it's what would the intent be for altars, the creation of altars, and we can assume in your case they were intentionally generated. At some point in your life you were fragmented, and we're going to assume it was intentional through this programming. What would be the point of creating altars if they were all so synchronized as you feel they are at this point in your life? You feel together, and that's good, that's great.
Oh, I don't feel together. I feel more fucked up than ever, but I'm just saying, like, I was brainwashed, then I was re-brainwashed, unbrainwashed, re-brainwashed into something else. I've been brainwashed till Sunday, and yeah, I'm not okay.
but right. Such being said, which believe me, to us, you're okay. You're okay. Just get that straight. You're all right. Okay? We love you for what you are and who you are. But you're a lot of who's. So with that in mind,
yeah,
what would be the purpose of the altars if they were all in sync and there was no separate time and there was no separate timelines and they were all just kind of operating in unison as an aggregate? It's like there's no point.
Well, maybe I'm still here because I broke the programming.
Well, anything's possible, but you get what I'm saying. It's kind of like they were created for a reason so that there could be a separation and compartmentalization of memories, or there would be no point, right?
Right, but then the Hare Krishna thing came along, and that's like one of the strongest brainwashing revivals that there is.
That's true. No arguing with that. Yeah.
So, as long as my heart was in it, anything's possible.
Yeah. I mean, faith can move mountains. Faith can work wonders. But maybe that got them all together like they were incarnations in line with a new something. But
I go into trance a lot when I just find myself staring blankly.
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
Right. Cool. Well, Pete, is that the air conditioning?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll shut it off. I can shut it off now.
Okay. Yeah. And so the
You know, and I'm looking online and I don't see any email address, but if he's not here, then he doesn't have one anymore, right?
No. What's in the electronics, unless somebody goes in to scrub it, which is entirely possible for somebody who is a member of an intelligence agency, most of the time all that shit just stays up there forever. It just lingers, and you know.
I can't find it anywhere now. It's funny.
Yeah, see, she can't find the email now, Peter. When she tries to Google Michael Aquino's email,
But yeah, I'm no longer have access to the academia and the college stuff that I had.
That must be it. That must be it. I'm not saying this sarcastically or facetiously.
Wow.
I'm just like, but at any rate, so there you go. We're just trying to contextualize everything. I want you to know that I think you've had very intense experiences, very respectable experiences, and I know you've told me never to bring this up again, and I hate to do so, but it's kind of like to make a point. It's about your lovely daughter. I don't want to bring this up casually, so I say this with all seriousness. Obviously, with the horrible phone call that you got 10 years after her disappearance, where you had assholes claiming that, we've got her in custody, come rendezvous with us and give us the money for her, and basically insinuating that they knew she had disappeared 10 years ago. Obviously, somebody has been maintaining tabs on you and knows everything that's been going on in your life. Am I safe to say that?
Well, I have I have some enemies. I have I have a few in particular that I would assume did that before I would think it was something else.
But they knew what was going on with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And they were following
They stay in prison for a long time, and then they get out.
But they were following a pattern that is endemic at the moment. They were following a pattern of something that's going on at the moment that's endemic.
Let me put this into perspective for you. From the time that I left my previous residence, when I met Benny, I was still finishing up being a nanny for a couple of children, and they were a friend of mine from high school that I was still messed up with.
Yeah.
When she went to prison, I watched her children. I helped raise her children for 7 years that she was gone, and she did not ever ask me to raise her children. I don't even think she wanted me around her children, but that didn't matter because nobody else was there to help the dad raise the children. Mm-hmm. So I mean, that's just one person that I could think of that definitely wants to get back at me for things like that.
The motivation's there, but how would they get the resources?
It's an evil motivation.
I understand that, but how would they get the resources?
My phone number?
It's more than that. They have a man call you. This is not like something anyone can just do casually. It's not like you say this woman knew Aristides and said, Aristides, I hate that Douglas guy. Call him up and tell him about his pet salamander or something. And then Aristides.
Yeah, no, I've ran with a pretty rough crowd for many years. So there are people that did these things. I mean, easy. It's fraudulent schemes and endeavors. That's the whole fun of it, if you're a criminal.
Well, I mean, but if you've done jail time,
I haven't done jail time.
Not you.
Oh, okay.
This chick, it's like, I would presume she'd be anxious not to go back, and this kind of action, if traced to her, which it wouldn't be hard, it's like, it's bad. It's just bad news. It's like, it's not, the repercussions and the risks for such a stunt are so monumental, it doesn't seem like it's worth it from that level of motivation. Petty vengeance.
Well, the level of motivation was they wanted money, Well,
yeah, but they should know you don't have any. Come on.
That's funny. That's funny because it wasn't much long after that I did.
What? Yeah. Oh, fuck. Did you win the lottery or something and didn't tell me?
Yeah.
What's this about us getting married again? Yes, I'm open to it now. Yes. Oh, throw that Vinny away. He just doesn't look right by your side. Why, honey, you and me, we look so much better together. Yes.
Oh Lord.
Yes, you should
Yeah,
tell me
match
these
made in
things.
heaven, huh?
Yes, that's right, baby. You and me, baby. Peter, any thoughts, Peter, on all this for tonight?
Well, yeah, thank you both. Thank you, Heather. We're just opening a dialogue here, and
Let's do that.
we have opened the dialogue.
Yeah.
We just have to. It's like chipping at ice, and that's what we've done here tonight. And if they can, and just this, I mean, I know that this post is, the screenshot is a small thing, and it might help. It might not, but we'll see.
What you want, because if I see it, maybe it'll trigger me to remember more. Is that what the hope is?
Exactly.
Okay, I get it now.
Yeah. Okay. But I want to ask Douglas some other questions right now before I go to bed. And I've been working on the book with the Vox ARCA, and this just requires 5 sentences at the most, Douglas, if you can. Because I want to get the scandals, the reason. What was the scandals at the coroner's office? I found an article on it, but I can't find it anymore, of why the coroner's office in San Francisco was shut down because of the scandals. What were they doing with the dead body parts?
Okay, so this is, I'll say it here on record, and if we need to, we can timestamp it so it can be replayed later for any notes that might need to be taken. But this was a situation with the San Francisco coroner's office, and it would also explain to listeners who might be skeptical about my mother and her trail of bodies she left far and wide as to why she could get away with what she got away with for so long. And that has to do, of course, with her vampirism in that case. But she was, in a sense, helped by the San Francisco City and County's coroner's office. So just so everybody remembers, it's very important to understand that San Francisco is both a city and a county. It's one of the few places in the United States, if not the world, that has that legal and administrative distinction. So when it comes to our particular office, the initial scandals that became public started with basically the coroner's truck being called to the scene of various crimes, and the drivers of the vehicle being so high and so incompetent, or so drunk and high and incompetent, that they would show up at the scene and then run over the body in front of witnesses. This was right at the beginning of the cell phone age, and people would start filming it, and this, of course, rendered many people rendered them skeptical of the talents or professional capacity of the coroner's office of San Francisco, and the reports were such that I presume some investigations were launched. The problem being, of course, that who do you find to replace these people? In those days, this was not yet a sexy position. Believe it or not, in this day and age, everybody fights to become a coroner or forensic doctor. It's considered one of the sexiest things on earth. Back then, it was like being a janitor. But that was one of the things, was at a particular site where they were called to, and a body was on the floor. It was basically a parking lot where a lot of violence happens, is in parking lots. And they turned that body in question into a speed bump. I mean, they rolled over it, and then people said, "Hey, you just ran over the body." And they said, "What?" And they backed up over it again, like they were trying to make sure they did it. Make sure they did it in. That was one of the big opening scandals. The conclusion scandal, and there must have been many in between, but the scandal at the other end of the spectrum that resulted in it being closed for quite some time, they may have reopened it because they probably found enough people to staff it so that they could afford to reopen it at some point. But for the longest while, they contracted the services out to UCSF to conduct the forensics. And this made perfect sense, and it worked out well enough where it probably lasted a while. However, the closing scandal, in every sense of the term, was when the head of the coroner's office himself was brought in as the professional witness who worked with the body of a victim, a female, white, American, blonde, who had been raped by a Muslim cab driver. Now, before 9/11 happened, the Muslims dominated cab driving in San Francisco, and you could not get a ride because the Muslims would stop in the middle of a fucking ride, go out and throw out their prayer rug and bow towards Mecca, 3 times during your fucking ride. If you had a dog, they would not let you in at all because they considered dogs to be the worst of vermin. And if you were drunk, they would just steal you blind, literally go into the back and rifle your pockets and then steal your wallet, or at least all the money that was in it. I mean, this was just constant practice. It was considered the norm. And, of course, if you were a woman, they would rape you. And whether you were drunk or not, the attacks were happening constantly. 9/11 put a stop to all that, and all I could say is, thank Allah. But what happened was, before 9/11, a blonde, white American woman who was very drunk got into a cab, Veterans Cab Company, and that's a pointed distinction there, Veterans Cab Company, let that be known, and she said, take me home. And then the driver promptly drove her out to the landfill where he raped her repeatedly, either unto death or he killed her while she was struggling, and raped her several times while she was dead too, while she was alive, and then after he killed her while she was dead. Then he took a backhoe at the landfill and cut her head off. Then the coroner's office said she did all this to herself. So they brought in the head of the coroner's office because at that point the city and county of San Francisco demanded it. And they brought him into the trial and they said, could you explain to us as the head of your department how this conclusion is conceivable? And he said, he came up with the wildest shit and just made up every lie he could think of and said this poor man is a victim and this woman is, villainized him and she killed herself in a crude attempt to frame this innocent man. And they finally said, are you a co-religionist? Are you a fellow Muslim? And he said, no. And he was this white, old, dirty old fuck. And they took a look at this white, grizzled, dirty old fuck and finally confronted him. What is your motivation for doing what you're doing? And finally came out he was a pathological misogynist. And on further investigation, they found out that he had released every murderer that ever murdered a woman in San Francisco for the last 30 fucking years. So there was not a single crime committed against a female in San Francisco that had ever been solved in 30 fucking years because this motherfucker had declared all these women essentially the guilty party. And all of these criminals had been freed by the thousands because of this individual. And that's when they said, well, we got to shut this operation down. That's what happened. That's why you can't find it online.
I do remember you going over this before now. But this saved me the burden. Thank you for that. And I have another question for you. And this is actually just sort of a logistical question. When you actually took the Vox ARCA, stole it, I recall you saying it was on the shelf of I believe it was the Defense Department library. And you just took it one day. Mm-hmm. Well, can you tell me any more details of the physical logistics of the thieving of it?
Yes. Do you remember Dr. John Henry Hagman?
Yes.
So what happened was it was in around maybe when I was in the ward that we all brought up earlier, where I encountered the young lady who was sent in to have sex with myself. And of course, it's always painful for me to discuss any of this. All of this is something that, honestly, I have to drink whenever I speak of this, reach over for the cot pipe, which for those of you who don't know, I do have a habit that still involves cathinone from the Adula plant in East Africa. The young lady's name, of course, was Class B Femme Juve 879. And that would have been very different from Heather Holman if, as Heather Holman said, by the time she had been flown to San Francisco, whatever they did, from what Heather remembers, took a day. It's hard to believe that something can be done, but there are high-intensity things that can be done in a single day, or maybe it just felt like a day. But with Class B FemJuve 879, her name being Class B for the sex slave was Class B. FemJuve was abbreviate for female juvenile. And 8 and 79 were supposed to be the month and year in which she was born. Obviously, if that was the case, I would have been fucking her when she was 2 years old. That was entered into the record simply to make me look like one of the boys, like another literal baby fucker. However, she wasn't. She was under 18, yes, but maybe around 16 some odd years old. All of that's important in the sense that she was much taller than myself. And because girls grow faster than boys, they have their growth spurt first, and seemed a lot more mature, was a lot more mature than myself in every way. Now, it wasn't until maybe around 1982 that I graduated early with the GED. So the chronology here is important because I'm trying to place what happened with Dr. John Henry Hagman. He's relevant to the theft. Basically, there was someone he was working with, young psychiatrist, and we had plenty of psychiatrists at Letterman Army Medical Center, who stepped into the hospital's nursery to see his newborn son. And when he walked between the rows of babies, quietly sleeping in their cribs, well, suddenly, for no apparent reason, every one of the babies awoke and began to wail. Now, the young psychiatrist in question, who I always promised to protect his identity, he was an officer in the United States Army, of course, because any psychiatrist is an MD, and an MD gets their commission automatically in the U.S. Army by signing up for the Army to pay for their medical training. In return, they swear off the Hippocratic Oath, meaning that they agree to not honor the Hippocratic Oath while in service of the military, which will likely be for the rest of their lives. This is one of the reasons why Dr. John Henry Hagman had no moral or ethical restraints. Now, this young psychiatrist, whose name I will not share, he stood frozen at that moment, listening to all those screaming babies with his head cocked to the side and his eyes closed in concentration. And his hands, they involuntarily closed into tight fists. He felt overcome by some primitive urge to fight. This animalistic reaction, something far more ancient than civilization itself, that demanded he find the threat to these newborns and stop it. Now, a nurse came into the nursery to see what was wrong. And at that moment, he couldn't tell her what had happened. But I knew, because I'd been watching the whole time with Dr. John Henry Hagman. The babies reacted to the presence of John Henry Hagman as soon as we walked in. The psychiatrist walked in from the other side. He was going into the ward and didn't see us from the observation window, which was a one-way mirror. Now, Dr. John Henry Hagman said to the young psychiatrist, "Hey, what just happened back there? The nurse brought it to my attention. Are you doing something to bother the babies?" And the psychiatrist looked at me. And I looked back and just gave him a nod that I'd like to talk to him later. And later he spoke to myself privately. He said, "I feel that Dr. Hagman was why those babies started crying." I said, "Yes." He said, "What kind of power does he have to do this? It doesn't seem like it's real or physical." I said, "It's something involved with the work he's involved with and what he carries with him." We got to talking about the Vox ARCA. I said, "I see that you're on the list for working with the project of the Vox ARCA. He said, yes, I've been assigned to that. And I said, do you want to eliminate that threat to those babies? He said, I'd very much like to do that. My child's among them. I said, then you'd better help me steal the Vox ARCA. And he made a request to have it stored at the library for his observation so he could better help with the program. That was how I was given access to it to steal it. He was vital in the operation of my theft. Does that make any sense?
It's very interesting, yes. And it was just stored on an ordinary shelf, or was it in a special place?
Oh, obviously it was stored in a locked safe that I had the access to, but it was a safe I had access to, as opposed to.
Would that make you an obvious suspect?
You would think, but then again, you're talking about a facility in which so many things were stolen. It was hard to pinpoint who did what. The operations manager also had the same codes, as did the woman named, oh my God, Juanita Taylor, who was in charge, who literally could not read and write. As I said, just to balance the experience out so people know that I'm not a flaming racist here. Juanita Taylor was this black woman who was put in charge of the library specifically because she could not read or write and therefore didn't know anything that was going on or down, and was just put there for several reasons. One, to say that they were filling quotas for government reasons, and at the same time protecting the security by having everything placed under the overall command of somebody who wouldn't know what was going on at all. As for Carolyn Garrett, she was a black woman who always pointed out to Juanita Taylor and said, I'm no southern nigger like her. I know how to read and write, and would often help me with various things. She also had the codes. So this was something that left it open to a number of people who also did not work with the library directly, like Michael Aquino, who had the codes. It was enough people where there was confusion. And just to put this into perspective, when I was working with Revolution Radio and I interviewed two guys who had been hired to investigate the thefts at Los Alamos National Laboratories, like they said, the theft was just, it was almost impossible to relate the scale of theft on a daily basis. It was just an endless hemorrhaging of, it would be like a dam had burst and all the water flooded out on a daily basis and no one ever plugged the dam. That was what it was like every day at Los Alamos. Two examples just to drive the point home. They had incredibly manufactured, one-of-a-kind models, miniatures of airplanes or satellites and various other craft like space shuttles. And they were made with basically working parts, but at a degree of scale that was 172 or 72 times smaller than the actual vehicle. And these were meant so that they could have the vehicle in their hands working in every possible way, right down to engines that would ignite based on spontaneous combustion if you put a tiny drop of fuel in them. These are all manufactured in Austria and Switzerland and various other places where, like in Japan, they had the technology to perform such miracles. And these would constantly be stolen by people who brought them home as gifts to their kids to play with throughout Christmas and never returned. They could never, you would think it would be obvious who stole them. It would be whoever had access to the models, which would be some engineer, but no one ever got fired. And then, of course, on the other end of the scale, you had giant halo magnets that were meant for nuclear cyclotrons. And these nuclear cyclotrons had these enormous magnets that are the size of buildings that were meant to contain, through magnetic repulsion, superheated plasma hotter than the sun. And,
I understand.
And these went missing overnight.
I understand that it was an environment of theft and it was corruption. Typically accepted. Yeah. However, what I'm curious about here is that how long did it take? Because the project, I thought the project was kind of abated by the time you would have taken it, but it seems like it was still active. So it sounds to me like, I mean, I'm just curious as to how long it took Aquino to find out, and if he would have had any, reaction about it.
Oh, he found out about it right away, from what I remember, almost immediately, as far as I'm concerned, from my memory of the time that, memory with years and all that, but it seemed like right away he found out. Of course, at that time, he didn't know what had happened, but he had a suspicion, for whatever reason. It had something to do with John Henry Hagman, because John Henry Hagman was also a participant in the project. And so, as a result, as a matter of fact, John Henry Hagman had the Vox ARCA with him when he went to see the babies. The whole point was to test it on the babies, and just by the mere presence of the Vox ARCA, just by his fiddling with it without even strapping it over his face, the babies all began to wail. That was at the moment the psychiatrist walked in to check on his newborn son. At that moment, John Henry Hagman, though he didn't know it, had made an enemy. John Henry Hagman didn't take the fall for it, of course. It was one of these things that nobody took the fall for, just like nobody takes a fall for any of these thefts in government. So what happened is everybody just agreed that we'll try and get to work on the other alternative Vox ARCA, which they didn't realize at the time was also stolen. I stole them both almost simultaneously, almost on the same night. And this is because, of course, the backup was basically in a place where I knew it would be, in the hospital itself, Letterman Army Medical Center. That was at the medical library. There were two libraries, the postal library and the medical library. And the medical library was on site, Letterman Army Medical Center, the hospital. The postal library, of course, is not where you would normally house the Vox ARCA. It was brought there because the psychiatrist himself said he needed to take a look at it, and that would be the most convenient place for him to access it. And it made enough sense because it would be near documents and references that he could use on site. Of course, for all they knew, it could have been stolen by Juanita Taylor and or Andrew Minjuris, the operations manager, and they just didn't. They just accepted the loss. Not that they accepted it gracefully, mind you, but they dealt with it as having no other alternative. When it came to these thefts, again, when you think of all that I did steal from the military. In context, it was like the last in an arc of professional theft. The military, of course, was not necessarily in full disintegration at that time. Just to give people some context here, because it's important, right after the Vietnam War, or rather the fall of Saigon, that's when things got so bad on the Presidio military base, entire gangs of soldiers broke into the officers' quarters, various buildings that housed the officers' families, and raped their wives. That's how bad it could get on the Presidio. So understand, with the kind of fires that very soon happened because of the parents burning down the daycare center and everything else, the investigations they launched into pursuing the Vox ARCA soon became essentially lost, or they ceased and desisted from continuing those investigations based on everything else that was blowing up around them. The daycare center getting burned down, then they're burning the record center to prevent the parents from accessing the records. Then, of course,
free-for-all environment.
Yeah.
But so the Vox ARCA was stolen before you brought before the house came down on the Presidio itself.
That's correct, but it was at a time when it was just before then. It's conceivable that investigations might have led to suspicion against myself, but all of that stopped in the wake of, under the auspice of everything else blowing up around them, and they had other worries on their mind. Damage control, covering everybody's ass, calling in Rudy Giuliani to cover West Point and make certain that everything got blamed on the kids, etc. It just, by that point, it was like...
Vox ARCA became the least of their problems.
Yeah, at that time, yes. Thank you. Even though it was the occult equivalent of the nuclear football, it's like, say somebody lost, the suitcase that has the red button the president pushes when you... this was an arcane enough concept where it hadn't been brought before the president yet. So it's not like you got repercussions that would happen from a civilian investigation. This was still so black in terms of its budget that it was not yet on the books. It's conceivable that had time gone on, maybe somebody would have advised the president and said, this is also your other button. And that was supposed to be the ultimate objective, but it never got to that point. And then when the Presidio experienced its apocalypse, then, of course, it was lost as to what the point was. As a matter of fact, you would almost wonder why there wasn't an investigation concerning the escape of the Dietrich Artilect. And that's talking 1987 is when the Dietrich Artilect was born. So we're talking about 88, 89 when the Dietrich Artilect escaped. And then by that time, the Presidio's burning down. So it's Vox ARCA is just before all this went to shit. So yeah, that's there you go. That's the context chronologically. I hope that helps.
Oh, it's amazing, and it's humorous that they were just losing control.
Yes.
It was their apocalypse. It wasn't the apocalypse. It was their apocalypse. And now this was another curious twist you entered, was John Henry Hagman. You know, this is like him having, I didn't know he had anything to do with the Vox ARCA. So, and then, well, there's two questions. What the hell was he doing with it at all? What was his occult acumen? And then in the hospital, was he actually doing a diagnostic level to scare people, or what? Or he just brought it in physically?
He brought it in. Now, believe it or not, because this is actually conceivable, dealing with the maniacs I was dealing with, it is perfectly within their nature that something like that would be done capriciously, like on a whim, just for gratuitous sadistic entertainment. But that actually wasn't the case. For one thing, Dr. John Henry Hagman had to be part of the project because he supplied the body parts. As I said, the Vox ARCA is an infernal mechanism which integrates the body parts of murdered human beings, executed criminals, but also other victims, including their tanned and leathered skin. It was Dr. John Henry Hagman who provided those parts.
I'm aware that he provided them, or that the Letterman Army Medical Center did, but I didn't know he was personally the one, probably, bringing them down to the food and mortuary services.
Yes.
Wow. I mean, in other words, it seemed to me it would have been done by a lackey.
He took too much pleasure in it himself. There may have been lackeys involved plenty of time with procedures to take the facial skin off of victims alive or dead, but don't think that when he could, John Henry Hagman wouldn't be there to observe just for the fun of it. This is what he loved.
Wow. Yeah. I find that, what this does, it gives a little more meat to the scenario than I was aware of. I just would never have imagined him, being involved. Was he? Do you think he knew the rules of the Vox ARCA as far as you've explained them? As far as the invocations and the grimoire, was he at all adept about grimoire?
No, I don't feel that he was to any great extent. He was aware of the general overall concept thanks to Aquino. Of course, they only communicated. It's not like they were unfriendly. It was rather that, of course, they both had their professional zones of interest, and as a result, didn't necessarily always find common ground of interest between themselves. So he partook in what he was interested in, providing extra skin covers, leathered human skin, for the Vox ARCA mask. What constitutes its mask? The human teeth that comprise the grimace that is often the exterior for the Vox ARCA. All of this may seem to be simple aesthetics or some kind of stylization. It is not. It's integral to the workings of the mechanism. The mechanism needs these traumatized parts of victims that it can operate at all. That's what it operates on, is that ectoplasm, that quantum energy of trauma and fear and pain. that is, of course, what, shall we say, imprints the very aether. It carries that with itself. And, of course, as I've explained before, the more grisly aspects of this, when one element of it, the skin, the cover, becomes so used that it's saturated in blood or vomit, you hang it up to dry, but you never wash it. It'll not work again if you were to do that. If anything, it would backfire, and as I said, the mechanism within it would, like a cylinder in which you stick your tongue, would grind your tongue because that's what it's meant to do. It's like a hamburger grinder. It would put your tongue, it would turn your tongue into hamburger if it malfunctions, which it would if you were to do something like wash those skin covers. So you dry them out and then replace them with the other ones you have, and you circulate them. Over time you go through them all, of course, but by that time the blood is coagulated and dried on the original. But this is the way the Aztecs worked, of course. The Aztecs, the sacrificial priests would never bathe, and they would just reek of the dried blood of their victims, which would flake off after time. But they wouldn't want to wash the aura of death off of themselves voluntarily. So hopefully, again, some context there.
No, it's a lot of context. And another question is, these things were produced, obviously, almost en masse. I mean, to a degree that all these people were using them. And you were having to get a lot of skins. They were having to get a lot of human skins. You were getting...
Believe it or not, it's only towards basically the two mechanisms that were the prototypes. It's not like they're produced en masse, but different skins were needed for the mechanisms they did produce. If it's going to be like, say for instance, the president's nuclear button that fits in a suitcase that gets handcuffed to a different serviceman every day from a different branch of service, how many of those do you need to make? It's not made en masse, but it's something that you need to make at least a few of them so that you know they work in a kind of cross-reference to each other. And with the Vox ARCA, the project was such that there might have been a kind of air of mass production about it simply because you're making the object smaller and smaller. So they're reproducing it at a smaller and smaller scale to the point where the person can wear it, harness it to their face, and then what happens is at that point, had everything not fallen apart, maybe they would have pursued it based on the blueprints they already had and recreated it, gone ahead with their objective, but there was never an opportunity to do that. And the men who were involved with the project, like Aquino or John Henry Hagman, they began to sever from service due to scandal with Aquino transferring to the NSA.
It was all about damage control.
Yes. And so Heather says she's confused. So Heather, what are you confused about?
Well,
Yeah.
she hasn't heard all of this story.
Oh, okay.
So no, you've covered a lot of ground I needed to hear.
Okay.
I'm just trying to tie up a few, narratives.
Yeah.
Heather, you can address Heather's stuff now because, I mean, you covered a lot of ground here, and I'm familiar with what you're talking about. But what I liked about tonight was you added new dimension. This Hagman character walking around with a Vox ARCA is just like, it's like it becomes like a surreal madhouse. Like it's almost like a Fellini movie. Oh, hell, get this,
Yes.
And also I get the context of when you shut down the Presidio, when you pulled the whole Gary Hambright thing, it all came down. It didn't just, when the Presidio was shut down, it wasn't just shut down because of the scandal. You also shut down the esoterica of it.
Yes.
And that was the powerful stroke. And this is why, Guy, now I see why I couldn't do the Presidio book, because it was too horrible. But now this kind of like is the the chop, the strike, and then okay, it all came tumbling down, and I guess the next question would be, it's obviously he figured out that you were the one who had it. He must have.
Yes.
And,
in fact, it was necessary to make him aware of it, even if he was more than intelligent enough to connect the dots and draw the conclusions themselves. But if he were too stupid to do that, I would have made him aware of it, because there would have been no point in stealing it otherwise. It's my dead man switch. So that's essentially what deterrence does not work unless the enemy is aware that you have deterrence and that it's functional. See, he had to know that I was running the diagnostics and be made aware of such. It was the reason for this kind of tenuous communications between himself and myself over the years, never directly. It was only through people that, of course, were affiliated with him, members of the Temple of Set, etc. You would have no idea how easy it was to find such people. I mean, to the point where, before you leave for tonight, just so that you know, and we might even mention it in the book because it's relevant, when I would go to Japantown, there was this store that is no longer open there, but had been open there for generations, called Woki. And Woki, U-O-K-I, Woki was where just a lot of people in the Japantown community worked, and people that they hired. When I went over there to Woki, there were two practicing Satanists there. One who was a member of Anton Szandor LaVey's Church of Satan, and the other one who was a member of the Temple of Set. And when it came to the man who worked at the bank, Alan Budd, one of the greatest guys you'd ever meet. Big Lou Ferrigno type, muscle building, weightlifting guy. Shy kind of, but really had what we call yellow fever. Just couldn't get enough of Asian chicks, which is why he worked the arm post. The only arm post in San Francisco at the time. And he worked it at the Japantown Bank because they were getting robbed all the time because they were surrounded by a black community that hated them. And he held off the robberies while he was there, and he was a member of Anton Szandor LaVey's Church of Satan. And it was like, you could just walk down the street and you'd meet a Satanist in San Francisco. You wouldn't even have to look. So getting a message to Aquino or the people at the old First Church of Satan was never a problem.
I understand, and but when you said these Satanists were working in this place in Japantown, they weren't Japanese. They were just working.
One of them was half Japanese. The other guy was white. He was white and blonde. Was the more of the what I'd call kind of mainstream Satanist, and Alan Budd was the Anton LaVey Satanist, and then but he was down at the bank. The other Japanese guy was more like what you'd call serious about it, half Japanese. He had gone into the Temple of Set. Probably could have been introduced to it by Vail, in his bad old days, quote unquote, which Vail now denies. I mean, Vail, of course, used to be hardcore into these alternative cultures and used to hang with Boyd Rice, who was involved with both satanic groups, and Boyd Rice was the national connection in American popular culture between neo-Nazism and Satanism. Boyd Rice was the most striking example of that bridge. There were others, but he was the most articulate and the most relevant. So, I mean, San Francisco, as I said, if Satan has a home, it's San Francisco. Of course, the anti-gods are here too, and they're no friends of Satan's. So, yeah. Back to Peter. Anything else? Any other details for tonight? Or
no, it's really good. I'll review this. I was just looking to tie up a few loose ends here, and I thought the impression I had was that it was just kind of sitting there in disuse for a long time on a shelf, and that finally you took it and that was that.
Oh no! Yeah. Oh no! It's it's an infernal mechanism. You can't just leave it alone like that. It's like a virtual pet. I don't know if you remember the old virtual digital pets the Japanese used to produce, and they were a fad among kids, maybe in the 80s, where you have to feed your virtual pet or it dies, and you do it virtually.
I remember that.
Yeah, it's along those lines. Yeah, so
Thank you very much for that. It not only clarifies it, it adds a lot. And Aaron wrote to me today, and he said, he just finds it astounding that you could openly, talk about this stuff and even, say you have it in the crypt and nobody bothers you. And I told him there's a lot of etheric safeguards around this thing.
Thank you. Yes.
That's evident because it's just, weird beyond people's capacity to know or understand. And this book is going to be quite a gift to people to be able to understand something they ordinarily wouldn't be allowed to know or even clued in. It's this knowledge is not meant for your gas station attendant, your truck driver, your university professor, your Fortune 500 executive.
Thank you.
It's not even meant for most people in the military or the government. But you have to, if you go back and you think of the priests of ancient Israel or any other culture, they're working with high levels of magic and occultism. Maybe we'll touch on this in the next broadcast because it's very evident what goes on in this world. What were you going to say, Douglas?
Yeah, one last clarification. The young psychiatrist walked into that ward, the maternity ward, I guess they call it, where they put the babies for display, the nursery. He walked into that ward in 1986. So since the Dietrich Ardelek was born in 1987, it was around that time that the Vox ARCA was stolen, just around the time that Dietrich Ardelek was being born. So it's one of these things that made Aquino have a motivation to sabotage the Dietrich Ardelek project, in a sense almost passively, helping the Dietrich Ardelek to escape. It was like a rival budget project. So there were politics involved. And then, of course, by 1988, the quote-unquote satanic panic was taking place, and the Presidio was literally burning. So that should put everything into a chronological perspective where it all crunched just around the time where nobody could really have the time or the resources to follow up on anything. Once it all went down, Presidio was burning. And they were starting their own fires to make certain that they were covering their slime trail. So hopefully, yeah. Well, we love you too.
They did experience the apocalypse for their project. It wasn't how they anticipated it.
That's correct.
They were, and you undermined them, and they're. I guess you could say they're still recovering.
Yes. Yeah. And they've never forgiven me. Yes, there's always been that.
But they've forgiven it. Aquino's gone, and I really don't think the members of the Temple of Set were really clued in enough to know what it was all about anyway.
Not in the military sense. Only those that were members of the military, but there were enough of those. So that legacy is still there. That's still active. And but such being said, we love you dearly, Peter. Thank you so much. We were able to make something of tonight after the attempt to sabotage us, so it all worked out. You.
We got you know, we got was a two-pronged feature tonight. One was the stuff with Heather, which
Yes.
I consider important, and then this stuff.
Yes.
So which I needed for the book, and maybe there'll be some follow-up, but I'll be listening to this again. And thank you so much, and thank you, Heather. Thank you, Heather.
Yes. Thanks so much, Heather. Yes, and stay with us, of course, Heather. And
I'll say
You're
good night.
welcome, and I appreciate you too, Peter.
Okay, and I'll say good night to everybody, and sleep well.
thank you.
Thank you.
Blessed be. And Peter, blessed be thy dreams, and sweet be thy slumber. All right, so that's Peter Mooney's left for tonight, skybooksusa.com. Let's bring everybody else online, the usual suspects. We'll take it from here. And in the interim, so what was it that was, let me take a look at what Heather sent to me. She sent me something private. This was a photo. Oh, okay, interesting. So this is that custom began in 1907 when Enrique Brost and Apollonia Holman, Volga German emigres from southeastern Russia, asked then President Jose Figueroa Alcorta to become grandfather to their seventh son, said the historian. The couple wanted to maintain a custom from Tsarist Russia, where the Tsar was said to become godfather to seventh sons, and Argentina's president accepted. Oh, fascinating. Thank you so much for that. And and as for the source of your confusion, Heather, with this or something else?
Oh, my confusion was about the Vox ARCA, but like Peter said, I haven't heard the whole story, so.
Mm-hmm. So ask what confused you.
I don't understand what the grinder is for. I mean, I don't understand what the function is of this thing.
That's a security mechanism. So you don't understand the function of the grinder aspect or the whole Vox
the
ARCA?
whole thing. I mean, does it make your voice sound a certain way? Does it like make your voice sound like someone else? I mean, what is it for?
Okay, I'll get into that. I'll take my usual break, and then I'll come back and get into it. And let's see who else we can bring on, and what other trouble we can cause for tonight. Hopefully Nemo joins us. The other night he was with his friends online, and I was kind of giving him some grief about that. Hopefully he didn't take that personally. You were there to hear it, I think, dear Heather, and Aristides ultimately reviewed it. So, yes, did you find what I say entertaining? Or said entertaining, about Nemo? When he was like...
Always.
Yes, thank you.
You're always entertaining.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Let's take a look at if I've gotten everybody here. Where did Troy Bellamy go? Let me see if I can find him, add him on. Who else says... Oh, of course. V, our lovely V. Okay, take a look at V. There we are. Hit that button. And other than that, I guess... who else can I think of? I think I've covered them all. We'll find out when I press this button. Okay, pressing it. Okay, dialing Amy Como, George Knight, Brooke, Bryn, V, Troy, and seeing who responds. Then we'll decide how long we can last. Just so people know, Heather Holman's replaced her icon with that of a Tesla. Not the car, the actual
Oh,
historic.
that's my T-shirt. When I said I was going to change,
Yes.
that's what I'm wearing.
Oh, cool. Delightful. Yes. And Brent...
I got a cool T-shirt. I put it away, but it says, you know, the AC/DC, like there'd be like the usual AC/DC shirts, like the band. And it said it looked kind of like that, except then it was a different color and it had pictures of Tesla and Edison on it, like AC versus DC.
Cool.
Yeah.
I like it. And so wonderful. I love that T-shirt. Brendan has also joined us, and Brendan,
I'll send it to you.
Sounds good.
I'll send it. Yeah. Do you
Yes,
want it?
greetings. Am I audible?
Yes, you are indeed, and in a lot better way than you were earlier when I called during the technical emergency.
Yes.
Did you hear my horror story relating what had happened?
I did not. Well, other than what you told me, I mean, obviously.
Yeah, you pretty much know what happened. It was Windows update hell, and there were updates for the updates, as Aristides said. It was disgusting. It was like you said, you yourself said this could take days. It certainly felt like it. Oh, what a nightmare. It's like God knows whether this was malevolent or not, but it all worked out, and we certainly
Anything Windows is malevolent, even if it's just like serendipity. It's just garbage quality.
True, and so
like they basically got to the monopoly stage, and now they just don't care about quality control. They just let it do whatever.
Thank you.
It's like what happened with like Amazon and stuff. It's like once they get big enough, they feel like they can just do anything. Impunity comes
yes, yeah, it's disgusting. It's horrible. I mean, these people need to be taken out and shot. But all such being said, I shouldn't take too long with my break, because obviously I did a lot while during the original breakdown, and so but I do need to just refresh myself with all the basics. Heather, please stay with us and speak with Brendan here. Tell him about how Hare Krishna helped you escape the mind control because their mind control is so powerful, right, Heather? You were saying that they have the most powerful mind control in the world, and through your faith, you helped it. Yes, helped to break that other.
Theoretically, like doing Maha Mantra is to break the mind control, of the mind itself will no longer control. So the thing is like there's like the mind, body, spirit triangle. Mm-hmm. So like the spirit can't be tampered with, but the mind can be programmed, but the body can circumvent the mind circuit. So that's where if you do repetitions or you control the body, like with martial arts or something, you can
that's where the heart comes in.
Yes, exactly. And the throat, the throat chakra, like they're the different points on the body. If you control the body properly, you can actually break free of the mind control of any kind, of any type.
Right.
Like that's the point of martial arts in general, including like repeating the names, like jop, so like Maha Mantra, or like just chanting something.
Yeah.
So is this what happens, Heather, when you say that there's times you're just going blank and you see nothing?
No, that's like that's like in a trance-like state. But when you're verbalizing mantras, it's not the same kind of blank state. You're in a different place.
Okay.
Whereas when you're just sitting there vegging out, you're not in any place,
Right.
Yeah.
So what's the point of one just sitting there vegging out? That's not
No, I mean, I catch myself doing it all the time. It's very inappropriate, and I mean, it's not. I mean, it defines a person who's like got issues.
Okay. So
it's not a healthy thing.
Right. Got it. So just so people understand, yes, that's not what they're seeking in the Zen zone. Then they're not seeking.
No, not to be in a trance. That's not it at all.
There we are. Okay, dear Aristides, before I refresh myself, let's test your audio. Okay. I want to make certain you can participate with these two lovely people while I tend to myself. Ari, are we there? Okay, well, I know Brendan and Heather alone have good conversation.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. I got distracted by something. I am here. Did you need something else, or did you just need me to be here?
Oh, I was just testing your audio to make certain you were here in case.
I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So I'm going to refresh myself, and I know you three have got this, and I just wanted you to feel free to participate and interject yourself. Well, Heather and Brendan talk, and when I come back, I'll answer to Heather's confusion about the Vox ARCA gladly. And
yes.
Okay, so I'll be back soon enough.
I'm going to do my best, but there seems to be some kind of crazies nearby where I'm at.
Where the fuck
if you hear any
are you?
gunshots or anything?
Holy shit!
Just know that I had to smoke somebody.
Where? Yeah, no doubt. Where are you? You're welcome to.
I'm like at a park, like, you know, but I just hear like someone going off in the background.
Well,
Like,
your
doesn't
audio
sound healthy.
Your audio is crystal clear, and yeah, if you
Yeah, well, you guys will get to hear the full thing then.
if you need to
Just
off,
chant Hare Krishna.
yeah.
I could just like mute and do that because it was, you know, unless we have like the musical backing or like the harmonium, like it's really tough for listeners to just go through that.
Yeah, but such being said, it might scare people away because they're afraid you're going to ask them for contributions. But
Yeah.
Oh no! If you chant Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, even flies go away.
Wow, cool! I've got to remember.
Yeah, like
to start
Sonics. I mean, the Sonics have like it's well known. I mean, of course, like the different sounds have different vibrations can change your surroundings. So, I mean, that's like well known.
Yeah, the music of the sphere, and
yeah.
So then, well, you two have got this, and
Also, like Hanuman Chalice is very powerful as well.
Cool.
Hanuman Chalisa.
Yeah, have you ever tried that, Heather?
I'm not sure.
It's more
I know a few of
technical.
them.
Okay.
I know a few of them. I know the Garuda.
Okay, Garuda's cool.
The Garuda mantra is interesting. Yes.
Yeah, those are like gargoyles.
I know the China. What is it? China Mati or Senamati?
Okay.
Shinyamade.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's different things. Different energies, you know.
Yeah, but we definitely hear the noise behind you. We definitely hear it, Brendan.
Yeah, you hear it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like, damn.
Well, you know, that's just hopefully they just OD and die or whatever's going on with them.
Yes.
Like, you can only hope.
Yeah, the natives are restless tonight. Holy shit.
Well, you're in San Francisco, so you know that's just, you know,
the par for the
course. You just gotta let them go.
Oh, it's like birds chirping. It's just like
It's like birds chirping.
Yeah. Oh, you just
sounds about right.
Yeah, it's
unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a miracle. It's like they're like resistant to like all these weather phenomena. It's like why.
It's incredible.
Like that scene in Austin Powers. Have you ever seen like I don't know if it's the second one where he's like trying to kill that fembot and she won't die.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that's what I feel, and I'm not trying to be rude to these people. It's just like how are they still alive?
Yeah. No, it's true. We've just been baking. It's like it gets
hundreds of 110 degrees here in the valley.
Yeah.
Constant.
Yeah.
So hot that like the AC doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah.
And these people are still casually just like alive.
Yeah.
Like, supernatural.
Yeah. It is. It's Zombieland shit. And so then it gets frigid at night. Believe me. So you're
well,
like,
I would welcome the Bay Area weather. Honestly, like here it's getting close to like hell.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Like,
no, yeah, it's and you're near Sacramento, the capital of our Golden State, right? Where it's all not to remind yourself.
Valley.
It's not to remind yourself. It's to remind our listeners. I know Brendan.
Yeah. Central Valley.
Yeah, it's like hell on earth. Anyway, it's not. It's no cultural capital. That's for fucking sure. And,
no.
Oh,
Cowtown. It's just Cowtown.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And like recently, there's some people have moved in, but it's just not.
Yeah.
It's not what it was meant to be.
Like, no.
In my opinion.
No, definitely. Okay, so I'll be back. I'm going to go mute for now. I know you've all got this, and by all means, thank you so much for being here with us. You make it possible, and then we'll see if I'm in any mood when I return. Okay, go on mute. Thank you.
All right.
Yes. So,
hey, Brennan, did you?
Greetings.
So you haven't like left for this trip yet, have you? You'd be on.
I'm always traveling.
I know, but like the big trip, you were gonna go across the big pond, like.
I mean, like I don't think I ever stated like a final location, but yeah.
Oh no,
I will be traveling.
I had gathered that you had planned on doing some traveling. That's all that really matters, and I didn't think you'd be.
Yeah, no, it's approaching soon.
Okay, I didn't think we'd be. You know, let's just say I'm not taking for granted us being blessed with your presence.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Right.
Yeah, it's just you.
So,
like
Heather's
gotta go.
Yeah. I thought any damn right.
Right, like last time I was gone, it was like Doug was really like putting pressure on you guys. I feel like Well, I'm just used to being able to just spew stuff. And also, it's got to be noted that you're like, it's much later where you're at.
Yeah.
So that's got to be taken into account.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, for some reason, like all the chicks keep getting hit.
Yeah.
So it's like they were, you know, they were able to fill airtime, but it's like,
yeah.
Doug
Yeah, if they're gonna harass
together.
somebody, they you know, they pick the chicks first. It's kind of like how the wolves like
Yeah.
pick like the weaker, you know, herd members to.
Well, I mean, I just had some tenacity, but most people don't.
Yeah.
It's nothing against them. It's just like, we don't get paid.
But I mean, I get
like
in general,
none of us are getting paid.
you know, females are, you know,
Yeah.
fairer, you know,
Yes.
gender, you know, of course,
Yeah.
and
Well, some people like Brooke, like,
which is great,
herself.
but like they're gonna get picked on by like, you know, these six.
It's like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. But the point I want to make is that, like, if you're going towards the right action or like praising the right thing, like you're like going towards nature, you're like doing the best you can from your end, like the universe will protect you. So that's like the point.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. And why not?
Yeah. so
it would make sense. It would make sense. That
right. Happen. So yeah, and I mean, I'll travel, and like when I travel soon here, I'll be gone for a while.
Okay.
Approximately a month, and then
so
I'll fill you guys in on my trip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're here, we can expect it to be perhaps more intermittent.
I won't be available for like a while.
or that, right. That
like I'll be completely incommunicado, perhaps.
Yeah. Thank you for making that, you know, clear. Yeah. We'll brace ourselves for this.
Yeah, well, the time difference will be like hours and hours and hours.
Right. So. We will do our best to weather this, you know, this loss. For us,
I think you'll be fine.
Don't let that, you know, don't feel guilty. Don't let that hold you back, you know.
I think you guys will be all right. I mean, there's plenty of stuff to chat about. It's just like a matter of having, like, if it's just, I get what you're feeling, because it's like, if you're by yourself, it's like, you're just talking to empty space.
Brendan. No,
yeah, well, I mean, you're just talking to empty space, then it's tough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. Tough. No, it's awesome. Actually, I'm happy to hear it. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Well, and I could just spew about stuff all the, like, you know, just off the top.
Like I said,
like millets. Should we get into millets?
We needed to go gather your next, like, kind of your next layer of wisdom from all this, and then you can bring that back and, you know, share it with us.
True. Yeah.
You know, there'll be something. It'll be some kind of perspective.
Yeah.
Inevitably. Always is.
I mean, always. Yeah, you always learn something. I mean, even if you don't travel, you learn.
Right.
Live and
just
learn.
embarking on anything new, you know, like embarking on a change or a novelty, you know, of some kind, you know.
Yeah. Like a. It's. I mean, it's more of like a. Yeah. It's like Heather would know. It's like seva. Like I'm going on like a seva journey, like service of divine. So that's the purpose of it. Like,
okay.
It's not like a personal vacation. Like
no, I get it.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you're not, you know, just fucking off and doing touristy stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, there's elements of that, but it's not full time.
Not in a cheesy way. In a very deep.
Well, it's hard sometimes to try to just distinguish between, you know, what is service and what is not. You know, you think you're helping somebody, and sometimes you're not. So you got to be really particular and concentrated when you go to do service to Krishna.
Yes. Yeah. In this case, it's very clear. Like.
Yeah.
Very clear situation, but yeah, understood. It's not easy to find. Like, just casually, it's not easy to find. You got to be like sincere about it, or just like serendipitously fortunate, you know.
Are you gonna fast?
Not a fasting of sorts, but it's like I will be definitely cooking Vedic style, like the whole time. you know, like lots of kitchery and just very simple like foods. I mean, which I do generally anyways, but you know, I also need to like reset my whole mindset. You know, it's been a tough couple of months. So it's just kind of like a reset. And like the whole point of like seva or like divine service is like you don't do it for personal gain. It's just like it's your object to do it.
Yeah, you have to.
Objective. It's just like an objective. Like, it's
if you want to
nothing.
keep moving forward.
Yeah, it's strictly for evolution and just learning, and that's like my intent with a situation like that. So yeah, that's all I'll say about it for now. Sure.
Yeah.
But have you heard like Hanuman Che, Lisa? Like,
I'm not
Shri
sure.
Guru Charana Sumero Jo Raja Jo Dayaku Bolachari.
No, I don't. I'm not
Jo
familiar with that.
Dayaku. No?
No.
You've never heard Hanuman Che, Lisa?
I don't think
You
so.
should check it out.
I will. I'm checking it
It's
out.
a very yeah, it's a very powerful like mantra. It comes from Tulsi Das, the being that wrote down like the Ramayana. He poetified the Ramayana like in 5,000
I hear it's
couple thousand years ago.
It's a lovely song.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tulsi Das is like really like an epic saint from like, but it's the thing is it's not in Hindi, it's in Prithparasha. So it's like in a different language than Hindi.
Yeah.
So it's yeah, it's a bit different. Let me see if I can find some lyrics here. And maybe I can just do like an English translation. But basically it just talks about like the qualities of Hanuman, and it's like technically it's a praise of like Ram and Hanuman. Because like Hanuman's qualities were like of service, right? He only served like the one Ram. That was like the whole point of the story. And Hanuman was actually given like pretty much every power of every deva, but his like caveat was that he would forget that he had those powers unless he was doing it out of pure service. So he also is immortal. So he's like this immortal being that has all these powers, but he only remembers them when he is sincerely serving divine. And he actually fought off like the most powerful wizard at that time, like Indrajit, like the ruler of Patal at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very cool story. Anyone who is confused about this, you can just look at the book. Like there's a Western version by I think William Buck. Like it's called Ramayana. It's like an ancient Indian epic, and it's got all the cool stuff. Like it's got battles, wars. It's like Lord of the Rings. You know, it's got wars, battles, kings and queens, exiled queens and kings and stuff. It's fun. And they also had Vimana. like at the end, he gets to ride in a Vimana and fly around and stuff.
Oh,
so
I want to
technology.
I want to ride a Vimana. I want to do it. I want to ride a Vimana.
Yeah.
It's my dream. That's my dream. I just want to like.
Then work to get to heaven, and then you can do that.
Yeah.
Like if you do the work to get to heaven, then you could do all that
goals,
stuff.
man. Yeah, it's goals, man.
Something you have to have the goal, exactly. Something to work towards. And I'm not being facetious. Like it's actually like something that can be done. Like the 3D world is not just like the final. Like a lot of people, because of the way things are now, like they think like, oh, it's only 3D. Like, you know, what is it? Like you only live once and all this stuff. But I mean, that's not the case. I mean, it's beyond proven.
Yeah.
At this point, that there are other dimensions, including higher dimensions. And it sounds blasphemous, but I mean, it's like, there's a reality to it.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is that people need to realize that God is God. When I say Krishna, I mean God. Just like when I say God, I mean God. It's the same thing I'm saying.
Yeah, like divine, like another word for Western people would be like divine.
Or Christ consciousness is Krishna consciousness.
Yes, but it makes it tough for other people. You know, some people that are like atheists.
It's not really that hard to do if you went to kindergarten. I mean.
Well, I'm saying like people's hangups. They have like.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's what I'm saying.
Like
that's
the word God has a lot of weight.
People need to realize that so that we can find Christ consciousness, and that way
like
Jesus
if you just
can
say
come back.
Yeah, of course. But if you say Jesus to like
That's way
these modern people, I mean, they can't handle like.
Yeah, I just
Like they
I
think
throw
just
people
like
for a loop.
they think it's like Jehovah like floating on a cloud and like
Jehovah, that's God too. All of them.
yeah, they're
You know?
archetypes, but I'm saying like people don't understand the truth
Concept.
behind it. Yeah, it's like,
Well, here's
like
the
they
truth
take it
behind
literally. They take it literally. Yeah.
Literally, if I do fasting for novena or for Lent, I'm gonna collect the whatever you get out of it spiritually. If at 4 o'clock I get out my prayer mat and I get on my knees and I pray,
Mhm.
I'm gonna collect the same thing spiritually. I mean, I could practice any religion except for, I think, Judaism isn't my thing, but any religion of God is just God consciousness. So I could be, like you said, blasphemous, like, oh, have no God before me. I mean, that is just a matter of interpretation.
Which is why, like, for Western people, I would say like divine is better. Like the word divine is like more scientific. So like divine can be broken into etymologically, like die means two, right? Branching, like two, split, a split, and vine is like a vine, like a grapevine. So diverse branching, that's what divine means. Diverse branching into like the universe or into like phi ratio. Like, you know how like a tree like branches out and like all these things, you know, the fractality of the universe, that's what divine is. It's like the full fractality.
Yeah.
It's the golden ratio, but like fully maxed out.
The Fibonacci sequence.
Yes. So that's like a visual representation of it, of what divine is. So there is a truth to what divine is, but like it's hidden in like the manifest. So the best way, that's what I'm saying, for Western people is just to say like the divine or a divine force. Like even Star Wars is like a good starting point for a lot of people. Like you just say like the force, like that's Shakti, like the Shakti principle. Right. It's like the feminine principle that's like behind like even like Einstein and stuff. If you get them, you know, you sit them down, you say like, what's behind space? Like what is the force behind space? Then they say it's like, right, general relativity, and they have like unified field theory and stuff. But all of that is like there's something behind the material. Right. Like space isn't just space.
Right.
So you can get into philosophy with it.
I'm also a divine ether fan. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I think space is like a vacuum.
Yeah, but even if it is a vacuum, what's behind, you know?
Right.
What's
like, where's the power? Where's the power coming from? Like, where's the power?
It can be, but
like,
there's an underlying fabric of it.
Exactly. And where does like the power?
Is it the fabric of time?
Yeah.
Time's part of it, but it's like that's like the fourth dimension, you know. Time's the fourth dimension. But you know, but it's just a question: is like what's behind? Like what powers like the stars or the sun? Like stuff that we have no control over.
Oh, what's the power?
Like where's
source?
the plug? Like where's like the plug coming from?
God.
Well, yes, but I'm saying if you're using like the modern materialist, it's like that like blows up their whole paradigm. And they had to bring in stuff like dark matter and dark energy, which is just like spirit. Like dark energy is just spirit, but they had to like put it into physics without saying that.
No, it's like they can't prove dark matter is there. They're like, whatever. They're like, well, there must be, according to our like equations of like how the universe is supposed to work. Like there must be a lot more mass there, you know, because it's like, you know, so like in the solar system, the inner planets revolve a lot faster, right? Whereas like in the galaxy, it kind of all spins in like kind of one hunk. It doesn't spin faster in the middle, I think.
Yes.
You know, and they're
like this is what they
they're like, that doesn't fit our computations. Like there must be matter there we haven't accounted for that we can't see, but it must be there. So to make our equations work out, you know, and they say, oh, there's dark matter there, and it's like, well, maybe your like equations are
and then
wrong.
They've proved that the dark matter is like getting pushed out further, right? Just like our
it's
our
like
you hungry, Midnight?
And
I'm sorry, I thought I was on mute.
And to only the only way to like sustain that theory is they added in like dark energy.
It's a fudge factor. It's like a fudge factor, or part of it.
Yeah, but it's like, but it's like the ultimate, like it's like the ultimate, like missing, you know, it's like, how is all that happening, right, without like spirit? Like they just don't want to say the word spirit, like, or energy or shakti or force,
right?
But it's like there's a force there, like that they can measure,
Yeah,
that's unexplainable,
right?
And then Tesla, like I think we're talking, there's like a Tesla, right? This is like Tesla episode. He knew about ether, like Akash, like there's like a fifth element.
Yeah.
Like there's like the fifth element that no one acknowledges.
Yeah. It wasn't. I've heard it distinguished like it's like, you know, it's not like just, you know, basically like the science. It's like, well, we were just some grit that stuck together just because of some arbitrary laws of the universe, and that grit like made a big ball, and then by accident we just kind of evolved on this ball, like, you know, as
like Big Bang, like theory of Big Bang.
Like just like we're all just accidental walking pieces.
Like all the energy condensed, but then like where did that come from? You know, like there's always a philosopher that can break that.
That's
like,
a real take, but like the, you know, the science is like, well, we're just kind of, you know, accidental walking pieces of hamburger. We have no idea, like, you know, just evolved. Just so happened it was the molecule evolved in this primordial soup, and here you are. You know, it's like. You know,
But where did the energy come from?
No,
like, where's the spark?
Right, no intention to it. You know what I mean? Like, no, like.
Well, this is all stuff that was deliberately pushed. Like, if you go higher up in the sciences, like Tesla and stuff, like.
Yeah, exactly.
Even like, Einstein, like these people admitted.
Right. No, these scientists are they're not like. They're against the like.
It's like they work for like Royal Academy and stuff. I mean, they're totally like false, like Smithsonian, you know.
The status quo.
They're not going to give you anything real, like
accidental grit and accidental hamburger, and that's
but they use it right in front of people though, because like you know, like the whole internet grid like works off of Ethernet and stuff. You know, like they'll even use that term like Ethernet, but they won't ever explain like what ether is or like how it works. You know, but the whole cyberverse is like the ether-based technology.
Of course,
they won't ever explain. You know, like how are all this is that all that information stored? Like in like electronics, like they won't ever explain that it's ether, like it uses ether technologies.
There's no underlying understanding, or why is it like stuff with vacuum tubes is different than you know, solid state, because it turns into a field in the vacuum, and that's where like other things can like influence it. You know what I mean? Like other
and the vacuum tubes are ether, like based, like like they don't know what even happens to like. Like they can measure like capacity, and
it's not fully explained, but they're just like, it just works.
Like electrons like happen, like do something, but they don't ever like clarify like what's at the end of that.
Exactly.
Like even they don't know. I mean,
but weird shit can come through there because it like kind of interfaces with the ether versus like some hardwired like solid state thing, you know?
Yeah, guaranteed. Like for example, like CRTs, right? Cathode ray tube, like the original TVs, you know, the big tube TVs. Yeah, that technology originally came because they were trying to contact like the other side. Like it wasn't
like, or just like he said it several times, like the phone calls from the dead thing, and like that ain't gonna happen anymore because we don't have those like copper phone lines, like, you know.
It's I mean, it's even more with the internet, like like the Ethernet, like whatever's on the Ethernet, like this right now as we're speaking. Like other realms can like tune into it that have similar tech.
Perhaps, I mean,
it's like a fact. Like it's a fact. It's a fact.
Different though, different.
No. Like
they could
they
even
can
go
watch
back
it
in
like
real
Truman
time,
Show.
or they could go back and hear it in another time.
Well, I mean, I'm saying like right now, like on a different realm, like in the lower realms, like they can tune into this combo and like hear it because it's going through Ethernet.
Ham radio stuff, right?
Yeah, even radio, but specifically Ethernet, because they like the Ethernet tech, like the internet technology came from like Patal anyways, and it was like given to humans to use, so they can like tune in, like it's you know, it's like Truman Show. You've seen Truman Show. It's like that's what like they use it to like watch and see what's going on up here.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm outside right now. There's a lot of like, you know, UAFs, unidentified flyers.
Yeah. UAP. Yeah.
I mean, it could be phenomenon, but it's like they look like just like floating ball, like orbs. And I've seen like dozens at this point since I've been out here.
Yeah.
What's up?
It's any unidentified aerial phenomenon, right?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So I've been seeing quite a bit since I've been out here.
Cool.
So what is that? Is that the thing? I think I said it right. Chinamati, or do you know what that is?
Can you spell it,
Yeah, I can.
or just like say it
Oh,
again?
China Masta.
These are just like different mantras. Yeah.
Yeah, but how do you say that? China Masta.
I have to see the term. Let's see.
Oh,
Correctly.
CHINNAMASTA, and the image is in the chat.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, you put it in the chat. Shinamasta. That's a Devi.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was asking about. If you knew about that.
Oh, Shinamasta. I mean, she's a Kali-esque figure. Let me just see what you sent so I can make sure.
Yes, take your
on the
time.
right thing here.
I think you're all doing great. Keep doing what you're doing. I just got back and just trying to pull myself together.
Yeah, I brought up the ether since you talked about Tesla. Like he was informed that ether existed because that is like the fifth element that he was, he needed to create the technology that we all use. So
Yes. Excellent. Excellent. And this figure is horrific. Image sent by Heather Holman. A woman beheading herself and the blood spilling and people are opening their mouths to drink it.
yes.
Oh my God! What does this represent?
Life, the power of life, right, Brandon?
Yeah, Shinamasta is, she's a Devi, of course, but this is a tantric goddess. This is a very how do I put it? It's not, she's more of like the fierce goddesses. Her Shinamasta means she whose head is severed. She's the self-decapitated goddess, jets of blood spurting out of her bleeding neck, which are drunk by her attendants. I mean, there's a lot of
Symbolism.
Yeah, there's a lot of symbolism here, but it's basically self-sacrifice. It just means self-sacrifice. But now, why do you have like this thing, an affinity for this archetype?
Oh no, I made a video about it one time because I was learning it and it had a funky mantra to it, and I learned about it.
Yeah,
and I learned about the custom in India.
Yeah, I was about to say. Heather says it had a funky mantra to it, and I was like thinking, no shit. I
just learned about it, and I think it's kind of. Go ahead,
like a tantric
Brendan.
archetype. It's like a tantric archetype. It represents like, the more basal functions of the body and stuff. And then
what are the two? What's the lesbian thing going on underneath her? What does that represent?
I think that's the mother.
It represents like sacrificing to like carry on life,
Okay.
Like that aspect of the feminine, that it's like giving itself up, for life to continue. That's like the symbolism of it. But also it's like to bring upon that energy into your life, you would definitely get some, things will transform, and it's transformative. Like you don't necessarily need that energy all the time, right?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Like the thing about these mantras is they were meant to be applied for certain things. Like on certain like muhartas, like certain auras, like they knew when to use them.
Certain moons.
Yeah, certain moons. So you like knew when to use it, like because some of them, if you use them at wrong times, like you can get different things happen.
It's very inauspicious.
That's right.
Well, not necessarily inauspicious, but it's like, like cutting off, like her head, her head's cut off, like you get like a lot of cutting off happening. So if there's something that you have like in your life that you don't want cut off, and then like it just gets cut off without you wanting it to be cut, So
one who cuts.
Yeah.
Is it
so
Katria?
Yeah. So that's what all I'm saying is just be cautious with a lot of these. And then the tantra is this whole thing. Anyways, like tantra is just like supposed to be based off of body discipline, but in the recent years, like people say it's just like you know, they took it to this extreme of where they like say it's like some Kama Sutra bullshit. Like, oh, this is what Tantra is, like black and white Tantra. Where you like, you know,
you know, when I showed
none
the
of that's
picture
real,
of Kamatenu to
Come
the
on,
person that I usually go to for spiritual guidance, he had never even heard of it, and he knows all about the training of the oceans. Yeah,
common. There's no way. I mean,
maybe he was lying.
It's a
maybe
vast.
He just didn't want to talk
It's
about
a vast. Yeah, perhaps like they're just trying to like get you off the scent. But I mean, it's just such a vast like mythology that like I could see like why it's tough to get it all. But that whole mythology came in with like the Hathor, right, goddess. Then there's like even the Greeks had like the, you know, those big bulls, you know, what are they called?
Oh, Mithra.
Yeah, something like this. What is it?
Mithra.
The Minotaur.
Yeah. Oh, Minotaur.
Yeah.
Minotaur.
Well, the Mithraic. Yeah, the Mithraic stuff. Yeah, they use that symbolism as well.
Yes,
you know?
they slaughter the bull, and it's very one of the antecedents, or one of the predecessors to the Christ myth. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Mithridates. Yeah. Mithridates. Yeah.
You mean
Mithraea. But what people don't. This is like a bit of a secret, not secret, but a bit of a reveal about Mithraism is that that figure Mithra is like the sun god, but he is actually a subsidiary to the goddess. So his mother is actually the deity they worship, but he's like the image they put out front. Just like how in Christianity is like, you know, Mother Mary's there, but they worship the Christ. So Mithraism
there are
is actually
some new
female,
religions that actually worship the mother.
Yeah, so there are many. Yeah. And like Vedic is no different. I mean, that's like, but it's like the cosmic mother. It's like the full thing. Like Shakti is like Mahadevi is like the full, like, it's like the philosophers, like when they ask the question, like, what is behind everything? Like that's Devi, that's like Durga, like that's Mahashakti. Like, you know.
Yeah, that's all like darker, isn't it?
I mean, dark is not bad. I mean, dark is power. You know, like that's where power comes from. It's like darkness. Like, like every, you know, like even when you look at the sky, like it's coming out of dark. Like even the sun is like in the dark.
Yeah, I hear you.
Like when the sun goes down, like the dark comes back. Like, like that's the ultimate. Like these are like very basic things, right? But like we're so used to it, we don't see it. Like everything's coming out of darkness, actually. You know, like and especially on the physical, like everything's like inertia bound by the inertia and stuff. So like, you know, like without energy, like everything would just stop. Like it would just be like a blob.
Yes.
You know, so it's very important, like, to understand like the power of that force behind everything. That's like why they always put so much emphasis on Devi, Shakti, like Durga. Yeah. Like Durga means like the unfathomable, like the most, you know, most unfathomable. So it's like she's like the most powerful because it's like even the gods don't know like what's beyond like creation. Like it's so deep.
I never really dabbled anything with Durga or anything like Sarasvati even, or I just do like the Nrsimhadev and the incarnations, the 10 incarnations, and Krishna, you know.
Yeah, the Dash Avatar, you're saying like Dash Avatar. Yeah, so yeah.
And I just try to learn like the Vaishnava songs and I mean it has a good rhythm to that, you know, in a poetic sense. It's easy to learn how to speak it, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and so when it comes to you know, some of these things, you were speaking of the aether, and of course Aristides. I'm sure you had some input here. What were you saying about all this?
Well, I was supportive of the ether. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah.
I believe. Yeah, I was saying basically like the people who were opposed to it were like this very dead, like, you know, I described it as like, well, just kind of accidentally because of some laws, some grit stuck together. And then kind of accidentally, we became these pieces of walking hamburger on that grit. And then, here we are. There's really no good reason. That's science, right?
Yes.
Materialism. It's called materialism.
Yeah, materialism. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, some of it. Right.
Atheistic
But
materialism.
philosophically, it should be better than that.
I mean, there is, like, with that kind of ideology, I mean, there is no philosophy. It's like,
Right,
I mean, it's
exactly.
pure just
Nihilism.
It's philosophy, right?
Yeah,
it's pure nihilism.
Yes, it can lead to nihilism. Yes, very, very much so. And well, thank you for that, Aristides. I see Aristides is profound. He gets the aether. Yes. And let me check now. Just checking around to see if anyone else has joined us. And Heather was asking about Anabzoro, and now she gives us a skull here. His body was clad in armor made out of diamond. The boy was named Nandi, who brings joy. Is this that Down syndrome kid they found in the Neanderthal cave?
No, Nanda is bull.
Oh,
Nandi means bull.
Nandi is like the escort of Shiv. Like he's like the being that like is always seen with Shiv, like the bull.
okay,
Nandi, like.
okay. And this skull is like this is a real like they encased
Diamonds.
Yeah.
It's diamonds. Yeah.
Cool. I mean, they encased the skull in diamonds, right?
I don't know. I think it's more symbolic to how we're all just basically diamond dust anyway.
Cool. Right.
Fascinating.
And so, what's that term you used there, Brendan? Perhaps you could define that for us.
I just said fascinating.
Oh, I thought he said something
But-
in Vedic or something.
No. But what's going on with this is that, I mean, obviously this is just like like the problem with like the Hindu thing,
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, is that it mixes up a lot of stuff. With like, there's a lot of cultural hangups and issues there in India, and they have this. Oh man, how do I put this nicely? They have this like cheesiness, this like Bollywood-esqueness
Thank
that
you.
permeates everything, and it's like.
Yes.
Like it really diminishes like the message. That's why a lot of people are turned off by like Vedic, because they think like all they imagine is that weirdness, like with like statues and some strange looking things like in boxes, right, with like a bunch of marigolds on it. Like people like
Things that look scary, but they're really not.
yeah, they don't understand that they're archetypes. And like even the people in India like don't understand like what Shiv really is. Like what is Shiv? Like what is Nandi? Like what are these things? So they just take like the concepts and like make it super cheesy, and I like so cheesy that it's like cringe, it's just so bad. Like, so, it's not a matter of being right or wrong. It's just like the real thing behind it. That's the problem, is that like getting behind all of it is what you want. That's like real Vedic, because the real Vedic was all the way, I mean, it went all the way to Europe. There's this culture before, like the Indo-European.
Yes.
It's what
Arya.
used to be called like the Arya. The
Yeah.
Arya.
Yes.
The Aryavarta.
Oh, Aryan.
The Aryavarta. These like this culture that was like from the Druids, like this Druidic culture. The Dawir, the people of the trees.
Mm-hmm.
Those people are the same as like ancient Vedic people. Like there was this knowledge that permeated the whole earth. The true knowledge of like the multiverse, how everything worked and things actually functioned. The technology was better, they can make Excalibur and like all this stuff. So that's what the real thing is. But over the years, it's been so tainted, and it's like Chinese whispers, right? Like, or like the telephone game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Doug, you know what I'm saying? It's
Of
like
course.
the telephone game. It's like after 5,000 years, you could imagine like how fucked up it is.
Yes.
And like India's like the example of like how wrong they could go from that. But
Thank you.
they have the knowledge is there. It's just so like trenched in this like plasticky shit that you can't get to it. You have to really go in deep, and it's like it sounds offensive, but that's just the reality. I mean, that's just how it is.
Thank
Pure,
you.
pure and simple.
So true. So true. And George Knight has joined us.
Hello, Douglas.
And welcome aboard, dear George. And certainly glad to have you with us. And we've been going on strong, but it's always good to have you. And this reminds me, Amy Como sent me something to send to you. So let's take a look at this. Yes, and here we are. Raymond Victor Sepik account of rescue by Brits in World War II. Tokyo's grandfather worked for Westinghouse SS Baton Rouge. Wished I'd brought this up with George too late. Okay, so I'm going to send what she sent to you now. Let me download this. And in the meantime, yes, by all means, continue with what we were saying before. And oh, by the way, George gives us an opportunity to enter the political scene. Tell us a bit about your new government. You're under new governance.
Yes, yes, we are. Yes, and yes, thank you for having me on, Douglas. Hello, Brendan, hello, Aristides, and Heather. I just wanted to, just first say, Douglas, that I did get some feedback from our friend in the UK saying how it was a great conversation, that she enjoyed listening to me and Amy's conversation about Unterland.
Oh, wonderful.
Last transmission, so that was great. Yes, and I just wish we could have, continued it a bit longer. But yeah, I had to depart, obviously, and so the other aspect, we're going through a radical change in our political system.
How long are we gifted? How long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
About probably about a good 45 minutes to an hour, anywhere between that period, Douglas. And I will let you know before I depart.
Yes. Okay, good.
So I had to just abruptly go last time. I was like, oh, the time's getting on.
Understood.
So,
Understood.
Yes, I've just woken up, so I do apologise if I'm a bit, if I don't sound coherent or anything like that.
Oh, man. Well, the other day, Brooke called me. I called Brooke because I had promised to do so, to tell her, to remind her about something just as I was getting up, and she thought I was fucking dying. She was like saying, do you need me to call the ambulance? I was like, let me see. Here we are. Heather was saying, George told Amy, if you go to Unterland, you don't leave it? Again, you have Peter Moon, who met a woman who claims she was to Unterland and did leave it. So either there's an exception.
That's what I thought. Peter had said somebody left, but then George and Amy were talking and said, if you go to Unterland, then you don't leave Unterland. And so I don't know, what is Unterland? I looked it up in Wikipedia.
And what did you find on Wikipedia?
Is it a part of Germany?
What did it say?
It's just a part of
They
Germany.
just say Neuschwabenland, Douglas. That's all it is.
Okay. So I
at this point, I'm convinced like Wikipedia is just like it's like the same AI shit. It just pulls from the whatever it. Does that make sense?
Here's one thing we do know is that maybe theoretically it's supposed to do that, but like I explained to Brooke, and Brooke agreed with me when I was telling her about the Chat GPT. One of the things I put into perspective for her, because Brooke, which of course Brendan already knows this, because Brendan helped to prove it. But the point was that when it came to Brooke, what she was saying was that, well, the Chat GPT, and she gave out the general idea and understanding or misunderstanding is that it just trawls from the internet, pulls a bunch of shit together, and then gives you this kind of pastiche that it puts together. But we know that's not the case, because in Chat GPT, everything is definitely programmed from the top down. There is nothing. If it were trawling from the internet and she was asking about Douglas Dietrich, then it would say, oh, he's got this YouTube channel. It would have to say that because it's trolling the internet, right? So if it's trolling the internet, it would come up with my YouTube channel. And it would also say, oh, and he says he's the son of Hitler and he's a vampire. And just this...
or at the very least, whatever you put on your website, because it's all public.
Yeah, that's right. And it would have that on the website. Possessed of Lucifer, all that shit. And and none of that is on the Chat GPT. And instead, it gave the title of a book that I was involved with in consultation, but was never credited for, but had never brought up. And then otherwise, it just says everything it can to avoid the topic, and it takes stringent measures to do so. Instead of saying son of Hitler, it says son of a high-ranking Wehrmacht officer, not even SS, which both Dietrich
which like
and
no
Otto
one's ever
Dietrich-
said. Like
Thank
I
you.
don't think anyone's ever said that. Like, at
Thank
all.
you. I've never said that. No one's ever said that, son of a high-ranking Wehrmacht officer. So it's like, this is obviously just programmed from the top down to say anything completely innocuous to make it irrelevant to anything I say. All it just keeps saying is, don't go there. Nothing he says can be proven, and it's all just...
It's funny
yeah.
how they say, like, you just mentioned it, but it's like
Yeah.
how they say Wehrmacht instead of SS.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Like they give you like no cred at all. Like,
Yeah. No cred whatsoever. Yeah. It's just complete and total shit.
Like, what's next? They're gonna say like, oh, he was like, the janitor at the, at the rallies or something, father of the rally janitor.
Oh, they would if they
Like,
could.
it's bizarre.
Yeah.
Like, it's bizarre.
Yeah, they would if they could, but at that point they'd be getting just too detailed, and then they couldn't handle it because they start they start tripping themselves, which they trip anyway. But the point is, she then agreed, yes, this cannot be trawled from the internet because it brings up nothing that's on the internet, literally nothing that's on the internet, and then enters something that's not on the internet. So there you have it. It's completely.
It's definitively. I can send you guys the articles. Like, this isn't like spurious. It's like definitively like researchers have proven that it's being fed something else.
Yes.
Than what they're claiming that it just is. They're claiming it's open source and it just searches everything. That's not the case. It's data's being inputted into it.
Thank you. And so it's just a total control mechanism.
Because for it to be like real and unbiased, they'd have to put all of the paywall stuff like from the universities into it, and I have yet to see it do anything smart.
Thank you.
Like theoretically it would have like all those research articles and everything, but like I don't think it can coherently at its current state or whatever they've released, it can't coherently take all that and make something from it. Like, so they're just cherry picking, basically.
Thank you. Yeah, and well, that's beyond cherry picking. It's like they're just writing in what they want. It's straight up, not cherry picking. That would imply they are going through the internet. There's nothing in there that comes out of the internet. So they're just entering it from the top down. Now, of course, what our dear Heather has brought.
There are many people. If you, like,
go on.
We've already gone through the example, but if you type in certain people, like. Say even if you type in Tesla and stuff, it's gonna give you totally false shit.
Thank you.
Like any of those big name people. Like if you ask like who's Walter Russell, who is like what's the other guy's name? Like these people that were suppressed. Like who is like Connor McDarry and all these people. Like you'll never get anything. Even though the books are all there, everything's there.
Who are those people? I never heard of them. Who are those people? I never even heard of those two names.
What?
Yeah,
really?
Really.
Russell?
Or at least Walter. The first thing I thought of was is that the guy who founded Tavistock?
Steiner and stuff.
Oh, you mean Rudolf Steiner?
Walter Russ. Yeah, Rudolf Steiner.
I know
Walter
him.
Russell was he did like the science of light. Victor Schauberger, like these people.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Like,
well, I know Victor
people that
Schauberger.
Yeah. So these people, like, I guarantee if you type it into whatever GPT, you're not gonna get the straight answer.
Okay.
Like
that makes
Wilhelm
sense.
Reich, like that Wilhelm Reich died in Federal Stockade, and they burned all his notes. Just like Tesla, like you'll never get any of the full story.
Right. Well, yeah. Well,
the point being that
if
they don't want that information out, it's not unbiased.
The AI becomes a gatekeeper.
It's a gatekeeping, yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Connor McDarry he's like an Irish scholar that talked about Atlantis and the pyramids and the Hebrew language and lots of stuff. Like,
okay.
That's what I'm saying. They're so suppressed that like the books are out of print and everything. So.
Yeah, that sucks. Hopefully that's not my fate. We'll do our best to avoid that. We're still alive. Now, such being said, Yeah, no, thank you for that. That's appreciated. And so, George, what Heather's asked about is two profoundly complicated topics that I intend to go into once you leave in depth, more depth at least. One of them being Unterland, which she's just brought up, which I'll allow you to handle while you're here. And the other, of course, being basically about the Vox ARCA, which takes us into many different directions. But when it comes to Unterland, of course, I've just sent you in private messages. Feel free to open those images. See if you can work with anything from there. And so that's the quote that I entered is directly quoted from Amy Como. And you know, I don't know if she told you any of that or that rings with what she told you. Of course, when you were talking with her, Heather was listening. And that's when you pointed out that people who enter Unterland do not at least normally leave. And but as for... So Peter, I have no doubt Peter met this woman. I would doubt that that woman was telling Peter the truth. I find it interesting that he would encounter a woman who claimed to have been to Unterland at all, because very few people would even know to make such a claim. It's a subject that is so obtuse that most people... Obviously, we are doing our best to kind of popularize the subject. We're making it more and more known. But whoever is going to reference it is not going to credit us. They're going to be probably the biggest loser among them would be Stephen Quayle, of course, that piece of shit. And he's produced entire books on the subject to a degree without producing something that will help the public understand anything or exactly the dire straits we are in. But there you have that. And such being said, yes, by all means, feel free to answer Heather a little bit about Unterland and tell her what you understand about it, and then I'll try my best to contextualize.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And Heather, I do apologise. I don't recall myself saying anything about people entering Unterland and then not returning to the surface. So I don't remember.
I thought maybe it was Amy. It was during that conversation. I thought that people don't leave Unterland that go to Unterland.
Right, that would make sense. That would make sense that you would say that during the time that you were talking to Amy, right? You may not consciously remember it, but it sounds like something... you know, you would say, because I've said it generally as a rule.
Or maybe I'm remembering something that didn't happen. You know?
Or you might be remembering something I said. You might be remembering something I said, Heather, because that's something I would have said. But go on, yes.
Yes, because I can actually go into that, the abductions and the people entering Unterland, such as that the expedition that was conducted, because the Antarctic continent has the largest population of scientists in the world, the most concentrated population of scientists. Predominantly, it's predominantly just scientific research that gets conducted there, and for many reasons that we have articulated in the past, myself and Douglas have articulated on the show. And in 2012, there was you would call it a expedition into Unterland, and the people that were there was basically a search and rescue operation conducted to search for the missing. These were Russian scientists that were seeking vestige in Unterland from what they had gathered, what information that they already knew, and there was this operation and this cover up to cover up the people that these individuals that went into Unterland. And I think the conclusion was they were never, even through my investigations, research into this incident, that it was not definitive that they actually returned. And so there are examples we can bring up as exemplar gratiae, but the reality is throughout the last 8 decades and more, there have been abductions from the surface, and they get relocated to Unterland, which is the German Deutschensprache translation to under the earth or underground, so it's underneath the earth. So, and
could these people be not just abducted, but people that have faked their death?
So the example I just brought up, that was deliberate. They were seeking vestige into Unterland because it's a very attractive and exotic impression on these individuals because of reasons that Douglas went into in the in the Nexus article that he conducted the interview with the German individual. I forgot his name, Kirscher, or I believe his name is, but Douglas could go into that himself a bit more in detail. But just going by what I know, but with Amy, I was articulating what Unterland is and where it is and how it was formed. It was through water corrosion. These are underground cavern systems that were naturally formed, manifested through millions of years of water, because water is very corrosive and it can burrow deep underneath the rock, smash hard rock into hollow out cavern systems, which is the same way cave formations are formed and the same way that you can use the Grand Canyon as an example, but it has a body of water flowing between the caverns. And so this is what Unterland is. And it's throughout the Earth's crust above the upper mantle layer. It burrows miles deep, and most of these caverns are interconnected to one another. And I just articulated last time that there is more water in these upper mantle layer throughout the crust, and on the upper mantle layer of so you've got several layers that consists of the Earth, that comprises of the Earth. Above the upper mantle, there are far more water, mineral loads of water beneath the Earth than there is on the surface. And the way to look at it is the surface, which is covered by it's 2/3, so 75% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Look at it as a puddle, and beneath that puddle there is more water beneath it than there is on the surface. And
Yes.
I mentioned Douglas that it was Alan B. Thompson in the very last year that you were employed at the Presidio in 1992. He wrote a article or a piece of work expressing, articulating that very reality, that they have concluded there is far more water beneath the Earth than there is on the surface.
Right.
And
Which has since been proven. They've since proven what he had
Since
articulated. Yes, go on.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Since that period, since he wrote that, and it is inevitable. And so I did also disambiguate, just to decipher the difference between hollow Earth and inner Earth, because most people, they turn towards that hollow Earth theory, which that's not the reality. There is no hollow Earth. Like I mentioned, it consists of several layers. But what water does, it's very corrosive. It has burrowed out miles and miles of underground cavern systems. This is where the Third Reich took massive advantage of these underground cavern systems to relocate their government as well as their technology. And ironic enough, this is dedicated to Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla played a vital role in that as well himself with the Tesla coils. They incorporated that into technology. And so this is where the Reich relocated. And when Douglas mentioned about Unterland, and you can't find any references on it on Google, the Google search engine, which is essentially a DARPA net, which is a Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency program, which enables you to connect to the World Wide Web. It is stored at Google, which is the original address was a government address, and all this information is filtered. It's entered by Google themselves, by the government.
By DARPA.
Yes. Yes, exactly, Douglas. Thank you. But the term Unterland, through Douglas's, when he was a research librarian, that was the Department of Defense Research. That was the term that they used. The Third Reich referred to it themselves as Unterland. So, and the same with the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. That's what the Third Reich referenced themselves. So you can't find anything unless you go through us. You type in my name, you find out about the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. You find out about Unterland. Do it through Douglas himself as well. But you can't find that out by just simply clicking on Google and then typing these words, and you won't find anything.
And of course, my website, if you access the Nexus articles on my website, so that you don't waste money with Nexus. And of course, what we're going to do is expand on those articles into the book. That's kind of what George is doing. And and just to kind of put this into perspective, because of what George is giving you is, of course, the geography of it. To, in a sense, do continue. Any other points to be made that you think should be emphasized, by all means.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. I could go on for hours and hours, Heather. So I can go in any direction.
But let's put it this way, Heather. So basically, what had happened was that in the immediate aftermath of World War II, you would have gone, if you were from Europe and you had been allied with the Third Reich in any way, and this would include the Romanians, Hrvatski, the Croatians, anybody who had been allied in an active sense with the Third Reich. The communists were taking over half of Europe and the capitalists were taking over the other half. So yet years later, by the 1970s, if you had gone to Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina, you would have thought you were in Berlin in the midst of 1933, 1936, 37. All the old uniforms would come out. The Hakenkreuz would hang high and fly from people's windows. And people would march in the streets. Of course, as I mentioned before, the difference is that Chile has that almost as an official cultural representation of themselves, where you see them manifest that in their uniforms. And these are the people who, of course, occupy Eastern Island. In Easter Island, or what's known anthropologically as Rapa Nui. And, of course, that's very far out into the Pacific. But when it comes to, say, for instance, what Peter said was, well, Chile occupies it because it's closer to Chile than any place else on Earth. But people don't understand. There's islands right off the coast of Africa. George Knight visited one of them, and the African continental nations have not occupied those islands. It's all a matter of threat projection. Can anyone project enough threat to literally occupy a space that requires a logistical line of maritime support? You have to be a fairly developed nation to do that. And with the Chileans, they are at least developed enough to do that. Even the Argentinians, who have tried to occupy the Falklands, did not have the capacity to take it from the British because their threat projection was not great enough at the time. There's things they could have done. There was a failure in leadership. And then you had the communists take over after that, and everything's been downhill ever since. But the important thing is to understand the German population is still very much there to a degree. Over the years, most of it has disappeared, but nobody's ever asked where. And, well, it's to Antarctica. Well, all of that began in 1945, of course, around after World War II. If you were in Argentina, in Buenos Aires in particular, the capital, as a guest perhaps of Juan and Eva or Evita Perón, this charismatic, if somewhat megalomaniacal couple that basically you would have noticed, you couldn't help but notice all of the former Nazis who were coming to town by every means of conveyance, from cruise ship to U-boat, with them all the gold, the diamonds, the art treasures, the opium, and the Swiss francs that had been stored against the fall of the Third Reich on the surface world. Now, Argentine society was in something close to collapse at that time. Political meltdown, if you would. There were certainly political murders nightly. Perón's, what they called shirtless ones. They were constantly on the rampage. Now, of course, most of the Nazis that were coming through had given up the cause. They were looking for nothing more than a bolt hole in which to hide. But it's then the American intelligence, the Allies, heard all the rumors. And the Allies, of course, had always tried to infiltrate Argentina because it was the one nation in the Western Hemisphere that refused to declare war on the Axis. And as throughout World War II, it had never declared war on the Axis and therefore defied the United Front. At any rate, the intelligence networks began to report the more fanatical Nazis heading north for Brazil and into the Mato Grosso to regroup and contemplate revenge far from the eyes of civilization. And there were the wilder stories circulating about others who had gone south with their weapons or heavy equipment to set up a permanent base in Antarctica. Of course, everyone assumed, casually, if they were just hearing this on the streets, where these rumors also circulated, that if there had been so much as a grain of truth to any of these stories, that all of these people would have frozen to death by the first winter. But then, it was 2 years later, there was that softest public whisper that some kind of Allied task force had gone in to clean them out. And that was Operation High Jump, 1947. And, of course, that's when the Americans got their asses handed to them. The Flugelrad, the prototype, of course, was constructed in that factory attached to Mannhausen concentration camp. The team, led by Viktor Schauberger, using the liquid vortex propulsion unit designed by Rudolf Schriever. 10 production models got to Antarctica, and they proved more than enough to rout the entire task force of Byrd and all his boys. And, of course, the questions began to be asked. Obviously, there was a certain man who knew all about it because he was there on the spot, and then returned to the United States in a straitjacket named James Forrestal. He was later pushed out the window of the mental ward at Bethesda Naval Hospital, because he was going to go public about it. But there was a lot of muzzling besides him. When the remains of High Jump limped back to Norfolk, the first reaction was that the Yankees should fuel up the Flying Wing and go back and nuke the bastards, because, of course, this was the intention that led to the Roswell atrocity. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were still quite warm, and Truman was, of course, he would have been keen if he would have thought that Hiroshima and Nagasaki worked, but he knew better. So he was less than keen. It's not that the geophysicists would have screamed bloody murder if they'd let off a nuclear blast in the Antarctic that bothered him, mindest ye. It was the problem that, well, the atom bomb would not have worked at all, because the way the Americans would have phrased it, the Nazis hadn't set up a base in Antarctica. They were under Antarctica. They'd made their way down into what in those days they still called, even in their intelligence reports, the Hollow Earth. That, of course, is a misterm. It's not what it really is. But what it is something that was beyond their reach. They're still trying to indoctrinate the public to fight with the forces of Unterland. Especially through video games, where you're indoctrinated from youth to shoot Nazis on sight, whether they're alive or dead. And try and imagine what their logic is behind that. From Killzone to Call of Duty, all of it's about killing Nazis. And Brendan, tell them they portray the Russians are your friends. Brendan, tell them about that suck-ass America is the bitch of the Russians, which game is it that I believe George Knight's familiar with too, where they invade Berlin. And then when they're invading Berlin, the Americans capture the Berlin building, and then the Russians run up their flag instead. Tell us, Brendan, which game this is.
Yes, that's Call of Duty. I believe it's the end of Modern Warfare 4, or Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. It's the end of one of the early renditions of that game, because it's been remastered in various things. But the original game, at the very end, you're in the Battle of Berlin, and you help this stupid Soviet guy, and you kill everyone for him, and he runs up with you, and then you're literally on your knees in front of this guy. It's bizarre the way they they designed it. Like it's just Russian.
Like you're
Like,
sucking his
literally
cock. Like you're
Yeah,
in
you're
position
on
to
your
suck
knees
his
in front of
cock.
This Russian guy, and he says, "Thank you, comrade. We have liberated the city." And he like tears that you help him cut down the Hakenkreuz, and then instead of putting the American flag up, you just see like the fucking
Soviet
thing,
flag
the
go
hammer-
up.
the hammer
and sickle.
And when
Hammer
I
and
saw
sickle.
it, I was just like, this is bullshit. I mean, this is ridiculous. And then Americans love that game. Like people my age, when we were younger, that's when they introduced Nazi zombies. Actually, was the first Modern Warfare. So then,
that's
not
right.
only do you get Nazi zombies, but you have to like at the very end, you like have to celebrate. Oh, we helped the Russians. It's like that's so janky because. We don't need to rehash it, but the reality
That's
is
all right.
the Russians, they didn't do anything. They just walked in.
Yeah, but, mhm.
We
Yeah.
did
The other
everything,
thing that-
including give them those, lend lease and all that shit.
Thank you.
So-
Thank you.
Fuck them.
By all means, continue, George. You've played these games when you were
Yeah.
younger and more naive. Tell about the indoctrination
I was-
involved here.
Yeah.
Oh, Aristides,
I
you were
was
going to
gonna-
say something?
No,
Yeah.
I just had one thing, but you know what the funny thing is, no matter how much they try to portray, like, the Nazis in the Third Reich, like in a bad way, it's like they always come across as being more badass. You know what I mean? It's like you can turn on a History Channel and be like, watch their whole like, oh, Adolf Hitler is such a but like some of the images they put up, you're like, damn, those guys are badass. Like
Thank you.
you know what I mean? They're just like you could try to cover it up, but they were more badass than you.
Yes, thank you. Very much so. And our dear Heather is away from the keyboard, which is probably why we cannot hear her. But by all means, George, follow up with what you know about these gaming systems before I continue about Unterland.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And I was just going to reinforce what Brandon was saying. So I can recall them saying the dialogue in that game. They don't refer to. So during World War II, they were fighting the Wehrmacht, the defense force, the German defense force. But in the Call of Duty series, they don't refer to them as the Germans. They call them Nazis. We're fighting Nazis. So they refer to all of Germany as Nazis. And that's the thing that really is profound. And it's what myself and Douglas have articulated many, many times, that the population, the geographics of Germany at that point in that period of time, it consisted or comprised of 180 million Germanic peoples, and 10% of the population were part of the National Socialist German Deutsche Arbeiterpartei. They were National Socialist German Workers' Party members, and 10% of that population were SS, were Schutzstaffel, were the special services involved, and 10% of that were, and we've got into that. I don't need to go into that direction, Douglas, but that's the thing, that with these series, they don't refer to them as Germans. You're not fighting Germans, you're fighting Nazis, which indicates you're still in a legal state of war with the Nazis.
Yes.
And Nazi is a derogative term. It's an Anglo-American propaganda acronym that was created during time of war, and it's still used today throughout scholastics, academia, and historians still use it colloquially as a term to refer to your legal enemy, the enemy alien, quote unquote, because they're still referred to as aliens to them.
Yes.
And so this is where the convoluted situation is, where the general populace misinterpreted the term alien. They don't remember during World War II that they referred to all enemy combatants as enemy aliens, the Italians, the Germans, and the Japanese. These were all considered and recognized as enemy aliens. And to this day, through your media, through your movies, through video games, they still refer to the enemy combatant as either aliens or Nazis, because you're still legally in a state of war with the Nazis, quote unquote.
Yes.
It's a term I don't like to use, and it makes my skin crawl. It's because I know it's a propaganda term which is designed, or I would say the word, it's designed to deride and derogate National Socialism, because you're still legally at war. So I understand the term, but people just use it just for our everyday life, just loosely, without any thought, without consciously aware of what it means and what it implies. And it will be the equivalent of going around saying the commies,
Well, far worse. It's far worse. I mean,
Yes,
people can
it's
say
far worse.
commies and it's meaningless. It's like, in fact, that what they'll do is, and I've had people respond to this when I bring up anything about the communists. People respond to me as being out of touch and anachronistic, saying that, oh, this guy's stuck in this Cold War paradigm. We've moved beyond hatred of communism. And they love communism because they're conditioned by these Call of Duty games, amongst other things, to say, oh, the lovely Soviets are wonderful friends. This is, of course, to their detriment. And it's led, of course, to the point where the American conservatives, the Republican Party, have adopted the communist color of red. They never identified as red in the past. That certainly wasn't the party of Lincoln, certainly not of Reagan.
Thank you.
But at this point in history, now they've all identified themselves as Reds, proud Reds.
Yes.
This is how corrupted the American culture has become. As I said, basically, I, for one, am ready to just reclaim the term the way that the gay community reclaimed both queer, the term queer, and the pink triangle as their symbol. I'm ready to reclaim the name Nazi as something to be proud of, personally myself, and just use it simply because it's more convenient than going through the full acronym.
Yes.
But all such being said,
I understand that, Douglas.
It's got to be like one of the most frequently used terms on
Earth,
at least the American lexicon, because every single I can't think of a comedy show or something I've watched, even YouTube. Anyone that's in comedy will, if you just wait long enough, they will bring up the word Nazi. Like, it's just, or Hitler. It's like, like when they run out of material, it always ends up back there. Like, that's just a fact. Like,
that's and every political discussion, sociologists have studied this, disintegrates within 5 minutes into talk about Nazism and Hitler. It's always the same shit.
Instantly.
Yes.
Instantly.
Who's the Nazis? He's a Hitler. It's just infantilism. And Nemo says Nazi and nigger are the most frequently used derogatory terms. They're used in the same manner. They're hurled as an expletive, an insult. But the blacks have reclaimed the term nigger, at least with a soft H. So we can reclaim the Naz. We could use the term Nazis, or just Nazis. But we could go jazz with it. Yeah, sure. NAZ. I would not be bothered. But now Troy is typing, and we'll see what Troy has to say. But by all means, Brendan, George, with the time you have remaining, George, how many minutes do you have left, do you think?
Probably a good 15, 20 minutes or so, Douglas. Yes, and then I'll depart. I'll say goodbye. Thank you.
Well, how much time do you think?
George, did they put Charles on the money yet? Because all the pounds I've been getting are the Queen still. Like,
yes, they are still the Queen. So every time if I withdraw from an ATM, then it's always the late Queen Elizabeth II. But no, I have seen the Prince. I've seen the whole concept of it. Yes, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen the Prince in conceptualization until it's implemented. Yes.
Interesting. Okay, I was just curious.
Mass producing it, yes, until they start to go into that stage. The Bank of England will have to produce those. But yes, I was going to add, Douglas. I was going to say, because like on YouTube, it comes up with the shorts as well. So like like the TikTok or the Instagram shorts, you get like these. I think it's like 15-second clip videos, or it could be longer. It was like Joe Rogan talking about the AI speeches of Hitler. So a lot of people nowadays, very recently, they've been using AI to just basically go over all of Hitler's speeches and then interpret into English. And it's quite good because it uses his same
voice tone, tonality.
It's voice tone. That's it. Thank you, Douglas. Yes, thank you. It's same.
Also, cadence. It would be his cadence and semantics. He had a very particular cadence that he would a rhythm. He'd just say rhythm.
Yes. he was very, very good because he was very captivating. He captivated the audience, which is something that Keir Starmer cannot do, which is what people have compared him to Hitler, saying at least Hitler was very captivating. At least he drew your attention. At least, you know, he's not a drool or a boring leader. You know, he's not. You can't. You know, you fall asleep by just listening to him utter his first sentence. So yes, they're drawing comparisons. But at any rate, I saw this little short, and it had Joe Rogan going, "Oh, I was under the impression that when Hitler was giving his speeches, he would talk about, let's kill all the Jews, let's kill the Jews." And then he goes on to say, that's not what he's saying. He started listening to these AI reconstructions of his speeches, and he goes, that's not what Hitler's saying at all. It's like, he never did. So
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, that's
oh my god, it's just
it's the same thing when people they like get Mein Kampf as a joke, and then they read it and then they realize, like, okay, this was just like the politics of the time, you know, like they don't understand like what was really happening.
Yes, they don't even know what the translation is. They think of Mein Kampf as if it's talking about concentration camps. It translates to my struggle. So people automatically just look at Tyler, he's talking about the camps. Like, no, it's my struggle, you dumb. That is just how, I would say the word retarded because that's an apropos term. Yeah, how retarded people are. They literally can misinterpret just basic information.
Thank you.
Yes, that is instance. I
Well,
remember some politician just mentioned how anti-Semitic the book was. I remember the very first time I came across it, going back over a decade ago, some politician said, it's as anti-Semitic as Mein Kampf is. And he was just, you know, talking about, I think it was when I was conducting some research into the Israeli-Palestine situation, and he started talking about it. Yeah, he just compared it to the book, and I was just completely, But at any rate, I'm just bringing up examples of things that I've come across in my time, just how convoluted.
Speaking of that, the other day, like, it's getting harder for the Israelis to like look good. The other day, it was, like, they like blew up a hospital full of children again or something.
Again,
like,
it's,
you know, it's just like, come on, you know, it's just, come on, really. They're showing no mercy. I mean, it's clear to anyone. Like, there's no one that can defend them now. It's like beyond.
Except the maniacs that do. I mean, the world is full of maniacs that do defend them. You know, maybe no one can defend them publicly at a diplomatic level, and yet they still are given free rein. I mean, things do have to change. And as I said, what's the logical explanation aside from what I told you from what I saw in the deepest, darkest records of the Department of Defense? There's a kike bomb under every goddamn major city in the Western world. And this is why the Western world is afraid to disobey the Jew. So Troy Bellamy says, those two provocative terms are not the same, meaning Nazi and nigger. He says, y'all need to stop using the one that describes African Americans. But let's put it this way. The first thing is, Nazi is used as an expletive. It's not used historically. It is used as a trigger word, and it is used as a name to denigrate someone. No one says Nazi at this moment in history as a compliment. They say it as an attack. You are attacking the person's character when you use that term. It is on the level of nigger because it is, like nigger, a racist term. Because you would not use Nazi to attack a black man. It would look ridiculous. By that time, you are in a comedy routine. No, they use Nazis specifically to attack whites or Asians. If they're going towards blacks and they say, this guy's a military dude like Idi Amin Dada, who built a statue of my biological father, Adolf Hitler, in the Capitol, then instead they'd say, fascist. They wouldn't use the term Nazi because it would simply look ridiculous. So, but when it comes to these attacks, it is on that level. It's a racist term. It is an insult. So it is used the way that the term nigger is used. And when we do apply it here, you notice that we don't use it to attack black people unless they are basically coon cadres who are cooperating with the white supremacists who manipulate them. Or when I'll use the term like house nigger, or which is what I use for Rishi Sunak. And the British finally agreed with me and got rid of him. That was
yes,
go on.
And Michio Kaku.
Thank you. Yes,
he's a lapdog. He's a I've used the term Jap lapdog to refer to him because that's what he is.
Thank you.
A nuclear physician from and then he's telling you all this shit
about
everything. Sorry, I don't want to go into
Thank you. Well, by the way, Michio Kaku has used that stupid example of time travel, or he uses cosmic rays. He says, what if a cosmic ray penetrated the womb of Hitler's mother and Hitler was never born and World War II doesn't start? As he's claiming that Adolf Hitler is responsible for World War II. And that's Michio Kaku.
Yeah, that's so absurd. Did he really say that?
He said that. He said that again and again, repeatedly.
He has. Old argue Woodrow
Wilson so
was the cause of World War II, but that's But yes, Douglas.
What about absolutely. Like the whole First World War?
Thank you. I mean,
they never mentioned that.
They don't. No.
I mean, without World War I, there would be no World War II.
World War I guaranteed a Second World War. Yes.
Yes. So, I mean, this is part of the insanity. By the way, Heather, let us know when you're back to the keyboard. Then I'll get more into what I was going to point out. But obviously, a little hint here. I don't know if Heather can hear us, but I assume that she can. I do want to bring this subject up before George leaves us, because I know George doesn't always have time to review what we say. So understand, obviously, when it comes to the kind of coexistence that came between the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich, that would be what you would consider to be Unterland, Heather Holman. That's the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich. And in a nutshell, they stayed below, and the rest of us were left stranded above. And they weren't communists. Now, for the Americans who were in power, that counted for a lot in those days, before, of course, the communists won their propaganda war, even though the communists lost the Cold War, the Third World War in effect. And a lot of people would say that, they don't understand these strange alliances. Understand there's only a few of the Nazis, the intraterrestrials. So far as we understand, their population is probably no larger than that of Israel's. You're talking about 6 million people. That was the general consensus people had concluded back in the day when I worked with the Department of Defense. Of course, things may have changed. But for them to come out and threaten us, the American government deemed that would have proved fatal, even if they had developed some very advanced technology. This is what the Americans felt they had proved to themselves through Operation Argus, which of course made space inaccessible to anyone for a good half a year, almost a year, maybe two, really, safely.
Exactly.
But the Flugelrad, which made it fatal for the Americans to attempt to wipe them out, the Nazis still needed things, foods, materials, while they were establishing themselves. And they needed machines, too, fabrics, pharmaceuticals, luxury goods, cigarettes and nylons, you name it. They were setting up, establishing an underground empire to last 1,000 years, but they still needed the stuff that they'd become used to and took for granted. It was all up here. But understand that what they had to give in return, this is what leads to the defections. You see, what leads to the defections is the real moneymaker for the Nazis. As we all know, of course, when it comes to high technology, I've said before, the Nazis trade technical information, formulas, inventions for food and the materials that they can't mine from the moon, which now they have access to, while everyone else's fleets are mothballed. I mean, can you really believe the shit the Chinese and the Asian Indians are bragging about now? Oh, we've got little drones that are scooping up some shit
so
from
bad.
Thank you. They really?
Like that's worse than like the Elon Musk car. Like it's like they're not even. I guarantee you, it's not real.
Thank you, because it's like, yeah, where is this good shit? You know, I mean, where's the photographs?
The Indian one was so bad. I mean, it was so. Oh my god,
Thank
it was
you.
embarrassing even for them. Like even they were like Bollywood people were like, okay, this is.
Thank you.
You know, this is bad.
Thank you. I mean, you know, the money you're sending something up there, and it can't even take a cell phone level footage to send back home with.
That's why I appreciate the Japanese, like their version of NASA. It's like, you know, they keep it pretty, you know.
Well, let's put it this way: the Japanese are bragging about having sent up wooden satellites. The Japanese sent up wooden satellites.
They keep it kosher.
Yeah, and you know why they did that? They said this way they burn up in the atmosphere when they crash, unlike all the stupid Soviet and American ones that are crashing and killing people and going through people's roofs. Yes, so the Japanese have an understanding of cooperating with nature. But of course, we all know that magnetic tape was invented by I.G. And in 1935, at that, 1941.
Everything we have, television.
Thank you.
You know,
yeah,
all the color television. Now, Doug, when I first came across you, I didn't realize, like you'd mentioned it. Okay, they had color television, they had color photos, and all that.
Yeah.
But I didn't grasp that they were the only people with color photos at that time.
Thank you.
Or color anything.
Yes.
And then when I sent you that.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and George was saying also color television. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So I didn't realize that they were the only people on Earth to have it at that time.
Yes.
And there's never enough people talking about that. And then we have like some Agent Smiths around saying, oh, I find it weird that you guys are mentioning Nazis all the time and you have this morbid fascination. It's like all the technology you're using comes from them.
Thank you.
Pretty much.
Well,
as a basis, including Tesla.
Yes.
So there's no morbid fascination. It's just reality. I'm sorry to say, you know, it's just, you know, it's just the indoctrination is what's making it, you know, impossible to see from certain people's angles.
Yes,
but,
well, that's what necessitates a social revolution. Fortunately, this society...
There's nothing wrong with talking about reality. Like, it's reality's reality.
Thank you. Well, this society...
The Germans came across it first, you know, and due to their situation at that time, and that's it.
Thank you. And for people... The issue now is we're headed towards a civil war. We're headed towards societal collapse, and that will enable us to tell people the truth finally at a mass educational level. And just repeating the fact that in 1941 AD, the first modern computers were designed by the German engineer Konrad Zuse. Then you have, as George Knight said, the television, the integrated circuits, the binary computers. You know, ask any American... if any Yank or the Brits or any of these people say, we invented that, you know, they, along with the Russians, all claim that shit. Well, tell me the name of the inventor. Who's the name of the inventor of television? How about the integrated circuit? Or the TV, the computer? I mean, no one can name the inventor.
It's a Mormon guy.
Yeah, really? Yeah, I know. They say that. Mind-blowing. Fucking mind-blowing. Yeah. I mean, you can't name the inventors because the basic how-to came from Nazi labs. Many of them now relocated to Unterland, using the technologies they developed, or recovered from the Vedic histories, the Vedic texts. That was...
basic fact with that technology that they had. Like, they show it in... like the comics, like Hellboy and stuff, right? Like they had technology that allowed them to contact the other side, and that's how they found out about that there's even an Unterland or an Agartha. You know, they were ahead of everybody on that. So, you know.
Yes.
You've mentioned that many times. It's just...
Yeah.
Thank you. But the real moneymaker...
People are in denial.
Yeah. But this is what leads to the defections. The real moneymaker that leads to the defections is eugenics. It's the genetics. It's not even in an elitist sense, like as in Aryan Superman. It is genetic modifications that can improve any individual, the DNA components that can be inserted into the genome via a virus. And through that, the Nazis can cure the majority of diseases, even some deformities. As a matter of fact, this is why so many of the Nazis that entered Unterland, say in 1937, they were 43 years old at the time, at the mean average of their demographic. They're still alive today, and they still are the same age by all appearances. That's one of the important things to know. This is why you get the disappearance of multimillionaires and billionaires, and they defect into Unterland. So this is, aside from all of that, who would want to return? It is not only necessarily a security case of, oh, I've been there, but, they wouldn't let me out. It's who would want to leave when your very youth depends on the technologies extant down there. But it's in trading some of those technologies to certain individuals. There are certain celebrities who take a lot longer to age than your average individual. Those are the people who have received some of that technology, either directly or indirectly, from Unterland. And
there's also a factor. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, of course.
It just came to mind. There's also like the factor of that it's not exactly like physical, like 100. Like there's a physical entrance, but once you get into these other levels of the Earth and like different planes, like this is far-fetched for most people. Like we want to keep it material, but there is an aspect where there are portals and stuff that it's not so easy. First of all, it's not easy to get in. You have to be at a certain frequency, and then on top of that, getting back is like you basically have to reincarnate. So there's a lot of factors, with that technology, and it's not given freely. Like you have to earn it. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
Sorry, Douglas. I do have to make a move in a minute, so I just wanted to just give you a forewarning. But I think Heather's got a question. Heather, please.
Yeah.
So my question is, technically on Earth, above the ground where we live, are these people in theory pronounced deceased, or are they no longer alive? From our point of view, from up here, is that how we see that?
You answer that, Brendan. I mean, I'll get to it eventually, but let's see if Brendan responds.
Wait, you're asking what? Like,
say it again, Heather. Ask the same question again.
I'm asking if Unterland, you go there, in theory, or here up on Earth, am I thinking that person is no longer living because they're not on Earth, and are they deceased?
I mean, do you mean that in the registration sense? Like, are they registered dead? Or are you asking that as a segue?
Yeah, I'm sure they don't have the social security number anymore.
Well, they're definitely presumed dead.
Yeah.
Or would these have been people that faked their pseudocide?
But pseudocide meaning fake suicide. Yes, of course, many of them did that. But honey, what you're asking Brendan is if they came back to the surface world, they would no longer be physical in our sense, or no longer alive in our sense, our definition of the word. Brendan, take it from there, and then I'll respond later.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. They would have to reincarnate or have some form of like a biocyborg kind of body, which sounds crazy, but I mean, you need. There's
what about the genetics and the eugenics? They could just make little copies of themselves, couldn't they?
Yeah, they could do clones too. But the point is, like what Doug was saying, is like no one's gonna come back. Like even like Patal and stuff, like you have to earn your way in, like to these like lower realms, and it's like paved in like Patal, like even from the Vedic mythography. The real
they're no longer human, right? They're no longer considered fully human.
Your spirit, I mean, you're not embodied as a human, but those places are like nice. Like some people want to go there. Like if they have enough knowledge and are able to get there, they want to be there.
Right. By the way, George, say good morning to everyone before you go. George may have to leave.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes. Good morning, everyone who's listening in. And thank you for having me on, Douglas. And yeah, I would love to stay on a bit longer so we can go into more and talk about the aspects of the disc war period.
Yes.
And you mentioned Argos as well, which was vital and important.
Yes.
And it's something I will explain to Heather probably next time if you're going to join us, Heather, on Sunday's transmission.
Yeah, God bless you. You're the best.
No, thank you. I give all credit to Douglas. I wouldn't know this.
For sure.
I wouldn't know any of this without him. Yes,
For
I give
sure.
all credit. Yes, thank you so much. So yeah, it's been wonderful. I always enjoy coming on, Douglas. Thank you for having me on, and I'll speak to you very soon. If not, I'll join you on Sunday. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And by the way, George,
Brendan.
before you go,
Yes.
so to dwell on this before you go to work, there
Yes.
are physical people living in Unterland, and what Brendan is referring to is that some of them have graduated beyond that, in a sense have ascended, but obviously we'll go over that on Sunday, that element as well,
Yes.
that these elements
Yes.
of that. Okay.
Yes, thank you. And I have got, I can qualify that as well, Brendan, through some of the encounters, what they specify through the first contact.
Because many of the contactees feel that they're in
Yes.
contact with ascended beings who are almost enlightened
Yes.
and not physical and almost metaphysical.
Yes, spiritual. Yes, absolutely. And that's from their testimonies, from their reports. So yeah, we could go into that, Douglas. Thank you so much. And I'll look forward to joining you on Sunday. Speak to you later.
Okay.
Take care.
Take care. Hugs.
Thank
yes,
you.
best
Bye-bye.
wishes. Yes. So, of course, then we're dealing with many of our rich businessmen and politicians who never age, and they pay a lot for that technology that keeps them looking young. But ultimately, many of them want to be that way forever. And the only way to do that is to descend into Unterland. And as Brendan said, that means they need to spiritually ascend. And a lot of that means they have to give up a lot of their material goods and then become a higher form of person. And that's one of the things that leads.
I mean, it's not an ascension of sorts. It's like a, you go into a different dimension.
Yes.
So it's like, I mean, and technically it's a lower realm, but there's just
Physically, physically,
higher technology.
It's physically a lower realm, but it's spiritually a higher realm.
It's on a different frequency bandwidth.
Yes.
let's say.
Yes. And
So is
Then
this the place
physical
where
earth.
when Jesus in the crucifixion, when Jesus went down to hell before he rose up from his death, he went into
No,
the
hells
hell?
are different. It's not hell. That's
It's different places.
That's where
He
people
went to a
get
different
caught
place.
up with this.
yeah.
It's not hell. So hells are actually different realms.
Yes.
So there's 7 realms above, 7 realms below. And they knew about this through the Nordic mythology, like Niflheim and stuff. Like, you could go down there, like, and
It goes
still
all the way
not be in
back
hell.
to being Sheol, which is Jewish.
Yeah,
and
Sheol.
that-
Well,
yeah.
Sheol and stuff like are also there, but that's different.
But
It is?
It's a concept that's similar, but
Yeah.
it's different.
right. By the way, I just want
These are all the same concept, just put into different people's cultural view. Like, so-
Kind of. I mean, kind of like, I'll get into that in just a moment. I just want Troy and Nemo to understand I'm not ignoring them. But really, there's no need for the argument, gentlemen. This is not the direction we're going in. We can go in this direction later and discuss these more negative topics. And what Nemo and Troy are discussing, the negative topics of racism. One of the things brought up by Heather, or one of her alters, because it's almost like it's on a different, how would I say it, almost like a different person asking it, is she's asking this from the almost sarcastic sense of, or ironic sense of, ahem, you're all welcome for the advancements in technology today. My life was sacrificed so you could track your pets and cattle. Now, she could be speaking just to the system, just to the powers that be here on the surface world, but it may be that she's also raging against the machine, so to speak, in terms of the technology provided by the Nazis, in the sense that much technology was inserted into her, and she's treated as a pet or cattle, and her life has been impacted heavily. So when she expresses...
Or a rat. I think a rat.
Lab rat,
Yeah.
hamster, guinea pig. So you've got a lot to complain about, Heather, and I don't blame you. So understand, well, you're speaking to the son of Adolf Hitler now, and I take enough responsibility where I'm as nice as possible to you. And aside from that, I appreciate what you've been through. it's one of those things where, yes, but that's the allies and the surface
I'm not
worlders.
upset.
Yeah.
I was kind of being funny, I thought.
As I said, ironic. It has an ironic tone to it. But I would not blame you for bitterness. The irony and the bitterness is a product of your abuse. But these are the surface worlders that did this to you, not the Nazis.
Yeah, no, but it's the bitterness is the inheritance that I never got.
Yes. And, well, Brendan, tell Heather about the inheritance you never got either. Yes. Oh, Brendan could share.
Oh, yeah, don't even get me started, Heather.
Thank you.
It's still an ongoing issue. I mean, it's just these people are
will be.
They're just waiting for my grandparents to die, and they're gonna take everything that's not fucking nailed down. Like they're like salivating.
Well, at least you know what you're up against. You know, you're not going to be surprised.
Yeah, well, that's true. Well, I knew it way before when my dad had passed that they sold everything instantly. I mean, they didn't even wait.
You know, it's people working.
They actually kicked him out while he was still alive, and then swooped everything out from under him.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, that's what happens.
And their justification is so absurd. I mean, it's like, you know,
stupid.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's awful. Just awful.
And then the gaslighting, saying, "Oh, I helped you so much. We helped you so
much."
Man.
Oh man. And
it was your fault that you separated and you didn't want to deal with us, so therefore it's justified. You know, all this.
Always blame the victim. Blame the victim.
And then they're always going to still be mad at him forever, and because he gets to take the soul, his grandparents are going to stay with him, you know, and they're going to be there with him, and that's what they're not going to get out of it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they don't realize the repercussions of their actions, but it's apparent.
It's sad.
You know, things are falling apart around them, but they don't even know why.
So Star Fox has joined us. So I called Star Fox because
hey girl,
you're new to my list, honey. So I forgot to call you earlier.
Like definitions. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Not quite sure we understand, but.
Oh no! I barely hear you. This sucks. Please.
Are you? So.
Hold on. Let me
take your
time and let me try to get my earbuds back in.
That would help. Yes.
Yeah, I barely hear you. One minute.
Oh my god. And by the way, with the energy that Troy and Nemo are expending on keyboarding, I don't understand. Why don't they just join the conversation?
I hear you better. Can you hear me better?
Much so. Yes, we may even understand what you're saying. So
right, it's like
I'm
this is almost like a joke.
Yeah, well, hold on, just for a second, Star Fox. We love you dearly, but hold on. Let Brendan express himself about this.
I'm used to the men overleading.
That's okay, cool. So Brendan, yeah, continue. It's almost like a joke with these two.
I mean, it's almost like like one of those or like an Australian and a black teacher from Florida walk into a bar and then they're like talking about Nazis. You know, it's like everything's chill, guys. You don't have to go into the politics of you don't have to hash out everything. Like it's just
I mean,
like I said, it's just a historical thing that there's no point in censoring something, saying, "Oh, just stop talking about it," or vice versa. You know, it's just bizarre.
Yes.
Like I get it coming from the American perspective, but
all right.
No worries. We'll go on, Brendan. We'll get back.
I get it from an American perspective, like why he's viscerally feeling that way.
Yeah,
I get it, but there's like you said, it's just a waste of energy.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, really, it's
and no one ever has solutions. Where are the solutions?
Love
it's like
Troy.
I'm not against Troy. I'm just saying, like, there were the solutions. It's like instead of blabbing about stuff, it's like there's no solution.
Yeah.
And the solution isn't to stop talking about history. That's definitely not the solution.
That word blab, though. If someone's blabbing, they should shut up. If they know what they're talking about, go on, right? Blab is just
so just
no, I get it.
Yeah. So Star Fox, I should have called you much earlier. I apologize for that. You're new on my list.
You know me.
You're new on my list, so I forget to call, and it works that way until I get used to the person, and then I bring them on.
I'm just getting up. Don't worry.
Yeah. Are you sure? I mean,
I got up at 8 tonight. That was pretty early.
Holy fucking
I've
shit.
spent most of my night talking to men anyway. It's very exhausting, but
What were you?
You
Who were you
know.
talking to?
oh, my roommate.
Okay, the serial killer.
You know, we only yeah. There's
Yeah.
only so much. It's a delicate situation.
I can
So give
imagine.
someone attention, yeah. It's gotta be done.
But so such being said, with all of that, understand, Star Fox, we're on a certain topic now, and I brought you on
Yeah, I
because
don't want to talk about me, please. Please don't.
That's fine. No, that's fine. So, well, we're talking about this. I'm going to have Heather respond. Of course, Heather is kind of ironic about some of the things, and but I would like to introduce you, Pixie Princess Star Fox. This is Brendan Zogit and Heather Holman and Aristides, if he's still awake.
Virtual handshakes, much
Yes.
hugs and loves. I've heard you all before, I'm sure. I'm a huge fan. Thank you for allowing me to put in my 2 cents.
Yeah. Also, say hello to Troy and Nemo. They're in the chat.
Greetings.
Yeah.
Greetings.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi guys, much love, endless love. Forgive me that I have no social skills from being isolated so long.
It's okay. Yes, if I were kept prisoner in the windowless home of a man who collected
Yeah.
mannequins, I'd be pretty fucked up too. Yeah.
True, it's true, it's heavy.
What was that?
Yeah, she's like with this dude who like has painted all the windows a deep blue, midnight blue, or a very dark purple so that no sunlight comes through effectively. And I honestly thought she was going through the living room to go to the bathroom, and I swear to God, because the guy keeps the Christmas lights on 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, I thought she was going outside in the middle of the night to go to the outhouse. I swear to fucking Christ, because she passed by the lit up Christmas tree. Yeah, what does that say? That's Starfire. What? Say that again?
I don't want Sasquatch to get me.
Yeah, that's right. No, she swears she heard what I thought in that part of the world they called them skunk apes, but she swears she heard some primatoid, some hominid howling the other night, not too long ago, right, Star Fox?
It was like 2 months ago, yeah.
Yeah. And your window was open. Say that, Heather?
I said, are you in Arizona?
Oh, I wish. I love Arizona. Blue Marion Rocks, my sweetheart. No, I'm in the swamps of South Louisiana. We couldn't get a rock if we threw one on the ground. No.
But they got crayfish and gators.
World.
They got crayfish and
Yeah, we
gators.
got gators.
And they eat both of them.
It's a different world.
Yeah. Wait.
Well, I don't.
Yeah. Except when they're eaten by the gators, then the crayfish finish up the remains. Yes. Then as you eat, you get eaten.
I think alligator are very misunderstood. They're actually quite docile. They're very nice. They're nicer than a lot of the people I meet, to be honest. Kind of ridiculous.
That's easy to believe. That's easy to believe. Yes. I mean, it's if I don't know. Yeah, if I went down there, people would just shoot me for dressing up for Halloween. I mean, you heard of the case. Was that where the Japanese kid was shot? Brendan, the Japanese kid
Sorry.
Yeah, go on, honey. Go on. We actually what?
We actually have a Vietnamese community here that I'm quite familiar with.
I believe that was Louisiana somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, you do have a Vietnamese community. Do you ever get a chance to meet some of them?
Well, they don't really want to deal with anyone else. They have their own little strip, and I'm not sure if it's because the way people treat them or what, but I would assume it's because of that. But they're doing good for themselves. They have their own little church and strip mall and their market and all, but it's very much like what they're used to in their culture, where they get to shrimp and work with the water the way they're used to.
Mm-hmm.
But they keep to themselves, sadly enough. I think we'd get along better than I would with my own family, but months.
Yeah, I agree. Jesus Christ, I think it'd be a step up. But all that being said, yeah. So all that being said, so Heather and Brendan were speaking of the vibratory level of Winterland, and so Heather, does that bring up any other questions about Winterland?
No, actually, I just wanted to tell Star Fox.
Yeah, go on.
Something. I think that maybe it just occurred to me that your psychic reading, she might have been looking into past lives.
Which one? I mean, I'm
the one about the horrible one, the nightmare one.
The one where the psychic said, you don't have a bond with your parents and never felt close to them because they're not your real parents. You killed your real parents when they abducted you.
Oh, my tarot friend. Yeah, that
might have been a past life. Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, I don't know. They mean,
well, it would make more sense.
I guess they're not on that. You never know. No, I'm trying to listen. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I always talk over people, but yeah, it just the thought occurred to me that that's probably what was happening.
Continue. I mean, because you know what, you're clearly tapping in a way that you don't need cards. So I'm listening. That's really interesting.
I listened to Douglas tell the story about that, and I remember hearing you talking about it, and I'm like, no way. It just didn't sound like it. You know, I don't think that was you.
I don't know. I the only reason I took it to heart is because I don't think these people are full of shit or just clouding it. It was truly caught me off guard also, but it makes sense because I do feel like an orphan, and my parents, my whole family, the whole thing is questionable. Whatever it is about me seems like I'm the last one to know something. There's some ultimate secret, and it just was freaky. It was freaky. But I appreciate that, because that's a little settling, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not usually how people do past life regression, so by tarot.
I told Aristides I was fucking blown away that this individual would say that to you, and his response was, if you were blown away, imagine how her parents felt.
It was a collective reading, but it was very specific. It was, I feel bad if anyone else relates to that, but being the way my life is, it caught my attention.
Well, it certainly resonated with you. Is that not the case?
Right, yeah.
Yes.
That's a perfect word.
Yes, okay.
Are you Native American?
I'm Chickasaw, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, the only family member I had that ever was actually nice to me was my Chickasaw grandma. She was 100% Chickasaw, and she married my Scottish side, so I don't look Native at all. Everyone just treats me like I'm Aryan, but it's like my native side is indigenous also to Scotland, so I'm heavy, natural old world. It's just a big mess. Nobody likes me. I come off weird, even hanging out with Arapaho and other tribes.
Yeah, for somebody who nobody likes, people sure keep taking you in and giving you everything you need. How'd you wind up? I mean, somebody's paying for all those beers. You're not buying them, right?
True. That's correct. I would never waste my money.
How do we exchange bodies so I can live your life? I mean, you haven't got that much to bitch about. I understand you're missing the sun, but I'm a vampire. It wouldn't bother me too much.
I'll give you my bed, honey. Yeah. If you have enough nerve to try it.
Yeah.
Come down for Mardi Gras.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's right.
You can get a hotel at least.
Yeah.
Oklahoma does have the best Mardi Gras over New Orleans.
There we are. I mean, but I can understand Star Fox.
I don't want to be that long, to be honest.
No, Star Fox is very depressed because there's no light that ever enters that goddamn home, so she's in the dark all day. Yeah, with, like I said, the bunny rabbit, which is, in my opinion, a vegan cat. But go on. At any rate, I can't believe...
Please, y'all just talk over me. Don't let me cut y'all off. I do want to hear y'all talk. I'm sorry.
That's fine, honey. That's fine. By the way, Brendan, look at this. I can't believe it. They're still going at it. Troy and Nemo. It's like, dudes, it's like, come on, life's not that serious. It's like, Nemo's giving him some photographs and, Troy's not buying it.
I tried to simmer it down, but it just made it worse.
That's the funnest part.
Yeah, Star Fox is turning. See, Star Fox, look at that. Look at that. She's got a camera on.
Sorry,
See, does that not look like she was taking a walk out in the red light district? I said, shit, she's taking a walk outside to go to the outhouse. It looked like the red light.
House?
Yeah, that's inside her fucking house.
Sorry, I just figured out how to turn the camera on.
What was that song again? The House of the Rising Sun? It's the House of the Rising Sun in Louisiana and shit. I mean, this is it. Bordello territory, people. I mean, the guy murdered every hooker in that bordello before he moved in. They're all out in the backyard.
Why does your house look like that?
It looks like that because she's living with a psychotic mass murderer who feeds him to the gators and then eats them back.
Louisiana.
Yeah, when he's picking out the crawfish and shit. Oh, these crayfish once ate.
Yeah, I've always felt that the bayou was kind of spooky.
Yeah, now you know why.
That's exactly where I'm at.
Yeah, the mannequin, honey. Come on, Star Fox, show us the mannequin.
You want to go for a walk?
Yeah.
I want to go for a walk.
No. I'm not really in the Scooby-Doo mood.
You gotta see the bathroom.
It's Halloween. 365 days down here in the bayou.
The camera.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna turn it around. I can't see, but I'll try to show you. Hold on, let me turn the light on.
Yeah, cool. Yes.
This is like as much light as.
Yes. Our Pixie Princess. She's used to keeping. Yeah, she's used to keeping the camera on herself because of her friend site.
So this is, this is the living room.
That face! What the fuck was that face?
Which one?
You'd have to. There we are. Oh, there we are.
Oh my god.
The mannequins. Look, this is my room. If I could creep in here, this is where they put me.
So this was when he was preparing the sacrifice. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I cleaned it up.
I'm not kidding. Tell Brendan about how you were on the altar. You were on the altar, and then they all stopped because you freaked them out.
Look at the kitchen, though. We got the Christmas tree. This is the worst.
What kind of place are you living in? Oh
I'm in a shack. I'm in a swamp shack.
That's not just a swamp shack.
We killed like a 7-foot snake about a year or two ago in here. It was the scariest part.
Why are the lights like that? What kind of drugs are you guys on? This is crazy.
I'm not on any drugs. They were like this.
This is pretty trippy, man.
That's like
the Christmas tree. Show them the Christmas tree. Show them the Christmas tree.
Yeah.
365 days a year.
This has been like
no
this
judgment from me. I just was curious.
Where's the clowns? Where's the clowns?
Well, there's these little guys.
Of course, the Mexican dead. Yeah, the Mexican dead skeletons. Of course,
the aesthetic is nice.
It's fun,
but it's just strange.
That the aesthetic is out of this fucking world. This is like Hostel or Saw. Except it's got
a pet lizard in the bathroom I talk to every night.
Cool. Cool.
This is like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas level. We're like in Gonzo territory.
This is the bathroom. This is the bathroom. That's like
yeah, that's the bathroom.
It's where Al Bundy felt at home. Yes.
Look, I got a gator foot right here. We got a gator foot hanging from the ceiling.
Is that what that is?
Is that like, a good luck charm, like a rabbit's foot, or is this just?
That's no fucking gator. That's the demonic entity that came out of the fireplace that tried to rape her, and she killed it with a fire poke.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be good luck in voodoo, but I mean, I was wanting one for a long time.
Yeah. Whoever told
and then
you that's wrong.
When you ask people, when you ask certain people for something you want, they go and get it just to take the energy from you. So I don't use that foot because.
Wait, so they do that instead of stealing from each other? They just go get something if someone else wants it, and it's
kind of
I
backwards.
think it's like a Scientology thing. It's about taking energy and putting their energy on something you want, so that when you do it, you think of them or something.
Sounds
So I
familiar.
don't fuck.
People's energy.
I don't. Yeah, I don't fuck with that foot.
Sounds like someone we know with a freezer filled with crab's feet or whatever.
Creepy, you
Who
guys,
was that?
I know.
Who was that? Who was that?
What the spell freezer? Come on.
Oh, right. Yeah. How could I forget? Holy shit. Banana leaf wraps. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
Banana leaves. That's creepy because there's all this dude talks about are banana plants. Creepy.
Oh, my God.
Why?
I wonder why. Holy shit.
Yeah, I wonder why.
The fuck
You know
are
you're just
banana.
just having like casual spells being cast on you at all times. This is voodoo. This is Vahadun. Like,
She knows that. Tell them about what
then
he did
why
to your
are you
rabbit.
there?
She wants to leave. But he keeps binding her. Tell them about how he took a chunk of
it's
fur
like
out
a
of your
massive
rabbit.
binding spell.
Yes. She's trapped. She's depressed. She wants to see the sun.
I'm not depressed. I have to
Just come to San
confront these
Francisco and
things.
get free. They'll just give you free money.
Yeah.
Why even stay there? I mean, why even stay there?
Thank you,
You
honey.
get spells cast on you that are like way more chill out
I've
here.
ran away from here several times, and
Then he comes at you with the chainsaw and keeps dragging you back by the hair. Yes, I know.
something's going on. Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's not very it's not exactly free will. No,
Mm-hmm.
What,
I have a box
about right.
here to move and all that stuff, and it's I can't
You know what I
say
think you should
too
do?
much.
Sounds like a nightmare.
Getting really strong vibrations
Thank
that you should be a prison guard.
Who,
Thank
Heather?
you.
Which?
That's pretty hot.
Yeah.
I have a
Yeah, I think she should be a
military
prison
uncle who's a militia
prison
prison
guard?
guard.
Yeah.
I'd be a great police officer. I'd be all hot and small and be like, just spread them.
That's cute.
Give me your
That's-
shit. Get
that's
against
not
the
a
wall.
police
She. This is the cam
I
girl
saw
coming
Doug
out.
draw something like that before.
Yes, that's right. This is the cam girl coming out.
No, I have a bit of an authoritarian. How do you say it?
Authoritarian.
Authoritarian, yeah.
That's quite all right. Heather, are you seriously saying you feel Star Fox should be a prison guard?
Prison guard. I think that should be a good that's a good fit.
Oh, they can't touch
What kind of
me.
fucking
We
prison?
can't have that.
A prison in Louisiana. I can't,
Oh God!
Have
are
you seen those
kidding
people
me?
down there?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Right?
but they're not gonna mess with her.
And why not? Because they think she's voodoo lady or what?
Something, it's just that she's the guard. I mean, why would they mess with her?
Whose nose is this? Heather, this is your nose.
Yeah, I was
I
trying to get the
grew
boys to
up
stop
behind
arguing in the chat.
I grew up.
Oh,
behind the police station.
Star Fox. So Our Lady Heather got Black Troy and White Nemo to finally stop arguing by showing them some nose porn. She actually succeeded. It's incredible. I mean, that's all it fucking takes. An orifice. It's an
Hey,
orifice.
I have the minute version too.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my God!
I don't understand what was the problem. Like they're just prudes or something? Or
I mean, Brendan tried to reason with these guys, and they wouldn't listen. They kept going at each other because, he's a man. He just stimulates the testosterone.
That's the secret of woman's power. That's what I've exploited doing
The
OnlyFans.
orifice.
Yes. And that's when Nemo says, "There's nothing more I need to say." And then you see Troy and Nemo. That there's nothing more they need to say because they're busy jacking off, both of them. I'm kidding. Both of you guys don't take that personally. I'm kidding.
That red light
Kidding.
will do something to you.
It's
Yeah.
Feel like you're in hell.
Later.
doesn't work. Yeah, it's not working.
But Star Fox. So when you've obviously we will get back to the topic of Unterland in a moment, Star Fox. But I forget now. Did you say something about Unterland? Oh, it was Amy. Amy said something about, I got to send that to Brendan as well. I sent that to our man, Mr. George Knight. I may as well send it to our everyone here in the chat as well as Brendan. So let me upload that and see if I can do that. Okay, of course I go to my...
Authorland, do you mean, is that like Argata? What is that?
Hey, not a bad guess. Pretty good guess. Yeah, not bad. And here we are. Open that up. Press the enter.
I think it's time for me to retire.
Oh, no.
I have that reaction sometimes. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. I mean, it's not. No one personal. It's just time for me
I
to
hope
go.
you didn't get offended.
No, of course not.
Oh my God! You mean about the nose?
More room for the
Yeah.
girl.
Jesus Christ!
No,
Some people have gotten offended by that. You'd be surprised.
Oh,
I'm
my.
definitely.
Oh.
I mean, yeah.
This guy has seen my porn. He's seen my porn. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not
you're
as
not
forward
going
as Doug,
jack
but I'm
off.
definitely not prude.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Like I could see all kinds of crazy shit and not really be phased, so it's not a big deal.
No.
Like the
I know,
nose
I
is just
figured.
fun.
Right. We all know.
Like, yeah, send whatever you need to send.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's right. I mean, honestly, literally, if you're intimate with a woman face to face, you're going to be looking up her nose at some point. If that offends somebody, that's absurd. So at any rate, let's open up these images here, enter them. Here we are. And believe it or not, people who are listening, these are not porn images. Yeah, this has to do with Amy Como.
Yeah.
And
It's my idea of nose porn. It's my thing I'm starting.
Cool. Yeah, I mean,
Idiocracy. It's total idiocracy right there.
Yes. Oh, and the Arcana Observer.
You wouldn't believe the shit you could send.
Oh, yeah, and so
really?
Yeah, here we are.
Jen?
It was my fault for ignoring the chat for so long, and then I finally brought Pixie on. She'd been active in the chat all that time. Jennifer Hawkins is in the chat. Jennifer Hawkins is in the chat. So Jen says the Arcane Observer. She's in here as the Arcane Observer. She says, I love you, Douglas. I'm just exhausted, but great show to listen in on. Thank you for covering these things. And then she says, cattle mutilation is a poor man's adrenochrome.
Wow.
She says, I'm off to bed. Worked a 10-hour shift tonight. Much love to you, Douglas Dietrich, and everyone. We love you dearly, Jennifer Hawkins. And for God's sakes, don't pay those bills. Stop paying those bills. You need to contact people who work in those places. And you know, you're working so hard to pay these outrageous bills you shouldn't be getting. You've got to consult with Brendan Zoget.
Just go to
yeah.
What's that place, Colorado or San Francisco, and just
yeah.
Homeless chicks get all kinds of free stuff, and then when you're on your feet, you'll make way more than minimum wage out there, you know?
Yeah, thank you.
I know it's not ideal, but it's plausible.
Washington is like that, yeah.
Yeah, well, don't go
better
there.
Animals.
Yeah, don't go to Washington.
Anywhere but Pacific Northwest, I mean.
Yes, thank you.
I'm saying just temporary, you know, it's like.
Well, they have their own reasons, right? Yeah.
And
when I was there, I couldn't imagine a relevant reason.
Well, that's where the Satanic Temple was started. You know.
Yeah. Well.
They do a lot of government experiments out there, like Project
Yeah, there's
Blue
definitely
Beam.
something in the water.
Those people are definitely little test subjects.
Yeah, well, they're all failed tests.
That's the point, yeah. It's not meant to win.
Yeah.
Not for them.
Oh my God. Anyhow, dear Jennifer, I wish you could jump on.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear she's all right. That's like,
yes,
that's plus.
Yes, and V, jump on. Come on, V. I'm sorry about the crazy cat comment earlier about the other V.
V for Vendetta?
Yes, they both like the name V. I realized that this V also has a cat. As soon as I said what I said about the other V.
Yeah, Doug, that's why we're losing chick viewers. You gotta just fake it until you make it.
Oh my God!
Honestly.
Yes.
Because remember when you were pulling the cat drawings, you got all those old biddies out of the woodwork. They were giving you money.
Oh yes.
So not telling you what to do, but you should just lay off the cats for a while and just pretend.
Thank you. Yeah,
Bunnies,
it's
man.
true.
More bunnies.
Yes. And
you
so,
should just go full furry. You'll get so much funding. You can get rid of PM. You can get rid of PM, BM, and just forget it.
Oh shit! Yeah. Oh my god! And
you'd be able to pay him,
yeah,
for just existing.
So Bubbles, Heather, honey, who the hell was Bubbles? It says this shirt was in memory of Bubbles.
Bubbles is somebody that I grew up with as a kid, and he went and moved to San Francisco, and he lived his best life there. And he was murdered in the Tenderloin on a street. And I heard that they named a street in honor of him. And since that's where you live, I was wondering if you've seen or heard of him, if his street was named after him,
Anthony Torres, was that also someone known as Ben Fong Torres?
No, it's Bubbles. He was known as Bubbles.
Okay. 1973 to 2017. Oh my god. Well, Brendan just left us, poor fellow. I hope he's all right. And
I don't blame him.
It's just me and the ladies now. And oh my goodness, and Aristides, who's asleep. Yes, I know. So dear Star Fox, it's like as you said, you just woke up at 8 p.m. your time, but that was it's so like right now the time would be 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2. It's close to 3 a.m. where you're at. Correct? Are you on Eastern? Quarter to 2. Okay, so you're on Central Time. Yes, right. We need to do away with these time zones. Create just 2 time zones, East and West. So Central Time. Amazing. Forgive me. I don't mean to yawn.
Oh, you're fine. Biologically, I'm on your time. It's rough.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see Heather and yourself getting along. Now, when it comes to this situation, as I said, personally, I feel, despite what Brendan said, in your case, you're just like the opposite of the average human being, and moving up to the Pacific Northwest would probably be okay for you. Maybe it's not okay for anyone, but at least it would be a change of environment where you would get the sun, which I think you're missing terribly.
Well, I mean, I slept through the day there as well, because they don't have air conditions like we do here. We need them here, but
oh my god.
It's like a lot of it's just avoiding people. It seems like I don't have anyone that's actually got my best interest at heart, so...
Well, they may not have your best interests at heart in some sense, but they all seem to be feeding you and pumping you full of booze.
But they expect all my attention for that. So it's like, well, who gives a fuck if you're doing something that benefits your future when I'm dead and gone? Because you're here right now and I don't have attention. It's like I'm a little, I'm a clown, I'm supposed to dance and amuse people. And I'm good at that, but like, I'm a very serious person. It's just one or the other. I do love my friend out west, but honesty is something I'm not gonna get with him. That surprises me, because no matter what he tell me, I wouldn't judge him. So it's just a little surprising that there's definitely something I'm not supposed to know about, and it really does ride on my ass. So that's why I'm probably not there right now, or why I left. But it's just something I'm not supposed to know about. And
you mean why you left the Pacific? Why you left the Pacific Northwest?
Yeah, I left in the middle of the night. I went on like a desert tour for 3 weeks through California and the Rockies and stuff. And he's pretty butthurt about that. Feels like betrayed. So it's like I'm getting the feeling that if I go back, there's this unsaid animosity that's, well, I'm gonna have to punish you for that.
What would he do?
Well, for this point in time, it's called, I took the bed out the room you're staying in, you're gonna sleep on the floor, so I feel above you. And like, you shouldn't make YouTube videos anymore, because no one wants to see you.
What an asshole.
You know?
He said this?
Yeah.
Where is the
Pretty
rabbit?
much. So she was just peeking at us a few minutes ago. She wants all my attention, poor baby. So
She sounds so cute.
She wants me to just go sit in the room with the crazy lights and snuggle her forever. She is the sweetest thing in the entire world. It's amazing.
I like her. She reminds me of my cat.
Oh. You have a pet cat, Heather?
No.
Yeah, cat.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and you, the cat's alive?
I call her my black baby bunny.
Okay. Yeah, and she's alive.
My cat?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
Why?
I didn't know if this was like like Bubbles, like somebody from the past or something.
Oh no. Yes, granted, the majority of the people that I've known in my life are no longer with us.
Yes.
But my cat is here.
Oh.
That's super sad.
So
my life's the opposite. I don't know a lot of people that I've lost, so that I feel for that. I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you. It was just part of my cards, you know.
Yeah.
Do their spirits ever visit you?
That backfires too. My grandparents, I used to ask them when I was little, when you're gone, can I at least dream about you? Because I knew they were old, and I'd lost my mom. And they're like, I don't know, I guess if you can make that happen, then whatever. So when they were gone, like nowadays, I dream about them, but they're actually in their regular form, like as if they were still dead. And I'm trying to keep them alive. And as time goes by, they get more and more decomposed.
That's creepy, dude.
Yeah.
Wow, you must be super witchy, because that's extreme.
Hey, how are you seeing right now, Star Fox?
I live in the dark. What do you mean?
It's like, did you turn the lights off because you're voiding your bladder?
You are so intelligent. Yeah. Well, I mean, do you want me what do you want me to do? Yes, I have to.
I mean the
You want to watch my face while I urinate?
I didn't say that. But
I'm not shy. I'm right here.
But how did you safely? I don't want you to injure yourself. I don't want you to injure yourself by moving around in that place in the dark. It looks like there's 100 obstacles.
God. No, I hate I don't ever turn on the light unless I'm plucking my eyebrows. Like you don't want to look closely at this place.
Oh my God! What?
It's like a dungeon.
It's like a what?
Oh, hello.
It's like a voodoo dungeon.
Yes, the ladies were missing you, Brendan. Yes.
Wait, well, did y'all see the tin tub?
Show us the tin tub.
The tin roof on it.
Oh yes, show us that.
There's vines growing in from the roof.
Okay.
There was literal vines.
You want to turn on the light?
Actually, not. I'm wiping my coot.
Oh, okay, I understand. My apologies. Yes. How
the living, beyond.
This is as polite as I can be. I mean, y'all want to judge me for being Asian?
Here we are. Look at the corrugated metal roof on the shower, Brendan. It just makes you want to jump in. Cobwebs in the shower.
Yeah.
And vines.
Look,
vines. Vines are going through. Vines are coming through. That's the air vent. Vines are coming through the air vent.
That's the roof. Yeah.
Yeah. And the tin tub.
This guy, don't forget about him.
Oh yeah, the dong. Yeah, the dong doll. It's there we are. Looking good, honey.
I'm not trying to make fun. It's just, what's a girl to do?
Yeah, it's well, move.
The back.
Well,
what I don't understand is who arranged.
I can't wait to see what y'all think when I do. Because look, I got a box right here. I'm just not sure.
box.
There's a box in the box, honey. It's a box. Like, I'll turn the light on if you'll like it, but it actually hurts my little eyes. I hate the light.
Poor dear. It's like, so the box is like, whoa, wait, maybe we're not ready for this.
Speak for yourself. I'm just chilling. You know.
What? Who arranged for all the different color lights? Who arranged for all the different color lights? This was yourself or him over the years?
This place has been this way for years. It was the first time I came here. This room I'm in right now is actually a hoarder's nest where they had like the little walkway to get through, and it was like filing cabinets. So I've known him for like 3 years, and this is probably the 4th time I've lived here and ran away. This is gonna be the 4th time.
4th time she lived here and ran away. Oh my god. And the sunglasses. You're putting on sunglasses in the dark.
The light hurts my eyes. This is horrible lighting. I'm sorry.
Honey, I'm a vampire and I'm not even that sensitive. How did you get like this?
You tell me.
It's because your pupils are pinned.
That little light bulb is just trash. I'm sorry. It's just a shitty light bulb.
Pins and needles for sure.
Yes, oh my god. And the booze! It's like it just appears! How do you do that? It's just like David Copperfield. She pulls it out of her ass.
I don't think it ever fit, honey.
That's fine. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. But I mean...
No.
This place is like...
I mean, that's why people like me, is because it doesn't fit.
Yes.
To be honest.
Understood, I get it. Yes, that's right.
Unlimited supply. Is that a black and mild? What is that?
Yeah.
Unlimited supply.
See, don't make me feel like I'm strange. This is like what I do constantly. It's a Swiffer sweet.
Yeah. The
No,
last.
I mean, let me be clear. I'm not against any of it. It's just, I've been. Let's put it that way.
I'm sorry, like cause my eyes are sensitive.
No, it's like
if you don't see the sun for like 2 years, it hurts.
Yeah,
I mean, I ride through Death Valley and I wear sunglasses.
Yeah, not to mention there's certain recreational narcotics that pin the iris to the point where it's very sensitive. Yeah.
Well, I don't take any drugs.
Honey, in that environment, you don't need to.
Believe me, you need them.
Keeping up the walls.
No. I mean, I wouldn't take them even if they were there. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, I'm not against any drugs. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and like Brent said, you kind of need them in that building. It's like, is that supposed to be like black heads behind you, behind the picture frame? It's like there's shapes of heads with ears and eyebrows and shit.
The mask.
It's like a kabuki mask, dude.
Yeah, you would see that. Yeah, that's a strange one, isn't it? That's one of the most unique things in here, if you ask me. I wonder. I don't fuck around with them because I know they have spirits. I just kind of let them alone. But that thing, yeah, it looks like one of those masks they would do when they switch faces like this.
Yeah.
It looks like
Chinese opera.
Yeah, I just leave it alone. I don't mind him. You let him do his thing.
Oh my god.
We mind our own business.
Brendan, the last time I was speaking to her on the last episode, Star Fox went from cigars to a pipe, which she crushed the butt of the cigar in and then smoked that. And then there were cigarettes as well. So it was cigarettes, cigars, and pipes, all in the same call.
Gotta keep the party going.
Yeah.
Well, you're lucky I don't do drugs. I would do all that too.
I mean, you gotta admit, you use them right down to the last drop.
I'm a conservationist, yes.
That amount of nicotine, I'd be shocked if you weren't on something else. Which I'm not judging.
I'm not. I don't even smoke weed anymore, dude. It's kind of rough, but my life, I'm so in a different world, it seems. I don't need drugs, you know?
Hey,
I really don't.
Where you're at right now, I can understand that. I can buy that.
I don't need anything.
Yes,
I mean, I gotta have my wits about me, or these people are gonna fucking, the second I take my guard down, it's fucking...
Wow. Holy shit.
I gotta be ready. No, I'm not on shit but this beer. It's my, fourth one? Wah. Somebody punished me. I'm 39 years old and I can't have 4 beers. Give me a spanking from the Pope.
Oh my god. Oh my god. But I get it. Kind of. No, I really don't. For Starbucks. It's like you said, you live in the house of 1,000 corpses. The guy killed every hooker who lived in that bordello, buried them out in the backyard. They're fertilizing the vine that's coming through the air vents. And
I wonder what's in that attic. I know something's going on in that attic. He wouldn't let the electricity people run their wires, so something is definitely going on in that attic.
There you go. Like you said, you kind of left the truck driver hanging, and he's the one who says he wants to punish you by taking the bed away, and then you sleep on the floor, right? That's the guy in the Pacific Northwest, right?
Oh, yeah. Just another closet gay.
Yeah.
Skinhead Nazi.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's the older guy, though, right?
Yep.
The truck driver, yes. Who's part of the cult that he hides the TV from his mom.
Yes.
Right. So in terms of, so you feel the Pacific Northwest isn't necessarily a good choice either. But like Bren said, you could come out to San Francisco, put yourself on welfare out here, no problem, and probably get some kind of housing within
I'm such a little small chick. I'm very familiar with the homeless situation all over the country. I would never put myself in that situation.
Good point.
I think it's safer to live with
the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Psychopath. Yes.
I
think 1 person to 1 billion. Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah. What did you say, Brendan?
I said, judging by that house, I would be willing to argue that.
Fair enough. These are different houses. This one's actually at least got some atmosphere. Even if I don't draw attention, I think most people are just a little curious. But
this is like,
out.
You're hanging out in like
in your shed.
No comment.
You don't have to, I know.
Heather Holman says native soil. Heather, come back on.
I'm right here.
These young ladies were relating to each other.
I have to continue on my journey, so Doug, you're on your own.
Oh my God. Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Ladies, say goodbye to Brendan. Send him good wishes so that he stays safe on his journey.
Dreams.
Hare Krishna.
Yes.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Yes. You're in our prayers.
No, we love you. I hope the greatest spirits of your ancestors give you the best of knowledge, darling.
That's right, Brent.
Yes. Get that? And it sounds like you're in good hands, Douglas. Good night.
Love you, Brendan.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, blessing.
Blessings. Okay. That's our dear Brendan Zogi.
My phone went black and it's not working.
You're already being impacted. He's already impacted. Holy shit.
I swear, I'm one of the nicest people I've ever met. Don't let my defense mechanism scare you.
Yeah.
I stand true for my tribe, and y'all are definitely it. So
thank you.
You have nothing to worry about.
Yes. We're one big happy family, like the Mansons.
Great. I'm gonna walk out of this. Don't worry.
Yes, I believe you. You've done it so far a number of times, so you seem to have lived through it all. And that's good. I'm just how do I say it? We have how many hours left, because we were taken down for an hour earlier in the evening. It was pretty intense. Stick shift 1213. World War II. Do you think that Biden will be reelected? missed my discussion about World War II. I mean, earlier, yes. So, by the way, hello to Stick Shift. Give me just a second here. Checking on his channel.
That wasn't a comment, Stick Shift. That's someone's name.
Yes.
Nice, Stick Shift.
Yes, yes. He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Fourth gear it, buddy.
Yeah, and fourth gear, yes. So we'll go back to discussing World War II soon enough. I mean, usually I prefer to have George Knight around so I can make a deal of it. And these two ladies are not necessarily, how would I say it? Not necessarily going to be that interested in World War II. But we had a pretty good discussion to this point, and I can return to.
Do they have a vagina? How presumptuous.
I'm sorry, honey. I mean, like who? With the ladies. Yes, Brooke. Do come on, dear Brooke. Let me call her again, and let's see if I can get some breathing done here. Yes.
See, that's a Nazi comment. You can't speak for a girl. Like, oh, well, they're gonna be. Come on.
Now, you see here, young lady. Let's not start with these kinds of stereotypes.
Well, you could spank me. You're my daddy. I love it.
Yes. See here, young lady. This is not a cam girl discussion that we're holding right now. We're trying to be intellectual.
It's not. I can't help that I love you.
Yeah, I love you too, darling. And of course, I wouldn't put you in an environment like that. Unfortunately, my environment's worse.
Well, I'm here for you too. I know. Me trying to give my weird roommate okay, so if I'm gonna tell someone about you that'll catch someone like that's attention, I keep it very minimum.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the big highlight, right? It's like, well, he, was a librarian for the Department of Defense. He worked with Michael Aquino. Not that they barely remember that word if they didn't meet me. And, if I try to throw in, work in with being actual soldier for, what was it? I'm tripping up, like, Vietnam. And that whole situation, like I didn't even break that down.
Yeah. But I'm glad glad you tried to share news about me.
They just don't. They'll never. The thing is, like, no matter what I say.
Yeah, right, Douglas.
How was your tour in Vietnam? How was your kill rate?
No. She means that she was trying to Yeah, what was that, Heather, again? I'm sorry.
I said, were you in the Gulf War in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah. Why? I'm sorry. Yeah.
I didn't
I
think it
was
was
talking
Vietnam.
about
I
Vietnam.
really
Yeah, I was talking about Vietnam.
Yeah. Okay, so that's where you made a mistake, is what you're saying, right, Star Fox?
No, I said Vietnam.
No, I mean, but why? Why did you say Vietnam? Because you picture me as...
Weren't you doing drag as an undercover soldier in Vietnam?
Okay, now I get it. Okay, so what happened was after the Vietnams united and became the third largest communist nation on earth in terms of both their demography, their population base, and their military at that time, then what happened was the potential was there for infiltration. The desire was that they needed Asian spies, and there were very few that America had. And I was given an opportunity to conduct some training for infiltration into Vietnam, and a dossier was created in which I was 10 years older than I biologically am. And,
God will forgive me for not knowing all that.
Oh, no worries. And so what happened was that I was much younger, and the thought was...
I love that, but I would never try to... I don't want people to,
I never, of course, practiced, entered the field as a field agent, but I received some basic training in that regard. Yes, and so I thank you for that, for remembering that. You're incredible.
It means a lot to me. I find that amazing. I mean, I try putting myself in your shoes when I picture that. I think that's fucking amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
it really is.
It was one of the stupidest things in my life to even think about, and thank God it never happened. But I did go through. I did receive my only alter. I have only one alter who speaks fluent Vietnamese, and it is now compartmentalized. Or the alter as a person is now. I shouldn't say it. The alter as a person is compartmentalized now. But so I do have a compartmentalized personality, but I've got just one. Heather's, she's got
that you know about.
That's cute. Yes, I mean, believe me, I'm not bothered by that, but I see no reason for any others.
That's what I thought. That's me too. Like that's the nature of all of that, right? It's where if you have MK Ultra Monarch stuff, there's definitely several.
Well, yes, but go on.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't a product.
I know that you were at least acknowledged about that. That's why I brought it up the other day. Because, most people, if I tell them anything about my childhood and not remembering crap and the pedophilia and my dad working, blah, 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 you just break it down, you hit the highlight, and it's just so much easier to go, well, I don't believe any of it.
I don't remember the pedophilia from our latest episode. Before tonight's, tell me about the pedophilia.
I figured brought in when I brought up the emirate rights and monarch. I really tried to avoid using that word, but I felt like that was part of it. So yes, I don't like to talk about that because it just draws the wrong attention, right? So. You don't say that, but it's always that, right?
It does seem to make a lot of sense. It makes sense now. It does make sense to me. You're hypersexualized to a degree in that you're comfortable, sex positive, in that you've done.
Really, it really is. I'm not comfortable. It's very impulsive.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just like, my satanic boyfriend in Denver did I asked him to do hypnosis on me, and I didn't give him any specifics about it, but one of the specific things on acid, which I did do drugs at that moment, was a few years ago, and he did some hypnosis I requested, and it was one of the things he highlighted was for, how do you call it? I can't think of the word.
Those lights change. Those lights actually change behind you. They change.
What's the word when you're comfortable being naked? There's a word for that. I can't think of it right now.
Comfortable being naked. The word to describe that.
There's a word.
In shape.
I can't think of it, but it was specifically for being comfortable naked, which I wasn't before at all. I really, really wasn't. So it must have worked pretty good.
Well, at what age did you become comfortable being naked?
Well, gosh, I was just 3 years ago. I was probably like 36. And I still look the same as I did when I was 13. So what's the fucking difference?
That explains the success with the cam. Yes, that does sell the childlike look. Yes.
Exactly. That's all anyone would ever say is like, it was on that level. So that kind of fucked my head up, and that's why I don't do it anymore. Because
I like what Heather. I like what Heather enters. She wrote, "The word is nude."
Please.
She wrote, "The word is nude. Comfortable being naked."
Yeah, there's a word for
it's not nude.
Of or something. It's there's a specific word for being comfortable naked, and that was. I can't believe I can't remember it.
Oh my god, why am I so sleepy? Tonight started off weird, and I may not last the night, and I may go to bed early. And I swear to God, Star Fox is putting me in a psychedelic dream state where
I have that reaction. I'm sorry.
It's not unpleasant. It's
my
just,
stupid voice. It's the way I sound. Sorry.
Oh, that's cute. Heather, rather than entering things via the keyboard, come on the call. Your voice. It'll help maybe balance me. Oh, I feel like I'm entering the dream world with Star Fox.
You are, Douglas. You're getting very sleepy.
Oh. Oh, you guys.
Sure,
I haven't even thought of the word for naked. Everyone get on camera naked.
It kills the bandwidth, actually. It'll fry my phone, and this is my backup phone, so I can't do that right now. I would.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, I would, but I can't. It'll just ruin my phone, like it ruined the last one.
I'm suddenly feeling gay.
That's cute. Adorable.
You're funny.
So glad the two of you ladies are getting
you're
along.
36 years old.
I'm not even joking.
Okay, I'm going to respond to Stick Shift here. Please, ladies, continue.
Who's Stick Bug?
Stick Shift. Stick Shift, darling.
Who's that?
He's a gentleman in the chat.
Oh my god.
Okay. Bring him on.
He appears to be an African American from his
Two
icon.
girls, one stick shift.
That's right. Yeah, there now, Stick Shift. Look what you done. Yes, a most.
Oh my god, I'm blushing. I'm like triggered. I can't think of that word. I'm so serene.
No worries. No one else can either. No worries.
Ow. Girl. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'm usually pretty good at vocabulary, but I'm at a loss for words. Nude.
It's a fancy word for being comfortably nude. You're onto it. I'm just can't think of it. It's not really part of my natural vocabulary. It's part of my hypnosis.
Lascivious?
No.
It's fancy like that, but not quite.
I do not know.
It's sort of like all the old gay people in Florida, where they're like totally not sexy, but it's like, oh, we're super
queer. You mean queer?
No, it's not clear. This is almost like Troy and Nemo arguing over the whole Nazi nigger trip. It's not necessarily something that's productive. Uninhibited. Brendan came up with lack of inhibitions. Uninhibited. That's one word for it. How's that? Uninhibited.
I can't believe with all the whole world, none of us could think of it.
That's not it?
Oh. Narco, whatever. That's ridiculous. No, it's I'd hate to ask Google. I'll send it when I get off. I don't can I even Google while I do this? I don't know. It's something like exhibitionism, but not exhibitionism. It's a certain word for nudity with exhibitionism.
Then he wrote exhibitionist. She just said it's not.
I think it is exhibitionist.
No.
Maybe that isn't.
No, that's beyond comfortable. That means that you're showing off.
Well, I think that's the word I'm looking for.
By the way,
Maybe I accidentally just used it.
No worries.
I think it is exhibitionist.
I don't mean for my tone of voice to sound sharp. I'm just trying to keep myself awake.
Please fuss me. Please. You could never hurt my feelings.
Oh, no worries, darling. It's just that I'm trying to get... For some reason, I've never felt this sleepy in a while. Whether it's the hypnotic effect of the lights in your place or what.
That's how I've been for weeks. I'm sorry. There's just some government tone to it. They don't want you to talk to me. Spiritual, dude. It's the magic. Push through, baby. Push through. This has been what I'm going through.
Oh, now Heather, just talk.
I've never been this tired in my life. I understand.
Douglas, go ahead and take the rest of tonight off. She said.
I was gonna say you might as well just go ahead and take the rest of the night off. It's fine.
You're tempting me. You're tempting me.
Heather, or do a cute little, we'll do a little, oh my god, my ears are ringing in the left ear, like the spirit's like, ding. Maybe me and Heather can have a little montage.
Yeah, I mean, the
Montage,
two of you,
or-
well, she means ménage à trois, meaning like three of us together.
Lascivious is a crime. Yes, being lascivious is a crime.
What?
That was me flirting, being stupid.
No, that's fine.
No,
Heather knows that.
I'm having a debate with Vinny. He's trying to help me think of the right word too.
Yeah.
I'm not a good
participating.
Yeah. How is
I'm
Vinny?
not a good
No worries. No wait. How's Vinny even awake?
We're right here. Well, how can he not be awake listening to me?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Vinny. I'm so half asleep. What did you just say?
I just said, hey, how's it going?
Oh.
There is lascivious in the penal code, but it's just overtly sexual. But an example would be like a lewd or rude behavior with an underage person would be in the penal code as lascivious behavior.
Understood. Thank you so much for that. And look, Vinny, you have no idea how glad I am to have you here. I'm sorry. Who just said what?
Is that the right word?
Yeah. No, it's not the right word you were looking for. As Vinny and Heather have ascertained, it's more of a legal term. And yes. And so when it comes to the situation that we're all in right now, Vinny, for some reason, I've never felt this sleepy before at this hour. And it's just Star Fox has got these, if you can look at your camera, look at those lights. I mean, they just keep changing subtly. It's very bizarre, and it's having this hypnotic effect on me.
Oh, I'm not doing nothing. This is what I do whether you're here or not. I'm sorry.
So it's sort of what Trazodone does to me then?
Yeah, I guess. And you could share some of that with me. Yeah, at any rate, I am like, it's like somehow that combined with Starfire putting herself in the silhouette, it just is, it's maddeningly vague enough where my mind, and then she's got the cigar. You can see the cigar. It's kind of like...
now we're going back to the Clinton days.
Yes, that's it. Monica Lewinsky.
I did not have sex with that woman.
Yes. Yeah, he was pointing at Hillary when he said that.
Oh God, I'll put the damn light on. That hurts my fucking eyes. Jesus Christ.
For some reason, it helps keep me awake. Yes, I mean... you are in an environment where some of the lights behind you look like a rotisserie chicken display. It is like they were meant to cook people.
No wonder I sleep during the day. I'm being cooked.
Yes, and she says she does that in the Pacific Northwest as well. And the beers, where do you pull those out from? You're not even near a fridge. It's like they come out of thin fucking air.
It's like that episode of Seinfeld where Kramer has that thing in his house that's like...
Same beer. It takes me an hour to drink a beer, dude. It's the same beer.
and you behave like this on just one.
No, this is number 3 or 4.
Yes.
Oh my.
So you're pulling them out of somewhere. They're
These
not
are the weak ones, dude. This is me not on my...
Weak ones? It's IPA!
Kidding you?
Whatever the fuck it is, I wish I had it.
Well, I'm not drinking tequila.
Oh.
I'm adamantly, whatever.
But by the way, thank you for putting yourself back on camera under the light. But Brendan, I wanted to tell you, thank God you're back. I was just thinking the other day about if Brandon Young, you know who just died? That Seinfeld comedian who just died was the one who got in so much trouble. Who's the one with the wild hair? The Seinfeld comedian that just died?
Kramer.
Oh, he's so cute.
Kramer?
Oh,
Kramer.
Yeah.
So remember Kramer was on stage. Yeah, remember he was on stage.
Wait, he died? When?
just like days ago.
From lascivious behavior, probably.
He wishes. He fucking wishes. Yeah. So Kramer died. Yeah. Let's take a look. Kramer, Seinfeld died February 2nd, 2024. Wayne Kramer? No, they give me the guitarist. No, it's Kramer Seinfeld.
He's still alive. Michael Richards is still alive.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Kramer Seinfeld. Oh, unfortunately then. Yes, okay. So I guess I saw...
his career died when he went off on that.
Yeah, that's the point. He he was in the stand.
Well, he's like the only person that's done that like, I don't know how to explain it, but he like actually had to like I don't know how to say this nicely. It's just, he was like, now he like kowtows and just is he's so apologetic that it's like, it's strange.
Yeah, it's not funny.
Amen. Amen to that.
For someone of that lineage, they don't normally do that.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think like the people with the show had like they basically forced all their cards on him.
Yeah, that was true.
Yeah.
So he's the
Imagine
opposite of
working under Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah. I can't imagine.
I mean, he wasn't literally half as funny as Kramer. He probably was.
Well, he made the show funny.
He was hilarious.
Nihilism is its own special thing, you know.
But that's what the joke I was saying is. It's that one episode where Kramer gets that chicken light in his house. And everyone wonders why his house is glowing red. That's what your house looks like.
I watch Frasier every day of the week.
On his face.
I hate Seinfeld. I'm a Frasier girl, man. I watch Frasier every day.
These are old. These are old.
I'm a horrible person.
These are like.
I'm a horrible person.
Good. I think he was classy.
So.
He's a lying piece of shit. The only time he tells the truth is when it doesn't interest his stupid ego. He's retarded. It's funny.
Okay.
He was a psychologist.
Yes.
My bunny loves it. I'm trying to understand, how does this little bunny, like, do you understand what's going on? Like, she watches this with me every night. That's what we go to bed to.
Yeah, she's like a witch's familiar. Yes. So, Brendan, so I was just thinking, if Brandon Young were up there on that comedy club stage like Kramer was, he would have been telling unfunny jokes until finally two guys, probably black, because they just couldn't stand any more of the shit, would just finally say, hey, you ain't funny, man. You ain't funny. And I can't imagine how Brandon Young would respond.
That's basically what happened to Michael Richards.
Yeah.
If you watch the video.
Yeah. That's what happened.
They were like, hey, fuck you, man. I paid for this whack shit. And that's when he went off.
Yeah. Then he started using the expletive that Troy hates so much. Yeah. And then the black guys just left. I think Brandon Young, they would have jumped on stage and beat him to hell. There we go.
He would have said some crazy joke and thought it was funny.
That's right, because
there'd be like no applause.
Now, doesn't this look like she's outside in a town square? I mean, honey, if you move back just a few feet back.
Very bizarre.
Yeah, and it looked like it. So I like the hat. Thank you. That'll protect you. That'll shade you from all the light that's blinding you.
Your wardrobe's very dark.
Yes. And so honey, just move back a little bit, and then we get that town square effect. It's like so.
I'm on a couch. I can't.
Do you know what this is like? This is like the Blair Witch Project. It's like
oh god.
It's found footage effect.
At that point, I want to say thank you, Douglas and friends. I'm going back to train some AI.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we love you dearly, Vinny. Stay safe and be well.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Semper Fidelis.
Sorry, my eyes do hurt quite literally. I need this. This is not even my hat. It's just my eyes.
Yeah. I mean, well, is it the hat from the last girl that he buried, or is it?
I think it was his dead father's hat.
This is like what I would imagine Brooke's future being like.
His dead father's hat.
I mean, it's a nice wardrobe.
Yes, and
going on.
Yes, and this is a pipe.
Was that a pipe? What was that? Yeah. What the heck?
These are a pile of sunglasses, people. I know y'all think I'm about to smoke crack.
Well, in the by the position of the camera, we were hoping it was a dildo, but it was.
Well, those are in the other room.
Yes, and so aside from all of that, honestly, it's just hypnotic. For those of you who can't see this, it's just a hypnotic effect, and it like.
I'm not trying to be hypnotic. Like literally, the light is literally hurting my eyes so much. I'm wearing a dead man's hat, which I don't normally agree with.
Okay.
Give me
Yes.
like
Is that like a real
glasses,
person item? Like you can't wear a dead man's hat or something? Is that like a real thing?
You are spiritual enough. I think you know the answer to that. Like, I think it's about the shoes for sure you don't wear, but why would you want to wear a dead man's hat?
Oh, that's right. Dead man shoes. You don't wear a dead man's
You know?
Yeah.
You don't want to wear. That's fucking not really what I'm going for. But it's the glasses aren't working, and it really does hurt my eyes.
It's yeah. I'm speechless. Okay, and the constant booze. It's like I'm envious. You know, I hold off till after transmission's over, and you're just making me envious. It's like that's maybe what's got me sleepy is your
Don't make me flash you. No one else can see. Could I show you my boobs and not get canceled?
Won't be the first time, and I don't mind. Yeah, well, we've yeah.
You're gonna cancel.
All right. Okay, so there is something there. Okay.
I know the hormones are working.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Yeah, Troy and Nemo, they missed out.
Cool, man. It's cool.
Yeah, Troy and Nemo missed out on this. Yeah. See, you guys are busy arguing politics, and we're here for what's really important. Yes.
I don't argue. I know better than to argue. I listen to men. I mean, I'm a very submissive type woman, but you just gotta be smarter than Ada. Put me in my place sometimes, which all of you are. So, you know, sometimes she gets weird.
Yes. So Nemo has joined us, and he finally we know what brought him on. We know what brought him on.
Nemo joined immediately.
Yes. Yes.
Well, I heard you talking about Kramer about him dying, but
Oh my!
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
The irony is palpable. It's funny.
yeah, because I've watched a lot of Kramer's content, like his comedy, stand-up shit, and yeah,
I
at
totally
the Laugh
forgot
Fac-
about that whole issue.
Yeah.
What
At
happened?
the Laugh Factory, he
You
had
went
full.
to bed,
he-
British boy. Is this British guy from earlier? You went. I thought you went.
He's
Is this
Australian.
He's
British
from
guy?
Australia.
Someone fucking with me.
Yeah, Michael Richards, he had a full-on nervous breakdown
You're
on that
turning
stat.
me
He
on.
didn't know how to handle bombing because he's not
Don't
really. He's
talk about
primarily not a.
handle. You guys.
No, he's not a stage actor. No,
You
stage
know,
comedian.
sexy.
Right.
He's not
No.
primarily a stand-up comedian himself, so
No,
he just
you're
sucks
being-
at that.
That.
And
Oh,
that was the, you know, it was funny. That was the
handle
only part.
stuff. You guys, I'm gonna have to hold my mouth shut.
The only funny part of that moment at the Laugh Factory was when he was actually going on that racial rant. That was when I started laughing because all his jokes before were terrible.
Thank
and
you.
then the black fella's like, "You're not even funny anymore.
Yeah.
You're a has-been," and all that shit.
Yeah.
And he just gave up and whatever, and he walks away. If I was in the crowd, I'll
as an excuse, he was like, "That was
Yeah.
my joke. That was the bit."
Yeah.
At first, he tried to do that, and they like straight destroyed his career for that.
Yeah.
And everyone's acting shocked over that. Like they've heard worse from other comedians, and they're just exploring that shit.
It's true.
Yeah, that was a funny moment though. If I was in the crowd, I would have been the only guy actually applauding him and saying, "Keep going, keep going."
I get
You could
it.
hear people laughing in the video if you listen.
Oh, yeah, some people are. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when they start to laugh. Like you said, the rest of it was a bomb until that point. Not that was intrinsically funny in and of itself. It was simply it was
whole moment.
yeah,
The
it was
whole moment.
yeah, funny in culmination as a climax to how boring everything else was. That's something stupid Brandon Young would do. Would be something totally stupid like that, where in the end he'd just have to melt down and go into expletives.
But Kramer at least has some execution. He has the body language to go with
Thank you.
that
You're
made it
so
funny.
right. You're so right. Brandon Young would never have that. He would never.
He would just be like a monotonal, standing still, not really giving off any humorous body language.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I'm giving off some body language, honey.
Oh,
my
yes. Oh, here we are. Yes.
Yeah, show us your entire body.
Yes. Well,
No. Ugh.
He's pretty upfront about it.
yes. Yes.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
Michael-
I just getting a little hot
yes,
down
we'll,
here down
we'll,
south.
yes,
Mark,
yes.
yeah.
We'll stop.
Mark.
We'll stop talking over you at the point. At this point, yes. And believe me, we didn't mean you any disrespect, dear Starfire, when we were speaking over you.
Disrespect me, honey.
It's just that if we lose
I
track
know
of
the
our
name
thoughts,
of
we
the
lose them
game I
forever.
walked into.
Yeah.
See, Brooke was a mistress at that. Brooke would be able to make us lose our thoughts, and we'd never get them back. Then she'd complain that we
Yeah.
never reached our point.
I was more worried about British guy who had to tap out for tea.
Yes, that's right,
I
John.
mean, I really wanted to chit-chat a doodle, but, you know, I think
Oh, you're
he...
talking about George.
If there's anything I know about, I've lost a few UK friends. The only ones that really like me are shamans that talk to fairies. Anyone that, and they're straight punks. They're like, hey, do you like my punk pins on my leather shirt? And I'm like, you look like a fucking retard.
Yes.
And they can't handle it. I'm like, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
like you do.
Honey, what
Like,
is
I'm
that
sorry.
behind you? Behind you to your right, behind your right shoulder? Is that a monitor? Is that like a mini monitor up there on the in that?
Aquarium?
There's a guitar.
No. It was
It's like
that,
an aquarium or something.
It
There's
looked
an
like it could be an
organ.
aquarium, but it was like, no, there with the ghost. Above the ghost, it's like a security
That's
monitor.
A mirror. It's a mirror. And
No,
a
it's
security
got different. It's got different.
Yeah.
You please get closer to it. The ghost. Get closer to the ghost, please. I need to know what that
Okay,
is.
so- okay, I'm sorry I can't flip my cam good enough, but
we
this
are.
is where
That above
Sasquatch-
the ghost's head. What is that? It's a security cam. It's a security
Duh.
cam. That's what's going on outside your home.
Yeah. There's banana trees, all that voodoo shit that I just learned about, that bananas are voodoo.
But there
That's
was something
outside
on the
my
monitor
window.
that was on the camera.
Well, did you
It's
see
like cycling
Sasquatch?
through the outdoor cameras, Douglas, like security style.
Well, duh, dude.
That's
You
my
put one
security
on my
training.
window.
That's my security training. Well, that's.
I'm not worried about much these days.
Oh.
Getting dark in there.
Yeah, it went dark again. It's so.
Okay. So, whatever, while I pee,
Yeah,
let me
that's-
take my hat off like a gentleman.
Yeah, Brooke didn't mind. At any rate, we don't mind either. Such being said.
I saw in a
Funny.
latest video she put crystals on her black bunny for some reason.
I did that.
Yeah.
Was
Why
that
did you
me?
put crystals on them?
Well, because I share everything with my bunny. Anything I buy for me, I share with her. She's just so smart and spoiled, and we live a modest life, so it's just my way. I try to.
Tell Brendan about your boyfriend took the patch of hair off your rabbit. Tell Brendan that your boyfriend took the patch of hair
I
off.
don't have a fucking boyfriend.
Oh,
yet. My roommate.
the creature in the house with you. the creature
So
who.
this thing right here,
Yeah.
I measure, I tried to get close to her to see if that was the right shape, and it does seem appropriate. Yes.
He took
somebody
that and he
nicked
shaved.
it.
Yeah, he nicked a triangle of hair out of her so he could put a binding spell on you.
Somebody probably paid for that fur.
Yeah. Well, he was.
It's not a. You see my little face? This is not a joke. No.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
She will not have nothing to do with him now. She's like, She would give him love before and run on his feet and try to be nice. And since that happened, she's like,
I don't blame her. Yes.
yeah, she's super fuck you.
Yeah.
She checks on me. She's so protective.
Definitely
It's
a magical
amazing.
item.
It's crazy.
Yes. Thank you.
You could buy it on Etsy for $20.
I would
Rabbit fur.
kill anyone that asked for that fur. That was their way of trying to piss me
Sounds like I
off.
should start breeding rabbits and selling their fur.
Yes.
Sounds harmless
Well,
enough.
most people breed them to eat them. That would be less
Yeah, I wouldn't eat a
horrible.
rabbit. I heard that's like, I mean, you gotta be pretty desperate, like French people.
I mean, they eat snails and
pandemonium.
frogs.
Yeah, frogs and snails and shit. Yeah.
I've eaten alligator and rabbit, but I refuse to eat a deer.
Yeah. Why?
I guess well, I don't know why I ate the rabbit, but I guess because Bambi, man, that show must have fucked my head up. I don't know.
Oh, probably something to do with your MK Ultra programming. That's your version of the
Right?
White Rabbit.
Well, now it's Black Rabbit. I've spent a few years reprogramming my own brain, and that's the only thing that.
No, I mean, why you want to eat the deer? Why you want to eat the deer? That was the trigger. Like, the White Rabbit is traditionally the trigger. That's what it was with Christine Joanna Hart. But it does.
But I ate the rabbit.
Yeah, well,
I've eaten
that's
rabbit.
it. Since that helped you overcome that. But then again, you can't eat deer. So deer is your trigger, or your like totemic animal that was assigned.
I think this is the more I learn about super deep dark magic, seems like, I mean, even if it's not even other people's witchcraft, the deer themselves are the witches.
Right.
I've seen pictures, sort of like Bigfoot, where there's pictures of deers making two heads. I think the deer are doing something special, and I'm not willing to cross that road.
It's an unfair assessment on the deer, honestly.
So, honey, what
I've seen it.
What brand of IPA is that?
Damn, Doug, you're an alcoholic.
I've been an alcoholic for a long time.
He's talking to me.
I'm better than a lot of...
he's accusing me, honey.
Tell you what, you lock me and me in a room and watch the next thing. We'll make a lot of money.
Yeah, we'll do that, baby.
That's not an insult. It's just the truth.
Yes.
Everyone else is married, right? So me and him could talk that way.
Yes, that's right.
Sure.
Yeah. And have a few more of those, and I won't even need to bother trying to play seductive. Yes.
Well, I have a crush on you.
Thank you, honey.
Not a secret.
Yes. Well, I love you too. And so let me just do some...
Doug,
Yeah?
you're saying you're like feeling tired and sleepy. I was going to say you could talk about Netanyahu and they'll fire you up and keep you awake.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. No, you know what would fire me up and keep me awake would be that chick Christina saying, yeah, you have to go back thousands of years. When I said, what do you think of the Palestine situation? Yeah, thousands of years you got to go back. Yeah, right. No.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Was bonkers.
Yes. Yeah, it was just crap.
Did she really say that?
Oh, God, yeah. Oh. Amongst so many other things. She packed
that was one of the worst parts, believe it or not.
Yeah. She packed a lot into what seemed like maybe 1 hour, 2 hours. How long was it? Jesus, it left us scarred for life.
Yeah, it was a good hour or two.
Yeah, and it felt like 2 years.
I let her talk that long? Fuck. I'm already flattered you let me talk that long. You let someone do that, and I'm a little bit sure.
Jesus Christ! Did I do that? Okay. Did I mute her by accident? Did I do that? I don't think I did that. Did I?
I didn't notice.
Okay.
It wasn't me.
Okay. Well, I'll here we are. Let's see.
Just ask her to unmute. She can unmute herself.
Oh, okay. You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, unmute.
Yeah. Unmute yourself. I didn't intend to mute you. I assure you. I was moving my. There we are. Okay, there we are.
It was nature. That was me peeing. I'm sorry. I was trying to be.
Peeing.
But
You're not on the toilet.
Yay!
Oh, okay. Okay. It's yeah. But as so you notice it, Nemo. The lights are changing in back of her. The lights actually. Yeah, and it's hypnotic, and it's like. Imagine living there in that home. It's
just like a gaming computer with RGB lights.
Yes, that's it. It's like she's in an arcade, 24 hours a day. Oh my fucking God! And she's like,
the colors can alter your mood though, but they're constantly changing. So that could probably have a psychological effect on your and your emotions.
Actually, it has more of a psychological effect on the people trying to kill me, because I'm really not associated with anyone ever in my life. Because everyone around me literally is trying to kill me, and I'm not supposed to ever ascend to something that I'm not supposed to know about. So this is kind of fun. This is a break, right? I get to keep my skin pale and white. It's 112 degrees outside with 12% UVA. Everyone else is going to bake into a burnt piece of crisp and die prematurely. Meanwhile, I'll look like the Queen of fucking England.
You still need at least like half an hour or an hour under the sun. Not a lot, just a bit of sun.
Yeah.
I couldn't care less.
Or take vitamin
really
D. Do you take vitamin D? And
well, I tend to eat healthy. Sometimes I do it. I do try to walk outside about 10 minutes a day when I know the sun's not doing solar flares. But it's been doing that for weeks now. And being right here, yeah. I mean, unless I go outside at 6 o'clock at night, you're going to get cancer sun. And I'm a redhead.
Do you have heliophobia?
Heliophobia means fear of the sun.
I'm the healthiest person I've ever met in my life. I've been a vegetarian for 23 years. I work out, I do yoga, I meditate, and I don't put up with humans. I'm very healthy.
Nice. I was just asking if you have a legitimate fear of the sun.
No, it just hurts my little pale skin.
Right, like Michael Jackson.
No. If I had $1 billion to be black, maybe I'd go that.
Well, yeah, your career
Nothing's
wouldn't
wrong
go
with
well.
being black.
No, because Michael Jackson couldn't be under the sun after he got his
bleaching
skin surgery.
Yeah,
he was probably on medication.
I don't know if the procedure is actually bleaching.
You know, you being in Australia, you know about the heat just as much as me here in South Louisiana, honey.
Yeah, it's like hell over here.
Would you? How long would you
join me?
stand in the sun?
As long as I
would.
can.
I would actually. If you want to go look, if we go hang out in Australia, darling, I want to go to the deepest part to the desert where no man roams.
Right, and we'll get eaten by dingoes.
No, we won't get eaten by dingoes. We can hire a let's dream big, honey. I want rocks. I just want to look for rocks. Come on now.
You can find some in your backyard.
No, I live in a delta of stuff. No.
Well, in Australia, those people who live underground, they pull opals out of their fucking walls and shit. Those are the old mining communities in Australia.
Redhead, from what I hear, unless you understand that the Aboriginals, unless they're from Persia, maybe I'm just a redheaded Nephilim. I don't know. Where did those little redheads come from?
You're probably of Scottish or Irish descent.
Yes.
Well, exactly.
And
I'm not sure if that's yes and no, or spit on me, or if you want to bang me or not. I don't know.
Yeah, there we are.
Redheaded people are usually
spit on you.
Redheaded people are usually of Irish or Scottish descent. Celtic blood.
Bloodline, Mick Harry was the indigenous people on the Isle of Scotland before Louis the whatever invaded. Yes, I'm an indigenous folk.
Yeah.
We were there before white people invaded.
The Scots, you mean? Yeah, I mean, it's a good way of looking at it. There are indigenous European peoples, but actually the indigenous peoples would more have been the Fae, or the Fae folk. Heather's returned, speaking of Fae folk. Yes, hello, honey.
Yeah, we're talking about going to Samoa, actually.
Oh, wow. And what brings...
Tasmania. It depends.
Yeah. Wait, what did you say? Or Tasmania? You said?
Yeah, he said that.
Okay. Okay. Well,
I've been
cool.
to Australia a couple times.
Vinny's been all around the world. He's ran with bulls. Nandi.
Oh my
Definitely
God.
go to Pacific
I have a
Islands.
couple of
Not
friends, and they say Samoa is the place to vacation if you're going to head that way.
Wow. Yeah, I mean,
Also, a
Yes.
place to
America-
get teeth done and
Go to American
cosmetic surgery.
Samoa first.
yeah.
Samoa is the poor man's Hawaii.
Australia. You ever
Exactly.
heard of
And I'm a poor man.
There we
in
go.
Macquarie? Would you say it Macquarie or Macquarie?
Macari.
That's my last name. Macquarie though with a C, but it's all the same.
Don't dox yourself
So-
on it.
Yes.
She's definitely
Yeah,
are.
my name's Joe Smith. I've got to go again.
Joseph Smith.
Oh,
My family was supposedly pushed by the British Isles to go settle Australia. You think I care about that as a Native American? This is all an atrocity.
but how do you leap from one?
Just go look it up on heritage.com. Just go look up my name.
So this is like 23andMe without paying anything. You just look up the
Well,
name
that's
online. That's cool.
Secret. This is the whole thing we've always talked about. It's a big secret. No one will tell me the truth. For all I know, I'm a fucking alien, really.
Sometimes
a lot
it's just better. Some things it's just better that you just don't know.
Yes, yes.
Well,
But
I do know exactly because the spirits are very upset at these people, you see.
Mhm.
They're very mad. This is fortunately their ultimate karma. And it's going to continue to rise to a head, you know. Gonna be funny. The next few years will be quite annoying, in my opinion.
well,
Only
you've got that right. Yes, we're in for a really rough time. So, but I'm really glad that we were rejoined by Heather and Vinny and Brendan and Nemo, and certainly all of you could help me decide
I'm
whether.
not trying to be sassy, y'all. I'm just being honest. Like, this is really how I think. I'm not trying to be turbulent or combative. I feel like if anyone understands, y'all can. You could disagree. Donkey style Mexico, whatever.
Well, is that what you said, Heather? Did you say donkey?
Isn't that what she said? Is donkeys?
Yeah.
I wish I said donkey.
I don't think she
I
did.
really
No.
wish I did.
Yeah.
I wish I did. I really wish I did.
Yeah, but such being said, I should decide now whether I should go into a form of a monologue, perhaps just simply answering Heather's question that she asked earlier. Anyhow, Douglas, you can take personal time and still get paid. And,
I'm sure.
oh, believe me, I'll consider it. It is one of those months in which, I'll be hurting at the end of the month more than likely, so I'm trying to earn some pay. And we do have a good number of concurrent viewers. I should honor them and respect them. They did come after we were knocked off air, after all. Damn, when she smokes. God damn, when you light that up. That stogie, that's incredible. I mean, just the smoking and the drinking. You started off young. It's like had something to do with the MK Ultra. It had to. Where'd you pick up the habit? The smoking.
Oh, I'm raised by Sicilians, and my
Oh my god.
mom taught me how to smoke a cigar appropriately.
Oh.
And when we watch the old world classic films, nothing's more beautiful than a lady sometimes, not like I'm doing, like a man, but when a lady sometimes smoke a cigar, it's beautiful. I know I'm pushing it and I'm acting like a man, but I have patches trying to quit smoking cigarettes.
It's more suitable for a woman to smoke a cigar because it's symbolic of sucking a big brown dick.
Well, it better be pretty.
That
See Arnold Schwarzenegger always smoking them, showing off. Oh, look at me on the stogie. He's just like sucking a big brown dick.
This
That's all I
is
say.
this is a cigarello. This is a baby cigar.
oh,
Yeah, it's a slim one. Yeah, I used to smoke them.
oh my goodness. Okay, so let me stretch, see if I can build up the energy here to dive into monologue. And
Who's replacing Joe Biden? Kamala Harris or
I would prefer that it be the governor of our golden state of California, Gavin Newsom, myself.
Who's in line for replacing him? Is that official at all?
It's a good question. I don't know. I think that most people think logically Kamala Harris because she's the vice presidential, but
exactly.
Her chance.
Other people reckon Michelle Obama might, but I don't know about that.
No, I don't think.
I wouldn't care, but I'd laugh my ass off if that happened.
Well, I mean, it's Kamala Harris and Michelle Obama are essentially the same thing in the public's eye. I mean, in popular.
One of them has a giant dick.
V would say that, yes. Our, Lady V in the chat would say that, yes. Who sometimes comes on she insists that Michelle Obama is
a popular meme.
Yeah, is a man. And, all I can say.
But all men are women.
I wouldn't even care. It's just funny.
That's don't you think that's not even my business? I don't think.
As to whether they're
all men are women, you can't say that.
Yeah, it's like if you want me to know something about you, I'm sure that it'll be heard.
Right.
That's what y'all made us think. All men are women.
Understood. So with this all men are women trope, what exactly? Not that I'm taking any offense. I'm just curious. What exactly are you saying when you say that?
Who?
Yeah, Starfire.
Oh, Spock.
When she says all men are women.
Well, I'm throwing fucking flame on the fire. I just like a good argument when it comes to it.
Right. Understood.
I grew up in the gay community of New Orleans. I lost my virginity to a homosexual. I took many a homosexual's virginity.
Nice.
So this is a prevalent argument to me that, when people call me homophobic, it's the ultimate insult because it's like, well, you don't fucking know me. So, it's something I don't feel like it's none of my business.
Anti-gay agenda.
I don't.
Yeah, like trying to program gays to become straight.
Well, it's almost the same as people saying, well, my body, my choice. I don't agree with that, but it's still none of my business. Because, it's if you want to cut your dick off and be a girl, fine. If you, I don't know. Right. I just keep my nose out of it.
Well, so I want a bit of a dialogue here before I even consider diving into monologue myself. Go ahead, Heather. Respond to that. No, it's not. It's not. Yeah. So go on, Heather. Continue that thought.
Well, I just have my personal opinion. It's just an opinion about that, and I'm not even one to talk. I'll just say that.
Douglas, I have a question though.
Of course.
I heard you earlier talking about religion and the woman God. And is the Mother of Christ actually live in Vietnam and have 3 million followers? Do you know anything about that church?
No, now the church I'm most familiar with in Vietnam.
It's the mother.
Would be the Cao Dai Church, and that doesn't sound like that. This sounds like something.
It's something else.
Right, definitely something else.
3 million members.
There's 3 million members, and the god of the church is this Korean.
A Korean, a 70-year-old woman.
74-year-old woman.
It sounds like a schism from the Reverend Moon Church. Like this woman just decided she was going to start her own empire. Yeah, it sounds like. It sounds like nasty shit. When these cults like get going, I'm amazed. So how do the communists tolerate it? The communists just kind of like,
what a question.
Yeah, I mean,
get the American money.
Americans.
It's $48,000 to visit the Christ Mother every week to make the pilgrimage.
Yeah, it's good. Good point. No, it's a good point. That makes sense. I mean, obviously the Communist Party of Vietnam operates on a different frame of mind than the communists in China.
They're asking from being homosexual and in the closet. That's that's why everything's shammed. They know they like little boys, and that's where it all comes down to a head. Right?
So
I gotta go.
Understood. Well, Vinny,
I tried to change the subject for you, brother.
It's okay. I'll see if I can dive into monologue. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Vinny. Semper Fidelis. Yes, always faithful. He tried, and is
that Heather's spouse?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so
I don't mean to cut you off, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. I really am. But
well, I adore you. Have a blessed night. Love you dearly. And so what we'll do, honey, is I'll dive into monologue answering Heather's question. And
please do. Please.
Sure, sounds good. And it was about, of course, the Vox ARCA. And with that, we're going to maybe speak a little bit more for just a few minutes with Nemo and Heather here. And she's went mute too. So, Nemo, I was glad that you were finally able to join us. Were you able to hear some of my responses? I'll have to ask you how to work with Skype sometime. How do I get these notifications? Do you know much about Skype?
Probably just a little bit more than you, but that's it.
Okay. I'm trying to get these notifications
to go away.
No, just a particular series of notifications. Somehow I got clipped onto some call, and maybe I'll have to just hit the call and then get on the call and somehow exit it. I think now that I remember. Because I keep getting notifications about a bunch of guys who are like gaming something, and I was wondering if that was like, is that what you were doing the other night? Were you involved in some gaming with your friends online?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why I was playing with them all night.
I wonder if I was getting their notifications. They're not sending these weird notifications about, oh, you must be rich, and talking about crypto and then food and shit.
Hey?
I just keep getting a bunch of notifications from these guys who are like, it's like they're all
these guys.
It's like they're all involved in a poker game or something. It's like I'd have to show you. It's like going to a doctor and the symptoms stop. It's like the notifications stop in the middle of the night. They start usually around in the morning. And these guys might be on a different time zone. I mean, like a time zone similar to yours or something. So they start really early in the morning, and they start like they're just sitting down to start placing their chips or something. They make references to things like crypto and shit. And, I'll just have to, show it to you. Let me see if I can find the conversation.
You gotta screen share this.
Yeah, it's like I said, the notifications come in, and they should still be, let me see, up here in my records here. Oh, here we are. This is it. So let me screen share this. So doing a screen share. Okay, can you see the cursor move?
It's a delay. Hold on. Yeah, now I see it.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. This Champion Forex Club 3599, and it's just endless. So it's got Bitcoin. That's a Bitcoin symbol up there. And then this goddamn Copilot keeps...
I think I've seen that symbol before in the Skype.
Right. So live colon .cid series of numbers and letters wants to connect with you on Skype and add you to this group. And so I never accept it, but I keep getting all the notifications. So it's just all this kind of weird shit about life is full of surprises and I will cherish every transaction of the club. What the fuck is that shit? And then it's like...
I think I got something like that before.
Thank you.
Yeah,
you got to leave
just
it.
Ignore them.
The conversation or whatever at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, you can leave the conversation. Yeah.
Okay, so how do I do this? Leave the conversation. Where is this option?
Just right click on it.
Okay.
Champion Forex Club.
Okay.
On the list. Or on the maybe settings symbol. Just on the left list. On the left side. Okay,
the wheel up here, right? This here.
You can probably do it in there.
Yeah, Dmitry Zhirov. And it's like, see, it's three guys.
These are Russians.
Yeah, these are Russians. Yeah. And it's like they wanted me to join them in this fucking, like, whatever they're doing. It's all like a group gallery. It's like average.
It's a scan thing. Yeah.
Weird shit. Okay, so I press leave here. Leave.
Let's try that.
Okay. Confirm. Okay. Okay, and there. Oh, thank God.
No more notifications.
Oh my God, it was so bizarre. And yeah, it's just all these guys are the same guy talking to himself. Who knows? But they talk about what they eat. They talk about currency a lot, and oh, you must be rich. Oh, not rich, and then here's what I'm eating and shit.
Just a bunch of fucking lilac lasers.
Yeah, thank you. Like guys talking in a poker game.
Look at these names, though. That's very much the key.
Yeah, that they're all named Zhirov and shit, and Dmitry and shit.
Because Russians are heavily involved in crypto scams.
Yeah, they are. It's like they get on there and they're all scamming each other. It's really
Russians and Chinese.
Yeah, it's true. Sadly.
Very sad.
Yeah, and so thank God I talked to you about that. It was driving me nuts. I was wondering, Jesus, is that Nemo? His crowd, the guys he was gaming with,
No.
Okay, there we are. That's a relief. Okay.
I would never be in any fucking Bitcoin group.
Thank you. Yes, that's it. So, damn, she's still. Go on. Yeah.
Star Fox, is
Count
your name
the
based?
beers. I know, baby. I know.
Yeah, she's still
Is your
slapping
name
them.
based off the
I know you, my love. I know
Nintendo
you.
Star Fox character?
Is your name?
Well,
Yeah. Go on.
I found that name as a spiritual rebirth.
Oh.
I looked it up after and learned it was a video game, but that's less embarrassing than the facts. The facts was I was on the toilet when I had a spiritual rebirth.
All right.
Nice.
Okay.
So I'm sitting on a toilet, and that's when I was having this moment, and there was the Maximum magazine with Megan Fox on it, and it was a little bit to do with that. So that became Pixie Princess Star Fox. It was a spiritual rebirth that my family absolutely hated. I got flagged several times on my Facebook I can't have that name on there, my normal name, and it is what it is. But yes, it was, it was, you can't, I think it's important. So I don't know if people think that you're so special, you think you're better than me. No, I was on the goddamn motherfucking toilet, okay?
I'm still looking up Megan Fox on the Maxim magazine cover. So was it the one with the towel or the one in the more leatherette kind of dress?
Jeez, it was over a decade ago. It was a long time. It was when she was probably in...
There's another one with her in lingerie, so she's made
was that when she was going through a satanic phase, when she was with
I didn't
fucking
look at the
Machine Gun
magazine. It
Kelly?
was just there. I didn't look at the fucking magazine. I'm not a faggot. I just it was there, and I had a spiritual rebirth. And that's, you look around, and feel like lightning, thunder, fucking ditch.
Wow.
Fucking
why can't my trips to the bathroom be like that?
Well, they could be, Douglas. They could be.
Yes, we'll have to get together to ensure that. Yes.
It's all about you. It's not about me, baby. It's not the point. I didn't ask for this. I did not ask for this. But that's why I'm alive.
Cool. Thank you.
This is not a joke. It's really not. It's really not. Me and you get together, though, I will be the understudy. You can count on that.
Yes. Yeah. Well.
How many beers have you had?
How many beers have I had?
Yeah.
Yes.
About 6.
About 6.
Oh, that's nothing.
That's the limit, isn't it? No, dude, woman, it hits them harder. Okay, it they get drunk on half of what
I hear beers are a lot. Yeah.
So just remember, a woman's physiology is totally different. A man, for instance, has 12 pints of blood going through him, whereas a woman has only 6 to 9. I mean, it's so, and also it's all kinds of different factors, but women are extraordinarily vulnerable to alcohol. It's why men try to get them drunk. But but Star Fox, I think
Make
6
a
is
sandwich.
Yeah, there you are. I think 6 is your limit, right? 6 is your limit, and then you usually go to sleep, right, honey?
Oh no, I'd rather have a whole keg and the whole world off. There's no limit.
Oh shit.
No, there's not a limit. The more the merrier.
Yes. Very funny.
The more you give me, the more you'll learn.
I bet. Yes. That's
I've gone into a shamanic trance living on a fucking vineyard, drinking like super fucking quality shit.
This was in the Pacific Northwest, right? That was in the Pacific Northwest, right?
Oh yeah.
The vineyard.
I go into another world. I'll tell you shit that you don't want to know. That's for sure.
So but why did the people on the vineyard just let you do that? I mean, just
because they want me to be fuckable. They want to catch me off guard, but I stay on guard.
Yeah.
There's not enough liquor. Like, they end up having to actually drug me. I can handle my liquor. I end up getting date raped.
So they slip something into the booze that scopolamine, something that knocks you out.
Yeah.
Jesus, that's disgusting. What did you do when you woke up and you realized this? Did you leave?
Smelled my vagina.
I'm sorry, what?
They ended up telling me, "Hey, I fucked you." It's like, well, I figured because my vagina smells.
Oh,
like,
okay.
it could smell.
No. I didn't doubt that you understood that you had been violated. What I mean
well,
is,
I don't have sex randomly. I'm celibate. I don't fuck people, so it was very much obvious.
Well, I'm so sorry that this happened. And afterwards, did you find a way out of that situation?
Well, that was the first day I actually landed up in the Pacific Northwest. So I've got my warning. Am I going or not? It's very much a hard decision.
So, at any rate, let me start in towards monologue. I love you dearly, Star Fox. I got rather sidetracked by incoming messages, and it's how would I call it? I'm very bad at multitasking anyway, and my attention's being diverted in two separate areas, so I might as well dive into monologue. But Nemo, you're welcome to hang out throughout the night, as are you, dear Star Fox. Nemo, if you have anything to interject, of course, during my monologue, feel free to do so. Otherwise, do me a favor right now and say good morning to our listeners.
Good morning, everybody, and please support Douglas any way you can. Buy his books on Amazon and send donations towards him via PayPal.
Yeah, thank you.
Le bon temps roulé.
Wow.
What does that mean?
Let the good times roll.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was nice.
Yeah, you're going to keep it rolling with more beer.
Yeah. At any rate, I'll do my best with water. One thing I have to say about these Essentia water bottles is that they are full right up to the fucking top, and every time you open them, it spills. You wind up sucking them like a fucking nipple just to make... Yeah, I don't know how they do that or whether that's intentional.
I wouldn't mind some nipples.
Oh, well, yeah, our Star Fox has two of them. But, so...
Y'all are making me react. Okay. You're welcome to experience. Oh my god.
Well, thank you, honey. We'll see if we get to that eventually.
I'm definitely feeling the energy.
Yes.
You can increase that energy.
yes, I'm sure.
I'm a good girl. I can't help that I'm sensitive.
And that's nice. It's nice. It's good to be sex positive. So Heather just had an alter kind of intervene and left a message with me before she took off. And I will. So what I'm going to do now? Thank you to Nemo. He got us going in the right direction, and I'll take it from here. I don't believe I've had any new contributions other than from T. Tankberry. So I will ask everyone, of course, to support me throughout the month. And let me try and, do what I can to do justice to Heather Holman's question. So, Heather says, hi, Amor, to Amor Fadi in Mexico. And I thank her for that. Now, let me see, with the number of concurrent viewers that we've had, and comparing it to what we've got now, if I start in on monologue, do I feel that it justifies the effort based on the number of viewers that we have. It was a pretty good night considering the fact that we got knocked off air. And when we got knocked off air, we recovered a great number of viewers. And if I had started earlier, probably would have worked out better in the monologue sense. But like Heather said, maybe it's probably just best for me to take off early tonight and kind of do things on Sunday. The timing would be a bit thrown off because of the, give me an opportunity to, instead of wearing
Still got a lot of time.
Oh, we got lots of time. That's part of the problem. That's, remember, so you are aware we got knocked off for an hour.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, so, the problem is the numbers are building back up. And I don't need to go throughout the night. I could go on for a little bit until maybe I feel I've reached a point. So maybe I'll do that, and then I'll shut the show down a little early. But
just shit on some high-ranking people, Trump, Biden, Netanyahu. What do you plan on talking about? Did you plan it?
Well, she had a question that I might as well respond to. Better that I respond to the world. I'm sorry?
Oh, yeah, I hear you. What's that question?
Oh, her question was about the Vox ARCA. She couldn't understand the Vox ARCA. So I could go into the great detail behind it, not the Vox ARCA itself necessarily, but context. So, as a matter of fact, stay with me, Nima, and, as long as
Was she just trying to ask why did they have it to function in a way where it demands a sacrifice for it to work? Was she asking something like that?
It was, you could take it as such. Her question was that she couldn't understand why the Vox ARCA has the cylinder in it that would potentially turn the tongue into hamburger. And so that's kind of like a defense mechanism or a safety mechanism or a security mechanism, depending on how you look at it, which is, of course, preventing somebody from jacking the device.
Right.
Yeah. Such being said, however, she contextualized that question within the context of basically she didn't understand the mechanism at all, why it existed. So I may as well go into kind of like the greater story behind that. So that.
Oh my god, greatest story ever.
Well, it's a lovely little giggle.
Please tell me how the penis works, Daddy.
We'll get there at some point, darling. But do that again, and I'll have to mute you, honey. Because I'm trying to, pull through the night.
He's trying to answer a question.
That's right. Yeah.
It was a joke. I'm sorry.
Understood.
I didn't know it was that sensitive.
Oh, no, it's not like that, darling. It's, honestly, there's times, I mean, once I dive into the monologue...
I never want to hurt your algorithm. I'm very sorry.
There's moments when such interaction actually helps the algorithm.
I know. If it was just me and you, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, at some point in time, no doubt. Such being said, let's take a look now at the time again. Numbers have built back up. Well, I might as well respect these people and dive into it. Okay, so let's put some of the background behind why the Vox ARCA even exists. And one way to basically kind of put all this into some perspective would be to take a look at, of all things, let's see if we can start off with the... okay, how is it that we would get to... I think one of the best things to start off with would be the controversy known as the Sirius Mystery. Now, the late Philip Coppens argued on his website that the individual known as Temple, who was involved with the Sirius Mystery, Professor Robert K.G. Temple, published the Sirius Mystery in the year 1976. That's when Zecharia Sitchin published The 12th Planet. Now, all of these were riding on the comet tale of von Daniken and his horrible series of horrible books, Chariots of the Gods. And these are beyond offensive. They're so stupid. You have no idea how stupid they are until you think about it. The idea that aliens would come in rocket ships is so profoundly, incredibly, offensively stupid, it shouldn't even be an issue. But you had somebody like Zachariah Sitkin who said, oh, I look at these old fucking, sculpts or carvings, and he sees in his own deranged, demented mind two astronauts looking at a rising rocket ship. And this is profoundly insane in the sense that these people are talking about interstellar travel. Both von Daniken and Zachariah Sitkin are proposing that people came from another star system. Now, in the days of pulp writing that these people grew up with, this was the only technology that people knew of. So it was the only technology they could convey or portray to show people going to other planets. Now, even then, they had to basically try and rationalize how these rockets could carry people to another star system, and they essentially usually settled on atomic energy. So they would just say it's atomic rockets, and that would somehow compensate for the fact that the rocket would be burning and somehow propelling itself through vacuum without any push or anything to push against, using this kind of eternal atomic flame. Okay, these are outmoded, archaic, anachronistic, almost medievalist concepts. They're like something that you may as well be speaking, probably with greater, shall we say, certitude, or at least greater sensibility, if you were to simply rationalize the aether and say it's an aether ship, because at least we're dealing with a medium that not too many people know about. When it comes to rocket ships, atomic or otherwise, while there is in theory the ability to basically propel yourself to a degree through space, it's not something that's recommended for interstellar travel at all. It's simply bodies that are too far away, and your nuclear propulsion, which theoretically may last a while. Well, let's take a look at our nuclear energy on Earth. We have fissile materials, but we don't yet have fusion. It would take fusion. We would have to get to the point of fusion. And all of that aside, it's just not the practical way to do things. What you want to do for practical travel is you want to be out in space, build a ship out in space, and then use a form of propulsion and direct yourself in some area that will, ultimately maybe involve some level of propellant. But a lot of it is going to count on basically a new physics. If we cannot discover a new physics, then we will rely on slower than light travel, arc ships bringing generations of colonists to a planet from which they will never return.
I'm agreeing, honey. I'm just like, I get it. I'm just giggling.
That's right. That's right, baby. I understand. So, Brooke, oh my God. Oh, the message that was left to me. Oh my God. Honey, you wouldn't believe it. So, darling, how are you, honey? Brooke. Brooke.
Where is Miss Brooke?
Can you hear me?
Oh, thank
Can you hear
God.
me?
Yes.
Hey, yeah, so what was that message about?
Which message? Oh, you mean the one here? It's right here in text. Can you open up the text box on
Yeah, I read. That's what I'm saying. I just read it in text. It's just about me showing up.
Spicy coming up.
Yeah.
Look
Basically,
at her. I love you.
yeah, that's right. Star Fox. Yes. Heather said, "There's no way that somebody that acts like Brooke and sounds like Brooke calls in and shows her video, and it's not Brooke. You're either a smart fellow or a fart smeller." So I guess I'm a fart smeller instead of a smart feller, because Heather's...
What we all talking about? Did my video show up?
No. Heather's convinced that Star Fox is you, baby.
I would never. I mean, I would lick her asshole. Are you kidding me?
Now, see here, young lady, there's no need for us to get vulgar. I'm trying to go into monologue to honor both Heather and Brooke because I'd be answering their mutual questions.
I would
Did someone
never.
say they would lick my ass or kick my ass? Which one did she just say?
She said lick.
I have a lot of people that stalk me from page to page. No matter what I do, I'm very sorry. You're going to get a lot of really mean stuff. People stealing my.
She's been through 6 IPAs, India Pale Ales.
Honey, we could do it right now, okay?
Oh man, if I were there, baby. Now, can you see the camera, Brooke? If you look at her, she's on camera. What happened is, as you can see, Brooke, she's in a bordello where a serial killer murdered every prostitute in the establishment, buried them out in the back, and resettled this young lady.
That could be true. It could be true. It's very much possible. Sorry. It really is true. He's not joking. He's taking me serious because I'm fucking serious. And I'm serious when I say that.
Heather says this. I'm like,
I think they're trying to pit us against each other. They think you're the person I had.
I'm sorry, Brooke.
You're not even
Star Fox.
that they think they're looking for.
Right. No worries.
They're
no worries. Whoa. Star Fox. I do want to be. Yeah. Thank you, honey. Brooke. Yeah. I can't believe that Heather thinks this sounds like you either. Your voices are both quite distinct.
It sounds like me, and she sounds drunk. And when I've been here drunk, it's gonna let you know, girl.
I always sound
sober, but you sound fucked up. And I like it. I support it 100%. But if you are sober,
no matter my logic, it does sound incredible. It's okay.
I heard you earlier on the podcast telling Brendan you were sober and you didn't do any drugs, and I don't know, girl. Like that's like the natural high you got going on then. But yeah, it's cool.
Oh God! In that environment, if you look at her environment, I would have to be high. I'd have to be high all the time.
It's dark, like it's completely dark. I don't see anything.
The man who keeps her in the house has painted all of the windows midnight blue or deep purple, so the sun never comes in.
Then we can really talk, But I'm not on that level. I feel so bad you think that.
No, don't worry, honey. It's like
I'm just calm enough to talk to humans.
Right, of course. So, she's got a pet bunny rabbit, which I treat as a vegan cat. And somebody clipped some hair out of it, which she thinks is the guy who keeps her in the home. He clipped some hair out of it as an occult binding. Of course, Brendan Zoget had to go and say, I see this as Brooke's future.
For days. He loves a cat fight. This is funny.
Hey, I mean, if I don't have first, they might take care of it. I mean,
let's give him a show.
No, honey, what I'm going to do is just for a few seconds here, honey, don't take it personally. I'm just going to mute you. I'm muting Star Fox. So go on, Brooke. Oh my God. Oh, I never did that before. I never did that to anyone before.
Yeah, she's laid back. She's a cool. If Brendan thinks that's me, I'm fine with it. She's got some guy taking care of her. That's fine. If I say that fucked up.
Yeah, she said she's got some guy. She's got an endless amount of beers. Yeah, she's got an endless amount. Yeah, she gets food. She's able to pump all the money she earns from her friends only fan page into her bunny rabbit, and she gets an endless amount of beers that she pulls out of the thin air. Like, there's no refrigerator around, and she just gets them like it's a magic trick. Pulling them out of her hat. How do I get that life? Oh, except there's no sun, and you're trapped with a maniac who killed everybody else in the bordello. But he doesn't seem to fuck her. So I guess, benefits to everything. Brooke, I didn't mute you. You can talk. Jesus, Brooke, are you there? Christ, what the hell is going on with everybody? Oh, I guess it's back to monologue. So, yes, oh, she's putting on glasses now. That's adorable. We see you, Star Fox, looking good, moving around. Yes, in her glasses. That's cute. They look kind of, what the fuck? Brooke Gibson left. What did I do now? Okay. Okay. Be thee well. And, okay, so she's looking good. She's in the other room. Okay. Man, these people are just putting me through stress.
Oh my god, did y'all get kicked off or is it just me? Like, this is fucking bullshit.
Yeah, what happened? It wasn't me. I did not kick you off. Oh my god.
And it's just like the last time, it just completely, like, shuts my Skype down. You have to reboot the whole Skype thing.
Oh my god. Well, thank god you're back. So, as you can see, our young lady's got more light behind her. You can actually see she's in the House of the Rising Sun in Louisiana and shit. You can see the eternal beer bottle. They're endless. She gets them out of nowhere.
New Orleans or something?
She is in New Orleans. She lives with some mass murderer, and he's got all the bodies in the backyard. They've got a security cam from which, when she finally brought her cell phone to where I could see the security cam, you can see fucking Bigfoot hovering outside. And it's like, besides that, it's gators and crayfish. She's moving around now. Take a look at that. You would think she was outside, and this was the Villa Square where she's going to the outhouse. That's what you would think. But it's all inside the same house. It's like she lives in an arcade. We're going with her now to visit the restaurant.
Like, the lights look cool. It's like you're in a bar almost.
Yeah. Well, it's like living in a fucking arcade. She turned off the lights because she's peeing. Honey, we've seen it. It's okay. You do cam work. Yeah. Come on now. You don't need to be shy with us. And there we are, honey. That's right. Show her the dong doll. Yes, and yes, we know. Good Christian, of course. There we are, darling. And that's all a myth. It doesn't scare away vampires. It doesn't work. It's got the dead man's hat. That's the hat that belonged to her keeper, or the prison keeper's dead father. Yes, you've got the Dong doll, straight out of Voodoo, the film franchise.
How long have you been with this guy?
The one that's keeping you. Oh, I have to unmute her. Okay. Oh, you have to unmute yourself, honey. When you're responding, honey, you have to unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Okay, darling. That didn't work.
I watched you earlier. I watched your interview. Douglas, one of your interviews this morning.
Yeah.
No.
It worked.
No, I would never date this person. It's like the sickest joke ever. Like, the amount of mental manipulation. I have to be very headstrong. No. No.
No. And so that answers your question, Brooke. She's never dated this person. This person took her in, as she gets people to do. I mean, it's like wherever she goes, people take her in and feed her. She gets all the booze she wants. She gets all the booze she wants.
It sounds like she's pretty good at manipulating if she can get people to take her in and feed her for free.
Yeah!
Well, I wish. It's actually like, I'm so honest that you just sit on someone's lap and ask them for what you want, and they can say yes or no.
Right. But that's not written in the classic sense. It's yeah, and from what I understand, you're not putting out either, so that's...
I would never manipulate. I watch everyone around me, like, do that. No, I'm not a liar. Only... Is like what I heard this, like, it's like a Sopranos thing. It's like the Don never has to lie. You gotta be scared to lie.
Yeah. By the way, look at that corrugated roof on the shower, Brooke. There's a corrugated roof on the shower, and there's vines coming in through the air vent. And
that's metal. That's actually cool. Actually.
Tin bathtub.
Yeah, well, you can come fuck my dude. There you go.
Tin.
You wanna fuck him?
Yeah.
'Cause I won't.
Yes. So she doesn't fuck the guy she's living with, who took her in. Nice Christmas tree. Christmas 365 days a year.
I don't know what part of me being nice about your metal tin roof over your fucking shower made you think you should say I should suck somebody's fucking dick. But
I don't. Don't worry. He's a meanie, but don't worry. I'm just saying, I would never let you do that if you didn't really want to. It's creepy, okay?
Yes,
I'm not trying to be sassy.
Yes,
it's a little more of a fucking satire, like.
You know,
it's look at it. It's just beyond words.
It certainly is, young lady. It's
the house or the person or your life.
She lives in the dark
Believe me,
all day.
I've already literally been woken up from the dead.
Yeah. Anyhow, she lives in the dark all day. She lives in the dark all day.
Is that dark in the house all the time?
All day. Like I said, he painted all the windows midnight blue or deep purple. They may as well be black. She had to beg him to take the paint off one window, and that was the window she heard the, she calls it Bigfoot, the skunk ape scream through, and then she...
I would never use the word skunk ape. That's trashy, Dougie.
If you say so. Isn't that the regional...
It is. It's just trashy. I'm trashy enough down here without skunk ape. Call it...
Where are you from?
I'm from right fucking here.
Louisiana. You got family around there?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, she killed them.
Oh yeah, I wear their bones as ankle-bracelets.
Yeah, it was, well, I mean, that's what the psychic told her. The tarot card reader said, yeah. She killed them Russian roulette style.
No, I'm from here, but, you know, I'm just not accepted. This is really, that's the biggest question, you know, it's not, I'm not allowed to know the real answer. You'll never believe me anyway. It's okay.
Well, I don't think we know the real answer, and maybe you don't either, but it's okay.
Well, I'm not allowed to know.
Yeah. So
the real answer is probably that Mr. Cup of Tea guy knows. He's probably the only one that knows.
Brandon?
Like, they probably stole my goddamn crown, and they're all just reaping on my fucking due.
Right.
Yeah, you want to fight? Let's fight with him.
Yeah, of course. So, darling, I'm just going to mute you for a little bit, get some rest. Love you dearly. Let's put that mute back on. Okay. So, Brooke, yeah, you said you watched the latest episode. What did you?
No. I watched one of your old things. I watched your John Lear when you were like taking down John Lear.
Oh fuck, that was a long time ago. Hell, how'd you find that?
I don't know. Like I ended up, I don't even know. I was on YouTube and it took me to some other thing, and then somebody was talking about it where you interviewed, and then it told me I could look up the whole thing, and I went and looked it up. Had to Google it because I had to go to like God Productions or whatever.
Godlike Productions.
Yeah,
wow, they were. Yeah, they still around?
Yeah, the website's there.
Holy shit!
When I went on there, I just searched Douglas Dietrich and I found it.
Yeah,
back in 2012, I think it was what it was.
Oh fuck yeah, that's a long time ago. Oh my god, that was a long time ago. I'm impressed. Oh Jesus, that's
I myself taking it all in. And then I ended up starting. So then I was doing some research while I'm talking, and then I did the birth chart for I did the World War II birth chart, but I did the what was that, like the Potsdam the thing right before obviously we nuked.
You hear that snoring?
That's my dog. Sorry.
Oh thank God! I thought that was Nemo.
No, he's not blind and deaf little dog. Yeah, I was doing the birth chart for that. What was that treaty we did when Germany, like right before when we said what was it called? Potsdam. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Potsdam. Okay. Go on. Yes.
You know what that is, though, right?
Yeah. Potsdam was something that I tend to push from my mind because people try to bring that up as a kind of decisive moment in World War II, and of course, by my reckoning, it's not. But basically, Potsdam was.
That's why I did the birth chart of it, like to see what it said in there, and it was really interesting to see it because it was just saying it was so. Like once you know, like it's obvious. I actually like to learn from that stuff, so it was obvious to see how. Like the chart was for the sun, so the sun was for those three countries, like America, England and
Russia.
Who was it? Oh yeah, Russia.
Yeah.
And so, but you could see like where the moon was and what was hidden. It was just, and it was interesting. I won't go into all that, but like, yeah, you could see that there was a lot hidden there. You could see it was going to be something big was going to happen there. It was definitely, you had Mars, obviously the god of war, was in the sign of Leo, which meant that Leo was going to, and since Leo, it was their chart, so Leo was representative at that moment of the three powers that be. It was going to be how they were perceived, and they were going to be perceived well, regardless. Like, you know how it kind of came out that way as far as to the rest of the world, right? So they were perceived like we were putting down these rules, we're going to be hard on it. You know, Leah's very much stubborn, very much about how they're viewed, and very, you know, very seen. And then Jupiter was in there making things big, and then you have Mars and Leo, which is, again, is just letting the war was going to be, it was going to go their way, at least for perspective wise, because you're looking at Leo, right? So you're looking at the way things are viewed.
Do you notice while you're talking to me, you notice that camera when she's moving around in her room? Like I said, you'd swear it was outdoors, that it was the middle of a villa or something, and because everything is so dark and the space adds this sense of dimension. But please continue. So you're talking about the sun in these countries.
Yeah, that's it. It's just like, I'm not going to get into the details of it all, but it was interesting. So yeah, definitely, like, I mean, I agree with you. Like, yeah, I know why you don't like that, Potsdam. I don't know why that came up for me to do, but it was interesting to see it, because that was kind of a moment where, you know, like you said, like it was something signed and it was viewable, and people think it was a turning moment, and that's what its chart says. It's very much a viewable, going to be viewed this way. Yeah. There's going to be some big things that come out of it. War, death. I mean, it was in the house of, you know, you had it sitting, I believe it was Pluto sitting on there, shining, I can't remember. But anyway, like Uranus was reversed, and I don't know, it was just really interesting to look at it. And I was like, oh, this makes so much sense. I love putting two and two together and be like, okay, no, like what you say makes sense with it.
Thank you. Yeah.
And how it actually was versus how it was viewed, because there was, you know, a couple of things with the moon there where things were hidden, like ultimate motives were hidden, and things like that. So yeah.
Thank you. No, it's fascinating. So you found out on your own and got a good impression of why it made an impression on people, and they think it's a big deal, and when actually it's not. But yeah, you understand it. You grip it, and that's great. I appreciate that. I'm getting an echo. It's your computer, I think. If you could fix that. Thank you. Meanwhile, if you look at that camera, you can see, so our pixie princess Star Fox is moving all around again, and hopefully she gets some rest soon. Just lie down and get some rest, darling. Get yourself go back to sleep.
Is it still echoing?
Yeah, no, thank God. Thank you for asking. No, that's wonderful. So glad that you joined us. And so tell me how things have been going the past few days, by all means. Now, when I spoke to you the other day, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was we said, and the last time that we spoke privately, we'll have to speak privately again, of course, because last time we spoke privately, obviously I was crawling out of a dead sleep. Okay, so she left. We love you, Star Fox. Get some rest, okay?
There's no fucking way she's sober. If she's sober, like, I don't get it. She's got to be able to.
No. She's drunk as she really. Oh, there she is. She's back. Hey, honey, get some rest, darling. No, she went through 6 IPAs.
She's cool. But I just was like, if I could be that, so if I was like that, so like just like, I mean, that's like I would take a Xanax, you know, like what do you call these, Xanax? And
yeah, Xanax. Like, that's good.
Yeah, like that's how I would be like, oh. So, and I'm definitely been on air drunk before on here, so I've done it. But yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not drunk.
You unmuted. Honey, get some rest.
I just went to show you the serial killer and let him laugh at you. So you can laugh at me, because literally the devil's laughing at you too.
Understood. No, you were showing us...
You need to get your... I'm not easy to make fun of.
It's not that. It's not what we're doing. But honey, you went through 7 beers by now? 8?
If you think that makes me drunk.
Well,
that's your problem.
Honey, it would make me drunk.
I have 1 billion things on deck I could say about you, and I never would.
I understand, and that's appreciated. We don't mean that as an insult. It's not an insult.
It's not.
There's nothing wrong with getting...
I hang out with Nazi Jews all day. Everything's an insult. You're either nice or not.
Understood, darling. So, darling, let's look at it this way. I've just trying to ease my way into a kind of a monologue, and you have such a nice nose ring.
You can hang up on me like a proper dude or not.
Oh, that's a good point.
You don't want me here. It's fine.
It's
you
not.
Put me here.
I did.
I with who you think I had a problem with, and it's
it wasn't like that.
The same girl. So next time we talk, you'll try the next one, honey.
Darling, hey.
And I'll never have a problem with you. I love you.
I love you too,
I want to
baby.
suck your dick. Go on and block me.
Okay, we don't need to be that graphic. So, hey, love you dearly.
That is, like, totally natural.
It is. Now, I think it's natural for a person to get some rest.
I'll never be mad at you. I get it, and you'll never maybe get it because it's so facetiously weird. But I just showed you the killer.
Right, on the TV.
Stupid too.
Yeah, on the TV screen. Yeah.
No, like right there. He was sleeping, and I woke him up and showed you him.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, okay. Well, he's also on a few of your other videos. Oh, Jesus, Brooke Gibson left. What the fuck? Did her thing freeze up again? Heather puts us, animals in the wild found to use running.
Honey bun, I ain't scared of shit. Like, if there's one reason I love you, is because you work with Michael Aquino. There's one reason this dude knows you, is because the same thing, and that is not your power. I love you beyond that. But that is what a lot of people know. You can't scare me, especially now with some little girl.
Right. No worries, darling. That wasn't the intent. Let me see if I can find my cell phone here. And,
you know, if you want to hang up with me, it's fine.
I might do that in a few moments.
It's never going to make sense. I'm never going to be the perfect caller.
Honey, you're fine.
I'm always going to say the stupidest thing.
You're fine, darling.
Drunk. It's because I'm in another
God damn
world.
this thing.
And you know the world, so that's why I talk to you. I would never tell who I'm around how to save themselves.
Right, darling.
And that's not why I talk to you. Like, we're not teaching each other how to survive what's coming.
Oh, thank God.
This is literally, like, kind of rubbing it in their face. Like, sorry, you missed the boat. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way it is.
No worries, darling. And in the meantime, Nemo's back. Nemo, jump on the call. Do me a favor and say hi while I try and call Brooke to see if she's okay, because she keeps getting knocked off the call.
Right.
Oh, so did your computer freeze up again?
Y'all better talk, because I am a fucking talker.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna what I'm gonna do is put her to sleep right now. Okay, so no, I'll be going to monologue soon. So, but I want you to help me segue. So let me, so Star Fox, I'm going to say goodnight to you. Love you dearly. And I'm going to hang up on you, okay, Star Fox? Love you. Get some rest.
Have a good night, Star Fox.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Oh, thank you. That's a nice thing that's a nice thing to go off on.
Cutting her
Adore
off
you. Thank you so much for that. Fun. Love you. Bye for now.
Have a good night.
Yes, there we are. So, I'm removing her from the call. So, Brooke, do me a favor and jump back on the call. Thank you for just a few minutes. Thank you. Bye for now. Jump on the Skype. Oh, my God.
I wish your art on the background of the live stream. Did you draw that? I'm just asking because it looks very similar to an AI.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. I am trying to do better than the AI, of course, because as I pointed out, the problem with AI, or I was trying to tell people that the AI has a tendency to make everything either too weirdly anti-symmetrical or simply too symmetrical. And so This is my drawing. Yes, it's my illustration. So, dear Brooke Gibson, how do you like my illustration of Nikola Tesla? And you see, Nemo gives you a hearts at Brooke. So you see that's right there in the text box, darling.
Hi, Brooke. How's it going?
Anyway, yeah.
Oh my God.
I was backing up. I sent you a message. I'm sure you saw it.
You did?
Yeah. Nemo a message. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, feel free to send that whenever you can.
Yeah, I will. I just said if you already sent that back when I needed, because I had to delete all my cookies,
Yeah.
so I had it saved and then it got deleted. So
No worries. Yeah, I send it.
Yeah.
Whenever you can.
Yeah, Nemo just helped me, by the way, get out of some discussion group, or what would you call it, Nemo, that they managed to pull me into.
It was just like a group that sends invites to a bunch of people to try and get them to join. Like a Bitcoin scam group, they look like.
Are you talking about it being on Skype where they always you get this stuff invitation on Skype?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it all the time. Like I made the mistake one time when I first got one. It's like if you get anybody on Skype you don't know, do not accept it. It's like just random people making up names, usually from other countries.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. These were all Russians. And they were all like doing some kind of Bitcoin poker shit, where they were constantly talking about bets they placed, and I thought I was in like some Las Vegas group or something. It was weird as shit, and it just kept getting the notifications coming in. When they came in, they would just come in nonstop, and it would be like starting at odd hours because they're on a different time zone, presumably Russia's. And, talking about, oh, you must be rich. Then talking about the food they eat, but it always went back to Bitcoin or some other shit like that. So I thought it was like some kind of poker or gambling group, which is all.
Some of those they'll actually deploy, like they'll set it up and like, you might like a bunch of people talking. It's probably one person just getting.
Yes, you're right. Go on. Yeah.
What they do is because they're waiting on somebody like you, people that are in there that think that, oh shit, I just got added to a group that I'm not supposed to be in. But what if I can make some money in this? Right. Until you start asking about this Bitcoin, and then you're like, well, and they're like, oh yeah, you can make some money. Here you go. You send me some money out, whatever. So a lot of that's like scam wise. Like they're trying to get you like thinking it's not a scam enough, and they're just talking to each other enough for you to want to be a part of it.
Thank you. That's what it's all about. That's what it looked like, yes. Where they're kind of like lonely people are attracted to friendly talking about, just this kind of innocuous shit like diet, what they're eating. Not diet per se, that would, yeah, but anyhow.
Or you could, I don't know, your group could have really just been a real group, but I know I got in one and it was something like that. And somebody would make comments and be like, oh yeah, did you see this stock or this? And yeah, I'm going to invest in this. And I was like, okay, this is bullshit.
Yeah, thank you. No, it definitely was that, and it's definitely something that I can imagine Real Tech Geek got drawn in by sometime early in his childhood.
We're totally detailing us right now how he just spent his life savings over there and how much. I don't know, he probably would, but he would be a little bit more gullible with it probably.
Oh my god! Yes, that was. We love you, Real Tech.
He might. No, he wouldn't be the one doing it. That'd be like an Ian West thing.
Yes. Oh my god. So, oh my god, that was a wild ride, and yes, I
am. Ian West. You can call me.
Yeah. Yeah, but don't call me Ian. Jesus Christ.
I didn't call you Ian. I didn't call you Ian.
No. I was saying if Ian's listening, I don't want him to call me. he can call you because I know you get some morbid entertainment out of him. But for God's sakes, don't take his medical advice. Oh God, yeah, that guy sees.
He's not. He's wanting to fly here. He thinks he's gonna come stay here because he's living in Louisiana now. Oh shit, we should send him to your girl, man. They can live together.
Is he sending you messages right now?
No, I said he is living in Louisiana. That's where he is.
How'd you find out?
That's when he called me. He told me he was in Louisiana.
When was this?
Yesterday.
He called you?
Not long ago. He got kicked out of his house, and then he had to move in with some crackheads. Then they stole like $10,000 worth of his stuff, and then he had to find another place.
How did you find this out?
He told me all this a while ago. Like, he got kicked out, moved in, crackheads got robbed. Then he found another place that wasn't available for people to live in because of the poor conditions, but he made a deal with the owner and he'd fix the place up. And yeah, like, that's the last I heard of him.
And where is this?
He all his money stolen, like something out. Like he's
from the crackheads.
Yeah. So you heard Nemo. It's basically apparently he got kicked out of the place in Florida where he had been forever. Moves in with a bunch of crackheads who rob him blind.
What he did was the person in the house that he was renting, the person that rented the house decided to sell it, and they didn't give him hardly any notice. So then to get the person back, there was a house across the street from the person that, so the person that owned the house that sold it for under him, he had to move fast.
Yeah.
There was a house for sale. I guess this guy doesn't live too far away that owns the house or whatever. So he's near a house that was across the street. I guess it was like Crackhead House, but it was across the street from that guy. So we moved across the street from him just to annoy. I don't know. I'm sure It's I guess if he moved across the street from you or you moved across the street from him, you gotta be let's see each other every day. Not happy to see each other or whatever. So.
But what if the guy sold the house out from under him, he wouldn't be exposing himself to the guy who owned the old house because the guy would have sold it to someone else, right?
So the guy, okay, so it's just if I own my house and I live in my house, but I also own a rental houses.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So this house was a rental, one of his, so he had his mom's house and his dad's house and he lived in his mom's. I don't know.
So he probably lived in area. So the guy who owned the house lived in area and
he lived in the same area, had a house similar, but he was decided to sell this one.
That one.
He used it as rental property. Right. Okay. While he was for because what's his name's been there for years renting it.
Right, that's right. Forever. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then he said, "Oh, I'll just move in the same neighborhood with these guys," and they fucked his.
He purposely moved across the street from him just to. And he said that, it's kind of I don't know, there's more story. He said he moved across. He said, I found a house across the street from him. I moved across the street from him just to fucking get out.
But that's where the crackheads all fucked his ass over, right?
He never mentioned crackheads to me. That's from Nemo. I didn't hear that part, but I'm sure,
So when he got removed from the house he was originally living in, he became homeless and he found two dudes to live with, to become roommates with, but they were fucking crackheads. And they took his credit card information and some other shit and stole a bunch of his money and.
Good.
Yeah,
God.
and the sheriffs.
Yeah.
He's trying to get to investigate aren't doing shit. Didn't do shit for him, I think. I haven't heard recently if he got all that solved because trying to press charges on the thieves to get his money back and all that. But.
Good fucking luck. Yeah. I mean, that's oh, that's horrible. And now he moved all the way to Louisiana?
Yeah, his grandmother lives in Louisiana and his aunt. So, because he doesn't have any money, so he's staying with them right now.
Well, then maybe they'll force him to go into rehab or sober up.
Well, it's so funny. I don't think he's on anything. He was on, well, I was talking to him. He said he was at the gas station. He said, I think I'm gonna buy beer. I know I should buy beer. I hadn't had a beer. And he bought a Bud, just like a Bud Light, like one of the little Bud Light metal 20 ounce or whatever. And he opens it. Oh, this is so good. And he says, I gotta walk to the park. And he's like, I gotta hurry up and get down. I don't see my grandma. I don't see her. That's not their car. Oh shit. And I'm like, why are you doing that? Why are you freaking out about? I said, because you're drinking a beer. If they see you drinking a beer, I'm like, do they not like alcohol? And he's like, no. My grandfather was alcoholic. They're like teetotalers, like no alcohol at all or whatever, or pretty much, I guess. So he was hiding, drinking his little beer. He finished it. And, I don't know. Like he said it was the first beer he'd had in forever. He sounded pretty sober to me. I don't think he has even if he was doing something.
He can't afford any drugs, yeah.
He didn't have money to.
That's pathetic. I feel bad for him. But of course, not bad enough. So the it's
a good side though. He does have a job interview with Norwegian Cruise Lines, and he did the interview last week, and then he thought he would hear back, and he didn't, and then he heard back I think today, and he's got another interview I think tomorrow or the next day, and it's if he gets the job working sound and stuff on the cruise line, and he would work for 6 months.
Yeah.
Go Hawaii is where that one I think goes.
That would be good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good for him. Yeah.
Oh fuck yeah! Oh my god, that'd be heaven on fucking earth.
He works 6 months, and then you get 5 weeks off, and you get you're basically getting paid $60,000. He would get $60,000, I think. Is really pretty. I think it's $60,000 a year. So.
Damn, Jesus Christ, it's almost tempting, and it's
You get free food on the ship, free all that, and you get 20% off for friends and families cruises and stuff. So.
Yeah.
See, I've always been nice to him, which is why I'm gonna get that 20% off when he gets that job.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to pay me a little more though, because I can't even afford the 80% to pay. Even with 20% off, I can only have 80% to go on the cruise.
Oh yes, we'll leave that to Aristides. Yes, he can pay you for watching the dogs, the Chihuahuas, his family that he was left in custody of. It's like the judge hated him or something, and then when he separated from his wife, he wound up with the Chihuahuas because the judge wanted to fuck him over. Oh God! So what a life. I mean, so Ian West, as we always knew, would finally disintegrate, but it's just like it's like I thought he was at the
He hit
bottom.
rock bottom, so he's got nowhere to go but up now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, damn, you're right. He was kind of like on the edge, but yeah, he definitely hit rock bottom. But it's got like
I hope it works out well for him.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think he sounded good. I just think we all have bad turns in our life. Like, we take roads. I mean, I never made any mistakes like or done anything stupid, but other people do. I see, and no, they have to. Just, life is full of that, and you learn. I'm sure, Douglas, you probably made one or two mistakes in your life.
No, God, there's so many I can't count. So, yeah, I made so many.
First phone call, introducing yourself to him.
I'm sorry. Say that again, honey.
Nothing.
Answering the phone call. You mean with Ian or you?
No, I said well before me. Like, like when you met Peter. Or,
Hey, okay, let's not make my life any more difficult than it is. So yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah. At any rate, when it came to Ian, I don't hate Ian. Obviously, like you said, this cruise thing sounds like ideal for him. Let's hope that it works for him. Yes, I hope that he does. That would at least that would be a healthy life for him. That'd be a healthy life for him. Oh my God, comparatively speaking to what he's been doing.
Yeah, he doesn't have kids. He doesn't have pets. Like, like and I'm more tied here. Like, you're tied to your house. Like, like there. But if I was that person, I didn't have kids or pets, and I just wanted to go, and like it's more the lifestyle. I think he could live good. It'd be perfect for somebody like that.
Oh God, yes, and yeah, because everything you just said, he's got no real attachments, and yeah.
Might as well travel around with this job.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, so yeah.
He did tell me he was dating. He ended up dating George Bush's. I just never know if this is stuff that's made up. George Bush's accountant's daughter. Whatever that means.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I mean, something like that is obtuse enough where maybe that's, dating means that you had some drugs to give her and then she's willing to, quote unquote, sleep with you.
Well, I won't say dating. I thought he meant dating, but then really wasn't, because she was like fucking like 38 people in the hotel at the Grand Floridian or whatever.
Well, was this part of a bet? What?
No, I don't know, some kind of like sex trafficking and shit
She was sex trafficked? Why doesn't he report it? I mean, he's all about
making money doing it. Actually, a prostitute. I don't fucking know.
Okay. Okay.
These stories don't ever make sense to me, but and I never know whether to half believe it or not, because when he says, well, that's why he's broke, because he didn't tell me the crack up part. He told me that he was broke because then he busted those people, and like Grady, that Grady cop that's in Florida.
Yeah.
He's always busting them. You know what I'm talking
about? Yeah. Yeah.
He said he busted them because Ian turned these guys in. They were fucking. He turned them all in to Grady, because he first did it to the local police in Orlando.
Of course. I mean, because Grady would take one look at Ian West and say, "That's the pyramid of integrity that I've been seeking my entire career. Come over here, Ian." And he'd waddle up there, kind of like a penguin with a fro or a natch or some shit, and then he'd say, "All right, yeah, you're looking like a kind of Afro-Jewish McDonald's character, and you don't even need the makeup. Let's have you help me seek out these evildoers." "I got you, boss." Yeah, and then he rescues all these young ladies. Of course, such a different story he tells Brooke as opposed to Nemo, where he says, "Then I got in with these two crackheads and they beat the shit out of me. Then they were done fucking." Yeah, I'm sorry. Go on. Yeah.
Next time you talk to Ian, ask him about getting his shit stolen by crackheads. It was like a bunch of his money and his CD records and stuff like that.
Yeah, everything he had. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he didn't tell me that. He just told me, he told me he came and everything was stolen. They'd gotten his stuff, but he made it like it was the people that he had turned in, because I guess like he didn't. I don't assume he met Grady.
Well, they're saying now getting back at him for trying.
Yeah,
to
they
do
were getting
something
back at him.
Oh,
using
yeah.
them
No,
to steal
no,
his shit.
let's ask ourselves which story sounds more believable. Yes.
Crackhead Robin.
Yes. That's well, Brooke.
Well, okay, I'm not saying it. I wondered the story myself, but he can't be mad at me because I have been very supportive here, and I just told him the story he told me. And if he's gonna go tell Nemo another story, and he's gonna tell Nemo, that's on him. Like
No, believe me. Let's put it this way. Believe me, I understand.
It's an embarrassing story. He probably didn't want to tell you that.
Yeah,
to a pretty chick.
Yeah, the reason I changed my tone of voice is not to be sarcastic towards you, Brooke. It was to emphasize the fact that he obviously has a crush on you. Ian, and Ian has a crush on you because we know that he didn't dare to tell you how bad it got. So
I feel bad if he's listening. Like I don't think bad of Ian, but but I also, he shouldn't have lied to me. I'm not gonna judge somebody like that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, well, beyond that, it's like, look, I don't judge him for that. It's like it's like the one thing I guess you could call it judgment, but it's not judgment. It's just common sense. Is like when he came on my show and was doing all the parasites have parasites, and then I reached for the sandwich from the sandwich boy, and that's when all the virus leapt from him because he had shots, you could tell, and then leapt into me, and I collapsed on the ground, and at that point, it's like you said, how long you been doing meth. And that doesn't mean you dislike.
I said he'd only done meth. He's like, oh, dude, when I did meth in California, I've done it 3 times. He said he's only done meth 3 times in his life. I didn't call him out on that one either, but
yeah, 3 times a day. Yeah, 3 times a day. Yeah, I've only done meth 3 times a day all my life. Yeah, and so it's like at the level he was at, he made Larry look like a fucking golden boy child and shit, like NFL, hero and shit. Actually, those guys, they're hardly anybody to look up to either. I mean, when we find out their backstories. But all that being said, look, I wish nothing but the best for Ian. He's been punished. Whatever wrong I felt he did me, he's been punished at this point. Karma kicked his ass. Poor bastard. And then some. I mean, no, I have to ask. I am curious. I think this is a legitimate question of curiosity. Did he mention the ethnicity of these 2 crackheads?
I can't remember if he did.
Interesting.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they were colored.
He's racist.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can't recall.
That would be my imaginal stereotype. That's the first thing I would imagine would be 2 big black guys. That's what I would imagine.
Or at least Hispanic.
I don't know why you said that, but the picture, and I think crackhead. I'm thinking, if somebody says old crackhead, I will say, if I go old crackhead, I'll picture like this old black guy in my head, because I remember one of the first times when crack was like really heavy in the 90s. It was like old black.
I mean, it is Florida. There are a lot of white crackheads there too.
That's what I'm saying. In the South, oh my God, I think of crackhead, I just think of trailer park, skinny ass,
right,
redneck.
Interesting point. Yeah, I mean, there's environments where that's my first go-to in terms of visualization. I don't know why in this case I thought 2 blacks. It's not that there was history to it. Probably more my kind of demographic this side of the United States. It's just definitely I've been exposed to.
Crack was originally out, and people still do crack, obviously, but when crack was such a heavy problem, when it got flooded into the country, I mean, where it was so heavy in all these areas.
I just got a message from him.
Oh shit! What did he say?
He says, "Oh my God, tell Doug to let me on, because we're talking about his story."
Oh God, yeah, it's like, what do you promise to do to my body, Brooke, if I let this fucker on?
I promise to, not become Starfish Twilight or what the fuck ever.
Yeah, can you believe Brent saying that? I see this as Brooks' future. He really is this kind of uppity, what would you call it? There is a kind of elitism there. I don't know what to call it. Just kind of almost like morally uprighteous, kind of like.
Yeah, that's how he makes him. Which to me, I think that's almost a hidden self-esteem issue that he has. So now he's built his self-esteem up. Yeah. Now he's made this false ego self-esteem where he's built his ego by feeling better and morally righteous. Or smarter, more intelligent, just better than, and for whatever reason, he truly believes that that's okay, that's walking around and acting like that. And don't get me wrong, like we all like, I felt bad even with that girl saying like, oh, are you drunk, but like, I mean, I was actually just enthralled with her voice, like that is very. Plus,
I actually, to tell you the truth, this is what disturbs me is I've never seen Pixie Princess Star Fox not like that. That's what disturbs me. My impression is she's like that all day. Like she wakes up like that. And that's like, it's gotten to that point now where, when people take in a lot and they just kind of get to that point where that's like, they always seem to be, inebriated. And I'm just
That's why I mentioned the Xanax. Like to me, she seems like maybe like, like I've met people that or take Xanax or even like antidepressants. They'll have like, like just different pills for mental, like depression, anxiety, and sometimes they're in like a cocktail. And so then they're just kind of like that all the time. They don't be drinking, but that's the only time. Like, so that's why when she said I'm not on anything, I was like, well, I don't know. Like I was blown away. I was like, I mean, she's not wrong. Like she just, but yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I've come on here before plenty of times and been, inebriated myself. But I still don't talk that slow, even when I'm inebriated.
Okay, so let's see. Ian,
I really want to hear what Ian has to say about the story.
That's.
Call my phone now. You don't have to call him.
I'm going to. I'm sorry. What was that you said, Brooke? You said I didn't have to call him.
Oh, he's calling my phone.
Okay. No. I'll call him. Fuck. I don't want to bother taking you away from us. So tell him I'm calling him. Let him know I'm adding him. And of course, there's going to be rules now. He's not allowed to play anything ever. So Ian.
I'm telling him now. Don't play any audio.
Nothing. Yeah, he plays nothing. I'm calling the Ian fucking West account. It literally says Ian fucking West. I'm pressing the add button. And I'm let him know I'm only doing this because of Brooke. Because at any rate. So let's see. It says he's unavailable. Tell him it says he's unavailable. He's going to have to call me.
Skype on his phone.
He's going to have to call me and I'll merge him into the call. Tell him he needs to call me and I'll merge him into the call.
I can't even get type. You just tell him, dude, because I haven't even messaged him.
Hopefully he's listening. Hopefully he's listening, and hopefully he's fucking got his shit together enough where he can understand what the fuck I'm saying. So, Ian West, you're gonna have to call, and I'll merge you into the call, or jump on the call. It says you're unavailable, but you're pinned to the call. You're added to the call. That means you can jump on anytime you want. So
he's just recognizing what I sent him.
Yeah,
he's
so
reading it.
Yeah, you don't. Whatever happens, you're not allowed to play anything. I mean anything.
He probably doesn't have a computer because they probably the.
I was about to say. Yeah, I was about to say.
He have to get on from his phone, and if he doesn't have Skype on his phone, he's gonna have to download it, and then he can log in, and then he can call you.
Okay, so then what was his logic in asking me to call him?
I don't know. Or you need to log into his Skype.
Maybe he's on his phone.
Oh, shit. At any rate, Ian West, you have to get on Skype. You have to call me, and I'll merge you into the call. I just called your major account, as I understand it, the one account that I used to use, the Ian fucking West account, and you says you're unavailable. So,
Doesn't he have multiple Skype?
He did, but yeah, then, like Brooke said, he's got to have a fucking computer downloaded onto his phone, right? So it's like, oh man.
Daniel called, and when I was talking to him, and so, but Ian was just going talking. So I had just like muted it and like answered, and then he hears it, and he's like, "Who are you talking to?" And he's like, "Oh, are you telling Douglas you love him again?" And I was like, "No, this is actually this is a guy from the podcast I just hadn't talked to him in a while." And he's like, who is it? And I'm like, oh, it's Ian West. Well, it's Frank Black or Black Frank. I don't fucking know.
Yeah. It's basically, we'll call him Wigger. That's an old term for wannabe nigger. At any rate. Yeah, that's right. And so.
I didn't find it funny at all. Again,
I don't know why, but when you said that made it funnier to me. I was imagining how upset Troy Bellamy would be. Oh my God! So Troy was getting in there. Look, we can read through what Troy said.
Oh yeah.
Did you?
I have a perfect video too that I forgot to upload to, put more emphasis on
I
that.
heard that y'all were arguing when I listened a little bit. I didn't know what I never went back and read any.
I wasn't really trying to argue. I was just conveying the obvious facts that true National Socialism isn't white supremacy, and Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich, National Socialists of the Third Reich, didn't hate other ethnic groups. They actually were allied with many various ethnic. That's what I was trying to get across.
Yeah, all of this is
and
true.
And the neo-Nazi, the modern
go on.
groups you see now, not the original neo-Nazis, but the ones you see now in America, they're all controlled and brainwashed by the Russian insurgency and the Zionist crypto.
Yeah, it's all true. It's in other words, basically, these neo-Nazis are basically emulating Hollywood. They watch Hollywood movies, and they think that's what Nazis are supposed to be. And so it's like they're Hollywood Nazis. They become caricatures of what Nazism was because that's what Hollywood presents. So yeah, it's the problem is that with Troy Bellamy is that he approaches from his paradigm, which is very, very fossilized as far as I'm concerned. He has a very fossilized or ossified. Ossified, it means petrified. He has a petrified paradigm that is like stuck on, like when he says stuff like this, like, I don't doubt your intention, but for the sake of your listening audience, I also find y'all interest. There's a Southern term for you because he's in Florida.
Ideology. I see what he's saying is. The only thing that surprised me here is that Troy's been listening to you a lot longer.
That's what I always say to him. That's what I was saying to him when he comes across with this stuff. This is why I call it ossified or petrified. It's like, how long have you been listening? How long have you heard me say I'm the son of Adolf Hitler? When does it finally get through?
Like if I hadn't been on the show, like if I never been on the show, we hadn't already met, and I like love you like as your person, just had heard like just some of this. I mean, you have to understand what. Unless you've gotten into your history and listened and that's a lot of time, you got to invest some time and want to believe that this is even a thing and go there to open up the mind that Nazi could be a good term or not what we think it is, right? But what I will say, but I don't know how he's listened to you all this time and either decided I'm never going to listen to you again,
right, which would be the.
He likes the person, I guess. He just some of it is a little push. But I will say this. What I will say about the word, I say that the word is different because here's the difference. Nazi, even if it is, so you're proudly able to use the word Nazi, but because of the neo-Nazis, fascism, you're saying that term is being used as differently like Hollywood was. Yes. Now, that's fine. But either way, there are people that are these neo-Nazis and they're proud to be called Nazi. And there are people that are real Nazis and they're proud to be called Nazi. The other word has never been something other than when in the 90s culture of rap where, part of the demographic, young rappers really were trying to make it cool to own the word because they wanted to own the word and so that it couldn't be used against them. It's kind of like, like I say before somebody, calls me like if I feel fat, I'm like, oh my God, I'm so fat, or if I, whatever. Like if I'm walking out and I'm looking pale white that day and I'm in a dress and my legs are white, I'm like, oh God, don't look at my white chicken legs. I'll say it before somebody else does because I want to own it before someone else can cut me. I think that's where the N-word was they tried to re-own it, and I can see why. And some people tried to do that, and they had the right to do that. But what I'm saying is that overall, that word was used. It was never a word. Nazis said they wanted to be called Nazis. They chose that. That was a word they wanted. That other word is not something that was ever chosen that people wanted to be called.
Oh, okay. So just let me put some context to that, Brooke. I certainly appreciate everything you say. And just to clarify, the original party would have referred to themselves as National Socialist. Nazi was a abbreviate that was used by the Allies. It was,
are proud to use it.
Right, yes, of course. But when...
And for the record, it stems from the word Ashkenazi.
It could be. That's one of the speculations.
That's from what I found.
Yeah, I don't personally find that too necessarily believable, but it's one of these things that it has a horrible irony to it. Obviously, there's a horrible pun or entendre to Ashkenazi Judaism and the term Nazi.
Yeah.
But it could have been...
You can't blame someone for having that conclusion.
Yeah, but it could be that was taken by the Allies as their idea of an insult, which is how it became the pejorative. But Nazi is like commie. It's an abbreviate. You use the term commie as an abbreviate, but you would never use it academically. So here's where the Nazi thing becomes pathological, is because the Allied nations, the Americans, the British, and the Russians in particular, have chosen to use the term Nazi academically. So that's not, it's at this point, it's imbued as an ideological insult that is now it's imprinted into the axiomatic thought processes of the Allies. And but beyond that, when it comes to them insulting each other, you're a Nazi, at this point it's become nothing but an insult. So yes, I would like to just own the word the way the blacks have taken the word nigga with the soft H and owned it, the way the gay community has taken the word queer and owned it. Sure, I'll take the word Nazi and I'll own it, but I'll redefine it. So this is part of the process of my redefining it. But because Troy hears this throughout the ages, and he genuinely seems to like, in general, Team Dietrich, he certainly likes Brock. So Troy Bellamy, what I can't understand is how this still offends him. He still comes on and he's like, I find it disturbing or that you find interest in Nazi culture, etc. And it's like, we've been trying to explain this for how long? And so I think one of these days he'll get it. But as he said before, he does derive a lot of information from myself. He didn't know about elements of the 14th Amendment, for instance, and I provided him the answer. I mean, this really happened. One time he said, Douglas, can you talk about what happened recently in light of the 14th Amendment? Now, to your average individual, that would be an impossibly obtuse question. They couldn't have fielded that at all. But I did. I went on with a good show's worth of response to that. So he is an educator, and so he does acknowledge that I have a lot of information to give. So that's important. And so that's what keeps him coming back. That's what keeps him coming back, even though there's the programming, and he'll have to accept that that's what it is. He's got this cultural programming, to say the least, or an indoctrination, a social indoctrination, that what we're talking about is wrong, intrinsically wrong. And of course, here's a good example. When he said about Nelson Mandela, and when Nemo brought up the fact Nelson Mandela was a rabid communist, I'm glad he's dead, I hope he's burning in hell. And then Troy Bellamy says, he was bitter from all the years of apartheid and understand what it's like to be a black man in Africa. And he did express the concept that the whites did not belong there. And this is where I would take argument and say, you have to understand, the blacks did not want to be brought to North America. They were in Africa. They didn't have a choice in the matter. They were mass abducted. But once they were here, it was obvious they could never return home. Even those blacks that they dumped off against their will when the British Empire outlawed slavery into Sierra Leone, and the blacks the Americans dumped off against their will into Liberia. So you've got these two nations in Africa that are totally artificial. I mean, they're not just colonial impositions of lines where the whites showed up and drew lines on the map to match their demarcation claims. Sierra Leone and Liberia are literally alien populations that never grew up in Africa, were raised speaking either the king's English under British slavery or the president's English under American slavery, were shipped back against their will and forced to survive on the coastlines of these now equally impoverished states, though the American one is off much worse. And but that's a tragedy. These people are not accepted by the rest of Africa. They're stuck in their little nations, speaking English to each other, and they're completely unnatural in an alien environment. They have, if you could argue logically, no more right to be in Africa than the whites who came to settle in Africa. And in fact, the reality is that after generations of living in Africa, those whites, like the blacks that were brought here, are now American and have every right to be in America, and to deport them would be a crime against humanity, in my moral opinion. They're Americans. They're here in America now, and they don't want to leave. The whites that have been there in Africa for generations are just as African as the blacks that have been here for generations are American. So I don't understand how Troy doesn't see that. I mean, does that make sense?
That argument, I wouldn't really see an argument being made though.
I'm sorry, honey?
Did he make that argument against that? I mean,
he did, and he never followed up with it. But that his original stance was that the whites didn't belong there. But he never responded to what I'm saying now because we didn't have an opportunity to speak of it publicly. But I would be happy to discuss it with him publicly. You know what I got him to do one time was when we were talking about black and white culture. Now, this is without insulting Troy at all. I don't feel it's an insult to Troy, and I'll say it on record. I hope Troy responds. He's welcome to, come on with us again and talk about it. But one time when he was on with us, and Troy is the term is Afrocentrist. He's in other words, his view of history and his view of history, geography, is centered on Africa. And this is understood, and Afrocentricity is recognized as an academic compensation for what has obviously been a Eurocentric interpretation of history. And sometimes the Europeans will, when they talk world history, will talk heavily about Asia. But it's very seldom that historians know what to do with Africa. They don't know anything about it of substance. So as a result, there's a academic movement to try and correct that, and that's fine. Of course, they've taken it to what could be called an overcompensation, and that's natural. Humans do this. And with the Afrocentric movement, basically everything's out of Africa as far as they're concerned. Humanity, math, everything. And the perspective is that everything that the Greeks discovered because of their connections with Egypt are ultimately African. Now, that's logical to an extent, but then it's taken to books like Black Athena. Maybe this is ultimately true. How are we ever to know? But their argument is that all the Greek gods and goddesses were originally part of an African pantheon. And one of the things that Troy Bellamy brought up was the Black Madonna. And I said, yes, the Black Madonna is in Poland, their idea of this Black Virgin Mary. And that's in Poland. It's very unusual, but that's what manifested in their culture. But he said, well, it's deeper than that. And he's going into, basically Christ is black, the Virgin Mary's black, and all this. And okay, you can...
There's no Virgin Mary. There's to wake you up. There's no Virgin Mary who'd wake you up.
Well, interestingly enough, Brooke, I mean, well, do we really know? I mean, there is such a thing in the animal world.
I don't ever need to argue that point, because the only reason I said it is because I think it's funny that if you're at the point where you still believe so not metaphorically, but exactly like biblically, like
no, I get it.
Donkey. So if you're believing that, but you're going to still argue the race, I mean, you're missing the whole point to me. Like the whole purpose. Like
no, I get it. It adds an absurdity to the absurdity. Oh fuck! What did I just do? Ian, say something again. Ian, do another thing. Say something. Send me a notification saying something. Fuck, and I'll look him up again. Okay, just had him there for a second, then I went back to... Here we are.
Did you write this letter that's on here?
Me?
Where's that letter from?
Well, not me. Oh, God, no, not me. That wasn't me.
Who put that? Some letter about being in the war? Oh, I guess it's a war?
Yeah, that's Amy Como's Tokyo fiance's relation. Wrote that letter.
Okay.
Yeah, it's so tempting to block contact on this. How do I put him in my fucking favorites just so I can find find him? I'm trying to avoid using expletives. I added him to my favorites, and then I disadded him totally by mistake. That button's going to go back and forth because that's my subconscious. Okay, so he's added onto favorites now. He should be easy to find for future reference so that we can talk to him when he's on the fucking Love Boat. I'm sorry.
I think you can sometimes also give a little more. Like, the only thing I would say that you still haven't given on is the fact that everything you said, I didn't disagree with what you said about the word Nazi and all of that. What I disagree with is you still using the N-word. And you do use it and you use it negatively. You're not using it like, oh, you my nigga, you know? Like, you're trying to, like, well, they, you know, like, that's when Rihanna, like, yeah, you my nigga. But no, that you're using it like, okay, well, that fucking nigger. You say it derogatory, and I don't think you should.
No, he says it toward. He's only ever said that word towards people who deserve bad people.
But there's a million bad words, and if he needs me to come up with more bad words for him, I will. But
just like white people, he calls the bad white people white trash. He says the traitors of their race too. They're just pieces of shit.
Douglas is an adult, and he don't need you to defend him. Okay. So
no, I'm just saying he gives it to everyone fairly, every race.
I don't need you to tell me what Douglas does because I listen too, so I know.
Oh yeah, But you know that, yeah.
He doesn't. I know that he puts down white people. I've done that before. I've said that word before.
Oh, you're trying to. Okay, so we brought Ian West on. Oh my God, that's why I couldn't respond or quote unquote answer for myself. I do need Nemo to talk for me when I'm unable to speak because I'm just incapable of multitasking. Okay, so Ian West is on with us. Dear Ian, let us know. Ian. Tell us about how you broke up the human trafficking ring. And, oh my God, you paid the price. In their vengeance, they tracked you down and they beat you up and stole everything you had, you poor fellow. But you're my hero. You're my hero.
Look, shut the fuck up. No, look, Brooke's right, and so is Nemo. Nemo, they're both right.
I bet.
But they're talking about two different time periods because I got robbed twice.
I didn't know that.
That's easy to believe. But how did you manage to get yourself in these positions now? And how about what about Nemo and I? We first had the racial stereotype in our minds of visualizing two black crackheads that took everything you had. Was that the case or a different ethnicity?
Okay.
God, that is the racist question ever, too. Oh my God. Oh.
Okay. You're wrong about the black thing. They weren't black. These people were fucking monsters. I mean, these people were fucking... I have never seen such vile slime in my fucking life after meeting these people. Yeah, okay, first off, Nemo is correct, but I didn't have two roommates. I moved in with the heiress of this, like, pest control company in fucking Central Florida.
I thought the crackheads were your roommate, sorry.
Well, that's where it comes in. She was fucking a crackhead, a homeless crackhead on top of it.
That sounds like someone I know.
Fuck you.
On top of it. Anyway, so now check it out. This is what happened. Okay, so the house that I was renting for like the last 12 years, the landlords fucking decided to sell it and didn't fucking tell me because they didn't want to have to pay me like a separation thing for breaking the lease. So I got whim of what was going on. Well, I didn't get whim. See, what I thought they were doing is I thought they were going to bull down the house because they were gentrifying the neighborhood. So I was telling people like, yeah, I'm getting gentrified and shit. Mm-hmm. And
you still didn't appear like a gentleman. I couldn't resist.
Anyway, so they kicked the dude out to the left of me, or because I lived in a duplex. So they kicked him out, and his place sat fucking empty for 3 months. And I'm so stupid. I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, they're gonna remodel the place. They're gonna remodel the place. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, no, they didn't. No, they just fucking sold it out from under me. And apparently they were supposed to like fucking pay me to move and shit, and they were just being.
That's, by the way, that is legally what they are supposed to do. Yes, continue, please.
Yeah. So they're being fucking cheapskates, and they didn't want to do it, so they fucking took me to court to evict me.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, that day, the day of my sit down for court, happened to be the Orlando fucking retard marathon run, and it my fucking court appearance on it. And guys, this is the whole truth. Like I'm telling you the true like story of all this. So anyway, the judge who evicted me, I moved across the street from his house, directly in front of him.
Uh-huh.
That is the true story.
Uh-huh.
You mentioned that before.
And did you do this to terrorize him?
No. I was eyeballing this place because, well, who I thought was like my homegirl at the time lived in the back, and it was another duplex, and it was like right in the middle of downtown Orlando. Like smack.
Did this pest control girl, when you say who I thought was my homegirl at the time, the pest control Harris?
No, this is the girl that when I was on air with you guys one day, she's like,
McDonald's girl? McDonald's girl?
No, the girl said this is his sister. That's her.
This is his sister. Oh, that girl! Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's my sister. No, this is his sister. Yeah, do you remember that, Brooke? That was really fucking funny. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I was just trying to think. I was getting her confused with the McDonald's girl, which one she was. Because then I was like, I don't know if it's like, do we really think he's fucking his sister, remember? Because you were like, well, it's Ian West. It very well could be his sister.
Yes, that's what I said.
That said, no, this is his sister. That was her. Anyway. She's actually the one that like set me up with the fucking heiress to the pest control company and shit.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, she's going to jail though. Anyway, so fucking I move in with the heiress pest control girl, and her fucking nephew robbed me. Well, what her nephew did was he said, "Hey, I'll give you 100 bag of crystal meth. You call me and tell me when he leaves, and I'll go in his room and steal all the shit." And that happened. And then, and the funny part is after she set me up to get robbed, he ended up taking the meth back from her and selling it to somebody else. So she didn't get no meth out of it.
Poor
anyway,
dear.
I know, right? Thank you, Doug. Thank you. So anyway. After that, I file a police report. Everybody's fucking scared shitless. I got all these fucking meth heads like fucking on the run and shit. I mean, there was some more shit that went down. Like another meth head fucking ripped off the power meter. You know, like the box on the side of the house that spins and shit and tells you how much power you're using. Mm-hmm. Well, one of the meth heads fucking ripped that off the wall, and I ended up calling OUC. And OUC ended up calling the cops, and they just scattered like roaches and shit. And it was pretty fucking funny. But after all that shit happened, there was no power in the house, and this was like going on for 8 hours. So I was like, fuck it. I was like, let me go to this bitch's place. So I went over to the house that I moved into the second time, and I waited for the dude who lived up front to move out, and it happened to be Pablo Escobar's nephew. His great nephew.
Oh, cool.
He lived in that apartment for like the last 20 years. And he was a fucking registered sex offender, which I'll get into that later.
So, oh my God. Yeah, go on. As if it couldn't be bad enough already. Yes, continue.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I mean, it is Florida. What do we expect?
Yeah,
that's almost like a requisite. Yeah, a rite of passage. But go on. Yes.
So anyway, yeah. So they like... after the first robbery happened, they stole like all my welding equipment. They stole all my tools. They stole like all my carpenter shit, and they stole a couple of synthesizers from me, and some other shit. But it's no big deal. And
I'm presuming you have nothing left to steal at this point.
Yeah, because that was all. You had a lot of tools and shit, man. You had all these bikes and all that stuff at your house. Like, is it all gone?
Doug, like the first robbery, they got like a good $3,000 off of me. Like after all was said and done, after all was added up, they got about $3,000 with the synthesizers, with the welders, with the tools, with the air compressors, you know, all the home repair studio building shit. But anyway, you know, everybody knew me and shit in their little clique, and they were like, yeah, your shit's over here. We know where it's at. And that's how I got the whole story of the first robbery. Okay. So anyway, I get out of there. I go to the second house. You got to remember, this is all within fucking 5 months. Now, this is all within 4 months, okay? This is all within 4 months.
Yeah. When it rains, it pours. I mean, it's obviously one of these.
It fucking does. Yeah. It fucking does. Yeah. And yeah, I'm kind of homeless at the moment. I kind of am. I mean, I'm staying at my grandma's. Yeah, another thing is I'm in Waveland, Mississippi. I'm not in New Orleans.
Okay. Okay.
But it's 45 minutes outside of New Orleans.
Oh.
Anyway. Yeah, I'm like hop, skip, and a jump away from New Orleans.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
Maybe you could hang out with Pixie Princess Starfire and rescue her from the serial killer who's got her boxed up in the House of the Rising Sun and shit.
Yeah. You can save her.
Sounds good. Yeah. All right. We'd like to see that. Go on. Yes.
So anyway, I go into the second. I go back to Pablo Escobar nephew's or great nephew's apartment after he gets kicked out for having like hookers and shit in there. And that was the fucking crack house. That, I mean, yeah, I'm like, yeah, they were the homeless dude that the chick that I moved in with was banging. He was smoking meth too, or smoking crack too. Well, he was doing everything. He was like, I didn't know there were these people that live in woods.
I mean, isn't that like a Florida thing? I thought it was like the air you breathe down there. Jeez.
No, I had no fucking clue. I'm like, I meet this old dude. He looks like he's like 60 years old, and he's really like 45 and shit. And he's just like this hard drug fucking user. Like, I've never encountered a species in my life like this. Like,
I think you're on a different timeline. I think you're. Did you see Joe Ty around this guy?
Joe Ty is like nothing. Nothing compared to this.
No, that was an inside joke about we said something a long time about timelines. And anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Anyhow, are you moving around a bit right now, Ian? You're kind of.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What?
I'm walking to the Circle K.
Oh, okay. Just okay.
The Circle K is where he got his Bud Light earlier that he hid from his grandma and enjoyed very quickly, like a little schoolboy.
Yes, my aunt will never hear this episode ever again. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
I almost feel sorry for you, Ian. This is hard times. No, this is bad. No, it's bad. I mean, Ian, a lot of people would not have survived what you've been through, okay? So continue. But are you going to get a Bud Light? I'm just curious. It's just amusing to us all.
Oh, yeah. In Mississippi over here, they sell beer 24/7. Unlike Orlando, they stop selling at 2 a.m. Here, they don't stop selling. It is great.
Oh, my God.
They don't stop selling it here either. I didn't know they stopped selling it anywhere.
Oh, honey. If you come here to California, there's a time limit. Oh, man, I don't know what it's like in Australia, but in Britain, it's like they stop at, like, they don't sell you any alcohol during lunch hour. You can't buy alcohol during lunch hour. Yeah, and they don't sell alcohol after like 10 p.m. All the bars shut down. And if you don't have stuff to bring home, in a bottle, you're screwed. It's dry until morning. Yeah.
I mean, our bars shut down at 2 a.m., most of them, unless you're a private bar. So there's some small private places. But yes, 2 a.m. is usually a cutoff. Yeah. But what he was saying is they, like in gas stations in Florida, that you can't even buy beer in a gas station after 2 a.m.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And in California here, you can't even sell alcohol in a gas station in California that I know of.
Beer? Not beer.
Yeah, not beer.
It just gets stolen anyway.
Yeah, from what I know. But then again, I don't drive, but my impression has been they don't sell alcohol in gas stations.
You can't get beer at a gas station. Where the fuck are you supposed to get your beer at?
Oh, they get it at liquor stores. There's liquor stores.
See, our liquor stores don't sell beer. We have liquor stores. See,
see, in California they do. In California, you get you can't go into a drugstore here like Walgreens and buy beer in California. It's specifically liquor stores.
Yeah, so ours is strict. Like ours is like you can have beer 24/7 all the time. If it liquor is at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and I mean not even 7 to 1. They lock the doors. You can't buy it because they go to jail. And 7 o'clock every day, you can't buy liquor. And Sundays you're not allowed to buy liquor at all either. That's still
Australia is similar to England with their time on.
The 10 p.m.
You can buy it. Yeah, 10 p.m.
And none at lunch. None at lunch either.
I don't know about. I think that's cool. Okay. Maybe in the bigger cities, I might have a 24/7 store, but where I am, it's all 10 p.m., 9 p.m.
Okay. Well, definitely.
I thought Australia was made for people that like broke the law and got drunk and fucked up. It was a whole.
Yeah, you think it'd be 24/7 and all that shit, but no.
I think
maybe back in the old days it was.
Yeah. Well, the one thing my stereotype would be is that all the Australians evolve around it, meaning that they all learn to store up a lot. That's what I would think.
Or brew their own.
Yeah.
A lot of people like to brew their own beer.
Like Southerners that do moonshine in the woods.
Yeah. I had a friend back at high school, and his father, he brewed his own beer, moonshine, and all the spirits, just anything.
Holy
shit! He didn't have to buy it; he just make it himself.
Jesus Christ! Wasn't that?
He was a giant motherfucker. He just drank a lot of hard shit.
God damn! I'm sure that had to be dangerous. Well, it's Ian West time now. We do want Ian.
Oh yeah. I wanted to ask Ian how is Mississippi compared to Orlando?
Oh no, I haven't finished the getting robbed story.
Continue. Yes, please. I hope you appreciate the fact, Ian, that I'm going to bat for you, telling everybody, hey, this is Ian's time. Let's hear him out. I do hope you appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I do, because the battery on my phone's about to die too. So. Okay.
Well, charge it. Isn't there something you can plug it into?
No, they stole my goddamn solar power pocket charger thing.
No. I mean, what about, is there a cable you can buy, like some little thing to plug into the phone to charge?
No. I got one. I'm walking to Circle K.
Okay. So.
Anyway. So, Pablo Escobar's nephew gets kicked out of the fucking front unit of the duplex I was moving into. This is the second time I moved now. All right. Mm-hmm. Second time I moved in 2 months. All right. Mm-hmm. No, this is the second time I moved in 1 month. I apologize. No, this is the second time I moved in 1 month.
Timelines again, Brooke. Those timelines. Yes. Anyhow, go on.
This is the second time I moved in 1 month. All right.
Yeah. I went to jail 3 times in 1 month. So
yeah.
Oh well, you got me beat on that. Anyway. Yeah. So anyway, so I'm moving back into downtown because like the place I was the heiress to the pest control company place that I moved into fucking was like right on the outskirts of town. Like one street over was like county and her street was city. So anyway, second time I move in the same month and I get settled in there. All right. Get this. All right. $1,400 a month for a 1 bedroom.
God damn.
With no fucking AC, with no windows that lock. Luckily, before I moved in there,
I don't understand. It's fucking Mississippi. It's not San Francisco.
No, I'm in Florida. No, I'm in Florida at the time. Okay. I'm in downtown.
He's still back. I think a couple months ago. He's back. He moved out that first month, and then he's now moving again in that same first month. Okay. Was it April, Ian? Was it April? Did it happen in April?
This is fucking February that I'm moving into this place. This is like right before my birthday. I had my birthday right after I moved into the second place.
When's your birthday? What date is your birthday?
March 10th.
March 10th. Okay.
Yeah, 1983. Anyway. Wow. So, I move into the second place, which is the kind of
this place with no air conditioning for $1,400?
Yeah, for $1,400 a fucking month. Yeah, and with windows that
you can't live in Florida with no air conditioning. That should be inhumane. That's like
I did for fucking 4 months.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ. You must have lost weight from all the sweat.
I'm still getting pussy. I mean, you know, I still am. I'm kind of happy about it.
How did that enter the conversation? It's like I'm not quite sure the connection there. I said you must have lost weight living in the hot box, and then he thought hot box. Yeah, Tug, I'm still getting it, man. It's like Ian. Yeah, it's a one-track fucking mind. So okay.
You mentioned, here's how that happened. You mentioned his body. You mentioned you must have lost weight, and all he cares about is when he thinks about his body. He just wants you to know he can still put his dick somewhere.
Yeah, I guess that must be it.
So much. You said it proper. That was good. Anyway. So anyway,
with those Chinese inches, that Chinese measurement system for his.
Okay. Hush, dog. My battery's about to die. Okay. So anyway, I'm moving in the new place. Everything's going good. Finally, this dude who's friends with the chick that hooked me up with the first place, and now I'm living with at her place, her crystal meth dealer gets out of jail. And I'm like, dude, yeah, I heard so many good things about you. Blah, 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 blah. I was completely fucking wrong. I'm trying to be nice to this dude, you know. I figured, hey, he just got out of jail, you know. Cut the dude some slack, blah, blah, blah. Be nice to him. So he's like, yeah, dude, I like writing music and shit. I'm like, okay, that's cool, dude. Well, come on over and, you know, we'll write some songs and shit. So him and his girlfriend come over. And you see where this is going now?
I guess, so.
Him and his girlfriend come over. And, you know, we hang out, you know, just, you know, smoke some weed and shit, you know, nothing too eccentric. And
you were smoking fucking meth and you didn't want to know it because you just said he was meth head.
He just got out of jail.
Anyhow, go on. Go on.
That's because he was just
Anyway, him and his girlfriend come over. We diddle around and fucking write a couple of songs, come up with some melodies and shit.
Yeah, it's interesting how he has to add that in there, just so we know. Some diddling around. Yes, continue, Ian. Yes.
Thank you, Doug.
Yes.
So anyway, yeah, and he ends up. It is the first time this dude ever came over to my place. He ends up stealing my fucking headphones. The one pair of headphones that I fucking do to like write all the songs and do all the fucking audio clips and all that bullshit, and he ends up stealing them, and I'm pissed off about it because it's like, you know, I'm really, you know, haven't recovered from the robbery and I haven't recovered from the move yet, and I missed a bunch of fucking work over it, which is another reason I fucking went broke and shit. But anyway, so I run to the back to the girl who hooked me up with those places, and I was so pissed off. I was like, I'm gonna fuck his girlfriend. Yeah.
Wow, a vengeance fuck. That's so romantic. Nothing like a hate fuck. Yeah, the stuff of romance novels.
Steal something of mine, I'm gonna steal something of his that he can't take back. You know, that's like the ultimate best revenge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Make him taste you.
Well, anyway. So I confront him about it. He brings back my headphones.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, like 3 months later after this, his girlfriend just fucking calls me out of the blue.
Of course.
Didn't see it coming.
Yeah,
had no
can't
idea.
get enough. Yeah.
So she calls me out the blue. She's like, Ian, are you home? And she's all crying and shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah. She's like, I need to come talk to you. I was like, okay.
Mm.
So I go out after she gets off the phone with me. I go out the door, and there he fucking is without her. And I'm like, hold on. Shit. So
Was this a trap? Was this a trap?
No, not at all. No, not at all. No, not at all. No. What he did
He's
was
crying because I bet she told him that she found out you fucked her, and now he's there to do some payback. Is this what's about to happen here?
Well, you're kind of close. You're kind of close to that. You're kind of close. So anyway, she comes over. She's shaking and fucking crying and shit. And she's like, don't let him see me. Don't let him see me. She's like, I just want to grab my shit and I want to get out of here. Apparently, homeboy fucking stole all her shit and went on like this fucking stealing spree and fucking left her at some hotel. She had an Uber over. She's like, I just need to get my fucking clothes and I'm out of here. I was like, okay, cool. So he dips. He goes and meets the heiress of the fucking
bug spray company.
Yeah, of the bug spray company over at Target down the street from where we moved. And she went and gathered all the shit that he brought over. And she's like, come with me. So I'm like, okay. So we go and get a goddamn hotel room on I-Drive and hide out for the night and hang out. I'll just say we were hanging out. Okay. And
you didn't think all your shit might get stolen while you were hanging out in the hotel looking for his girlfriend? You didn't consider that?
I totally did. I said it. I said, that motherfucker's probably robbing me blind right fucking now. I even said it. I even said it. I saw it coming. Anyway.
But you were too busy with what you had in your hands to care.
Oh, she was beautiful. Doug, she's beautiful. You totally understand if you saw it. You totally would understand. Anyway, so luckily 2 of my girls fucking show up at the house because I just ironically left both of my phones there as I'm going to this hangout with homeboy's girlfriend at the hotel. And I just left my phones there and they were worried about me. And they show up and they catch him and the girl that lived behind me robbing me.
Oh my
I
goodness.
didn't have my phones on me, so they couldn't call me. They didn't know how to find me. And I showed up the next morning. Well, I showed up the next afternoon because we went and had lunch after that. But fucking they got me for like another 10 grand worth of like music gear. They got both of my cell phones. They cleared out my Cash App. They cleared out my PayPal. They cleared out my Venmo. They cleared out my PayPal. I mean, they got me good. They got me good. And you know, once the police arrived and shit, and it turns out that the girl crawled through the bathroom window that doesn't lock and let the motherfucker in.
Oh man.
Here's the beauty of it. Ready? Here's the beauty of it. The judge that evicted me that I moved across the street from, his Ring camera got it all. He got the whole robbery.
Wow.
So now these 2 have been on the run. There's some more shit that went on. Like, apparently they were selling fentanyl too. And the girl that I was with, they shot her up with it and tried to kill her because she ratted on the girl that lived behind me and told me the whole story about how the robber.
Oh, he lost it. His phone died. Wait, you there? Ian?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Stay there again. They told you the whole story.
Oh, yeah. So homeboy shot his girlfriend up with fentanyl, trying to kill her for ratting him out to me about the break-in.
Jesus. And so have they caught this guy? Is he headed to prison?
He texted me tonight still.
Texted you tonight? Is there a way you can get the law on him?
Huh?
Is there a way you can get the law on his ass? Catch him? Apprehend him?
The detectives are on both of them.
Okay.
But with him trying to murder his ex for ratting him out, and then all the fucking drive-bys and shit they did on the place for calling the cops, I had to get the fuck out of Orlando. So now here I am in Mississippi.
Oh my goodness. Well,
goddamn.
Yeah, it's been quite the wild ride, and this must be just the tip of the iceberg. So what else comes to your mind while your phone is operating? And yes, if you want me to call you on Sunday night, I'll be happy to do so during Roundtable, and you can also continue the saga, but certainly share what you can tonight.
Oh, as for what Brooke was saying about George Bush's accountant's daughter, she is absolutely correct about that. She's telling the truth on it.
Okay.
Before I got evicted, this chick hits me up on fucking Facebook dating, and she's like this little 24-year-old fucking curly red-haired. She's kind of thick, but it's all good. She has some big titties, and she was really cute. And I was chit-chatting back with her for a couple of weeks, and finally she was like, "Hey, can I come see you and stuff?" And I was like, "Here's my address." I was like, "I don't leave my house," and blah 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 blah. So she shows up, and she's like, "Yeah."
He said, that's the way he says he don't leave my house. That's like he said. That's the way he doesn't want to say. Because when I do, I'm riding a bike, and then I go over to the
I was going to say something about an ankle bracelet, but go on. Yes. So continue.
Anyway, so I meet this chick, and her name's Jordan. I don't mind saying it. I'll tell you her name and shit.
Oh wow.
And she's beautiful girl.
Oh,
beautiful. I mean, beautiful girl. And she's like, yeah. I mean, she looked a little woozy when she first came over, and she's like, yeah, I just got done doing this gangbang, and I said, I'm not making this shit up. And she's like, I didn't use protection, and she was like, I need something. I was like, well, here, I got like one morning after pill left out of my little drug collection, and. So, first time meeting this chick, she brings her dog over and shit. And, I'm hooking her up with a morning after pill before I even bang her. I mean, that's my kind of chick,
How the fuck does she feel comfortable? She already told you during these weeks of texting, hey, I gangbang people. I mean, like, did you...
She was just always, like, FaceTiming me naked in the hot tub at some random hotel.
Of course, you should, at that point, understand that this is an unusual dynamic and not necessarily healthy. But go on.
But, it's just, that chick's more my speed, Anyway, so...
yeah, of course.
Thank you. Anyway, so...
By the way, this isn't a moral judgment. I just want you to understand that. It's just that it's hard not to imagine that not leading to trouble or disappointment. But continue, please.
Oh, no. Well, I mean...
And I think the story was more like she came to his house because he said, hey, baby, I got pills, baby. I got it, baby. The drugs you want.
Closet. He does. That's why he had the morning after pill. If you remember his fucking closet.
Oh fuck yeah! He's got pills for the morning after, the morning before. Yeah.
He's got his shit to get it up, to get it right, get it going.
Yeah.
Fuck up. No. It's just easier to buy the morning after pill on eBay in bulk than buying a single one on Target.
But when you give it,
cheap and frugal with his drugs. There we go.
But you said you had this one pill left in your drug bag. That's more like a recreational narcotic, was it not?
My drug closet. I had one morning after pill left in the drug closet, and I gave it to her.
Okay.
I gave it to her because she just got done gangbanging like a bunch of dudes.
Okay. So that was your nightly saintly.
And this is what he says is more his speed, because it sounds more fun to him. A girl that's like, I'm naked all the time. Yeah, I was gangbanging people. Give me a morning after pill. It means like, more fun.
Line. Yeah, that was her opening line. It was amazing. I was so impressed. And she didn't even look like the type. She didn't even look like it. Anyway, so she sleeps for like a whole day. She wakes up and she's like, I want to take a shower, and I was like,
and but you fucked her, I'm going to assume, before she went to sleep?
Times. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I like the way. Now, did she say I want to take a shower? Did she say I want to take a shower before or after you fucked her?
Before I fucked her, she wanted to take a shower. Before, like she invited me in the shower, or she invited me in my shower.
You just made the story just a little better for yourself. You want to tell a little couple lies. You'll just next time tell the story, just say I at least made her take a shower first.
No. Like, okay, you got me there. But I'm just being honest with y'all. I'm not trying to impress you guys. So anyway,
of course not.
So we're in the shower. Well, we're sitting down in the shower, and the shower's like spraying on top of us and shit, and fucking, we just start like making out and shit, and she's like sucking me off and jacking me off and stuff, we're just hanky pankying and fucking.
I think it's interesting how he gets descriptive at this point. It's.
Thank you. Yeah.
He hadn't had any sex since he's been up there in Louisiana, and he's just he's realizing that.
Well, I hope she hears it. Anyway, my battery died. So anyway, fucking, she fucking, we go and hook up and shit, and fucking, the next morning she goes, I don't know if sex could be like that. And I'm like, what? I was like, what
of course.
I was like, I know.
Ian, really?
That's serious, homie. I'm not making this shit up. I'm not making this shit up.
Oh, it had to be. It started in the shower. There was all this steam. It was kind of like the film Gorillas in the Mist.
Oh my God, no. Now you're just embellishing on the story. No.
You're like the snowman that doesn't melt. Yes.
No, it was very like innocent and sweet. It was. So anyway. So when she says, I know sex could be like that, I was like, blown away, and I was like, well, tell me more about yourself. And she's like, well, my dad's the accountant for George Bush, and I'm down here in Orlando trying to get a job at Disney World. And
I like how all this private talk comes after physical intimacy. It's like...
Yes, you are correct. You are correct, Doug. You are correct, yeah. So And I was like, so you really weren't lying about the gangbang shit, you know? Because I knew Bush was satanic, and then she like busted out into how she was adopted. Her and her brother were adopted, and they're raised to be an incestuous brother and sister couple for their satanic street credit points for her parents.
All right. So
and,
go
I mean,
on.
and straight up, dude.
I want everyone to say that. I want to interrupt real quick, Ian. I just want to say, everyone, please keep in mind something that I don't think Ian has thought through quite yet. He met this girl on Facebook, Facebook dating now. Yeah. And we all know, at least Douglas knows, Nemo knows, the things that Ian West posts on his account. She would have known everything he was into and not into, especially, yes, the Bushes and the Satanism and the child trafficking and Disney. And I'm fairly certain that she sold you a fucking line of bullshit. But go ahead.
The license plate on her car was from Texas, and I heard her talk to her dad many a times begging for thousands of fucking dollars ago. So
could you in turn not beg her for a few of those dollars as some collateral overflow? I mean, I would think that would.
I didn't need it. This was before I was getting robbed and had to get evicted and moved and shit. This was before all this.
Oh my gosh. But by the way, it does seem to cater to a lot of your interests. It's like Brooke Gibson said. Were you not afraid that this could be some kind of setup?
Hell no. This girl was like too innocent and sweet and little and cute.
You know, they're programmed to be that way.
She may not have realized she was being used.
Wait a second. Sweet and innocent and cute. She tells you she just got through with a gangbang. I mean, it's one. Wait, which one is it?
Well, I mean, it was good honesty. You know, I appreciate the honesty in her. You know, I mean, I can appreciate that.
So but such being said, well, do continue. I mean, obviously it's continue.
Okay, anyway, so she breaks down and tells me the fucking story about how she was raised and how all her fucking parents' buddies and shit would stand in a circle and watch these two brother and sister couple
making out. Yeah, and then you realized everyone in Florida is fucking their brother or their sister, right? Did that ever hit you?
Or did it hit you that you share a video about that every 2.5 days?
That was a good one. That was a good one. But I don't know. It just blew my mind, you know. And I guess that's kind of how
it blew your mind. It blew your mind. All these years, and then this blows your mind. I mean, I'm not quite sure. Like, look, this sounds like a setup. It sounds like, if anything, I would be worried that the satanic dark powers that be have sent someone as a honey trap to fishhook me into my demise. Yeah.
There you go. And think about this. When did your bad luck start?
Oh yeah. Good one.
Well, it was after that. Yeah, it was.
Thank you, Brooke.
Yeah, it was after that.
It
was an ongoing battle. Anyway. So anyway, you know, she's coming and going. You know, I see her like once a week. Tops. And finally, she's like, "Hey, do you want to go to Disney with me?"
But by the way, with each of those times, did you manage to get another pill, or you kind of did?
No. Actually, I didn't reorder. I didn't reorder any after that. No, I didn't. So anyway,
right, you're probably gonna get his shit together, get to go on that cruise, to get that good job, and then guess what? You're gonna get a call, old fat. You said she's cute and little, but earlier you said she was thick and redheaded. I don't know how you can be cute, sweet, and redheaded and fat, but whatever.
No, she was just thick and little. That's it. She was just thick and little. You know?
Thick and little.
She was so cute.
Thick and little.
She had a real innocent looking face, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway. Okay. So anyway,
well, you ain't gonna be going on that cruise ship where she calls you and says she's pregnant, and you'd be stuck back there in Florida.
That's right.
I broke that little girl's heart. I felt so bad for breaking that girl's heart.
Yeah, it's hard when you break the heart of the Pillsbury Doughboy. But come on.
No, God damn it. Anyway. So who's texting me right now? Anyway, so
it must be her. She wants some more. No, just can't get enough of that dick.
Anyway. So she's like, Ian. She's like, I want you to come with me to the Contemporary, and she's like, and just look after me. And I was like,
What's the Contemporary? What's the Contemporary?
That's Michael Jackson's hotel at Disney World.
He still hadn't read into the fact. I don't know if you missed this part, Doug, but he said, you know, he's seeing her once a week, and then she calls him one night and she says, "Hey, Day," and she's like, "Hey, will you go to Disney with me?" I mean, Disney, like, how many times do you post a week about Disney?
Yeah, it's
right?
true too. That's true too.
I'm very fluent in Disney World, you know, being from Orlando and everything. You
So
know?
she takes you to the Contemporary Hotel is on Disney property.
Oh my God! Yeah. So it's looked like
from my grandma's house.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What? Say that again, Ian. They probably said what to you?
I only made it to Circle K from my grandma's house.
You made what with your grandma's house?
I walked all the way to Circle K from my grandma.
You're talking about what's going on right now.
Oh, okay. No, I was just, anyway. So.
Oh, you walked all the way to her to what is it? Do you two understand what he just said? What the fuck did he just say?
I don't know what he said before.
No, I don't know. For some reason, he went into what he's doing right now and stopped the story. Just we don't care what you're doing right now. We just like your crazy.
Okay. Anyway.
Oh, is your grandma okay? Is your grandma all right?
Yeah. I know. She's a looker. I'm very proud of her. Like I'm proud to have such fine women.
Did you just say your grandmother is a looker?
No. She's a looker. She's a fine looker.
That's what I said. No. Look, I didn't say hooker. I said looker, and I'm shocked that you would say that.
No, I'm proud of. Oh no, I'm very proud of my grandma. She's like 88, and she's got it going on. You know.
Nice number.
Dude. Okay, I mean, you're worrying us now.
I'm proud of her, and my aunt's so goddamn fine. Like I'm so proud of my aunt too. You know, she's got it.
Is there a porno movie coming out of this?
Aunt and grandma are listening to this call or around him right now.
No, they're not at Circle K. They're not at Circle K right now.
Was she one of the Auschwitz prisoners who got subjected to the anti-aging serum? And that's why she looks good for her age?
No. The only Auschwitz survivor in my family was on my dad's side anyway. So anyway,
oh my gosh,
yes. Anyway, so she's like, yeah, I want you to go with me to fucking Disney World and, you know, look after me and you can partake too. And I'm like, okay, all right. You know, so I mean, I wasn't doing shit that day anyway. So
of course
we go to the Contemporary and I swear to God, dude.
I like the way Ian has to specify he wasn't doing anything that day. Like we would have thought, oh no, Ian had so many things scheduled that day.
Like you already knew you're about to lose your house and you're about to be broken in a few months. Not working. We are here.
This is kind of the beginning of the losing the house thing. Yeah, this is kind of the beginning of it. Anyway. So she's like, yeah, just come with me and, you know, watch over me and you want to join into your blah, 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 blah. I was like, okay.
Go on.
Man, I swear to God, dude, I'll watch this bitch bang like 55 dudes for 10 hours.
At Disney. In Disneyland.
At Contemporary. Yeah, at the Contemporary Hotel, like on the fucking
38 exactly. Why did you say 38? Like you knew.
No, ninth floor.
No. She means the people she fucked.
You
38
said there were 38
people.
guys.
Yeah.
I thought you actually had a number like that.
Did you count them?
Numbers are just numbers. You know, they don't mean anything. Anyway. So, like I said, no bullshit. I watch
measurements of your sizes.
Exactly. Just like that. Thank you so much. Anyway, so I'm watching this bitch just blaze through like the bellboy, the front deskman, and blah blah. I mean, like. There's a crowd in the suite. I mean, there's like a crowd, and they're coming and going.
And nobody notices this. I mean, it's like, what? Please continue. Please continue. It's hard for me to envision them getting away with this. You're saying the staff is involved.
It gets better. It gets way better. So anyway, as these dudes are waiting to bang this bitch, I'm like, hey, are you into, you know, younger chicks? And they're like, yeah, man, yeah. And they're smoking meth, too. I swear to God, they're smoking meth.
Imagine that.
Well, I mean, I didn't, you know. Anyway. But apparently.
Definitely not Ian's crowd. You know, Ian doesn't normally hang with people like that.
Yeah, well, apparently these people smoke meth so they can do more evil. That's what the Satanists do. They smoke the meth so they.
And what was your reason?
Shut the fuck up. Anyway, so.
I don't think they smoke the meth so they can do more evil. I think that's the blood, the blood stuff. I think they smoke the meth so they can enjoy doing evil.
Yeah, that too. I can see that. Anyway. So I'm asking all these dudes. I'm like, hey, are you into young chicks and shit? You know, like acting like a pimp and shit to them. And I was like, you like 12-year-olds and shit. You know, I was like, yeah, I was fucking with them. You know, because I was just bored watching this bitch get banged by these 50 dudes. And I was like,
I mean, by the way, imagine the scenario here. He has this intimate relationship with this young lady. Tells us how wholesome she seems, but she's going through this daisy chain of guys. Yeah. And you get bored. He's telling us he's
later on in the story you're gonna say, and I'm sad I broke her little heart.
Yes.
I felt
broken on her.
Okay, so continue. Okay, so you're going around basically kind of fishing these guys, kind of catfishing these guys, kind of like, I'm pimp and you like young people, and okay, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, give me your number. And I start writing all these dudes' numbers down on the fucking stationery that they provide in the contemporary rooms and shit. Yeah, like you go to a hotel and they got like the stationery and a pen and shit. So I'm just writing these dudes' names and numbers down. I'm like, all right, I was like, I'll give you a call when she comes into town next week.
Okay.
So anyway, man, I probably got about like 40 numbers off of like every single one of these dudes.
Okay.
And I was like, oh my God and shit. And, and I was like, we got to put a stop to this. So I turned the list over to these detectives in OPD, and I'm like, hey, here's a list of all these fucking pedophiles, fucking have at it.
And they didn't.
Did you go there? Did you know these detectives?
They didn't do shit. Oh yeah, no. I met them at Johnny's filling station. They came
at Johnny's filling station.
Yeah.
You called them and told them you had a tips or whatever, and then they met you.
Yeah. They sent a female police officer, and I just talked to her. I was honest with her. I was like, yeah, look, I was like, man, I just.
And you told her the story you just told us, and she.
About me watching my girl getting gangbanged by these 50 dudes, and I was like, I got all these numbers and shit.
And
so anyway.
Yes, go on.
So anyway, nothing ever came of it.
Imagine that. I mean, unbelievable that they wouldn't follow up on such credible information sources as our man Ian West after the story he just shared. How did the woman, I want to know what this lady cop's face looked like. How did her face?
Mortified. She was mortified. She was like, I mean, her jaw was just like dropped and her fucking eyeballs were open wide staring at me like, what the fuck?
Looking at Ian West thinking, you know what? I never thought I'd say this, but I just miss the meth heads that are just still in the fucking copper.
I was about to say.
Dude, can you? I don't know what you're high on, but can you just please? I need the copper, guys. I don't need this anymore. Like, she thought you were so fucked up. Yeah, my girl, and she was banging 38 people. It's super. I mean, fucking A. The whole story is like not believable in that sense. I only believe you because it's so fucking crazy. It sounds too crazy to be not true.
Well, let me finish the story first before you dismiss it. Okay. So anyway, nothing ever came of it. Like, I didn't hear back from OPD. There was nothing going on. No arrest for, nothing. Didn't hear shit from them. So finally, I'm fucking watching this Tampa shit.
Yes.
And it's with the Sheriff Judd Grady guy. And he's like, yo, we got this organization and blah, 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 blah.
Is this before you moved out?
Oh, yeah. This was like 3 months. This was December. So, yeah, this is like before I moved out. This is like right before. This is like a month before I moved.
When you still had a TV. When you still had a TV.
Okay, so this is like December, January, like when you talked to Grady. Or when you sent it.
No, I didn't talk to Grady.
No. He saw Grady on TV. Was it TV?
Yeah. I was watching one of the press conferences, and he mentioned the name and the website of these groups that went after these fucking people.
Okay.
And I emailed the list to them. And then like 2 months later, they're like, yeah, we arrested like a judge and we arrested 3 sheriffs and shit. And I couldn't believe it.
Okay.
It was your people because the names, or did you know because you already knew some of them were judges?
From their fucking mug shots. That's why.
Well, do you have a link to the announcement, to the press release, the announcement, or that was made?
No, I don't. I'm on my phone right now.
Oh,
I'm on my phone. Yeah, and I don't have all 15 of my computers are in storage in Orlando. Like, all my shit scattered about that didn't get stolen.
Right. Oh, yeah. No.
I pulled it early. I pulled it when I was talking to him. Because again, I was talking to him and I was still like, half believe in his story, so I wanted something to verify.
Uh-huh.
And I did find something. I'll see if I can pull it.
Okay. And
I don't have a computer anymore. I'm fucking. I got like 2 suitcases and a box of magic tricks and cards and shit. That's all I got left.
Jesus, you poor guy. I mean, that's awful. I'm so sorry. That's horrible. That shouldn't happen to anybody.
I mean, I'll survive though. I'll survive. You know, I'll be free. You know, it's good to wash my hands of it. But you know, after the girl being poisoned with the fire, you know, shooting up the fucking what's it called?
Fentanyl.
Yeah, the fentanyl and shit, and her having to go. It's like, it was just way too much. And I mean, and they were doing goddamn like drive-bys on my ass. I thought they were fireworks, but they were fucking.
I like that. I know it's true. They sound like fireworks. Yeah.
I swear to God. And my landlord's like, I'm gonna have to charge you for breaking that window. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about breaking a fucking window? And there's like a fucking little, like a BB-sized pellet hole through it.
Jesus Christ. Well.
But no, it gets better. You ready for this? The 2 people that robbed me ended up being confidential informants because they're fucking drug addicts.
Wow. That sucks. That fucking sucks. Yeah. And the 2 people that robbed, this was, you know, it's been so much that happened to you. I kind of lost count. This was like before or after. Okay. Roly-poly chick shows up somehow before you leave. But after you leave, then is when you get hit by the crackheads, right?
Oh, no. Okay, so first, George Bush's accountant's daughter happened first.
Right.
Then
and did you hear George Bush's voice on the phone, recognizable?
No. I heard her daddy's voice on the phone, and I watched him, like, transfer $2,000 at a time.
Yeah, you can always tell that that's it. Their daddy sounds like George Bush's accountant. Because you know George Bush's accountant's voice. I just tried to. I had to say, like, you know.
Shut up.
Oh my God.
I think it was definitely George Bush's accountant. Like, that was it.
We got 41% battery left. Okay.
But continue. Yes, by all means. Oh my God. Yeah. By all means, continue, Ian. Of course, I'd like to see a picture of your grandmother if she's that hot, and your aunt.
I was so proud of her. I was like, you still got it, Grandma. You still, you know, most women after they reach like 25, you know, they hit the wall and stuff. You know what I mean by hit the wall?
It's the way you say this. It sounds almost as if you're just as willing to fuck them as you are. So many of these.
No. What little bit of conscience I have and morals I have left, you know, I still wouldn't go that.
I'm so impressed. I literally look. I've seen so much. I wouldn't hold it against you if you did. I mean, it's not like pedophilia after all. But it's just. So what else is what other horrible things have happened? Somehow you managed to sequester your computers into a storage facility. Do you need to pay for that? Aren't these expensive?
No. One of my best friends is storing them in his garage for me.
Okay.
Yeah. And all the guitars are at another buddy's house. I got like all my shit scattered out at like 5 of my friends' houses. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God. Yeah.
Down there in Orlando, and I'm up here in Mississippi at the crossroads.
Yeah.
The birthplace of the blues. That's where I'm at now.
Yes.
So, you know that actor Morgan Freeman?
What's that about Morgan Freeman?
Yeah, that actor Morgan Freeman. He's got a bar up here.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me he was one of the guys fucking your chick.
No. I'm not allowed to talk to him, but he can talk to me. So, but anyway.
But, yeah, you've been through a lot. Continue. Yes, go on.
Yeah. So anyway, after the whole second robbery thing, I was just like, fuck it, dude. I was like, fuck it. I was like, fuck everything. Fuck this place.
Mm-hmm.
And I got the fuck out of there.
Mm-hmm.
And so many were.
Right. What a nightmare it's been. I mean, obviously this is disturbing. And now at this point, now that we're bringing it up, is this potentially a setup? Were you set up in some way?
Well, the first one was a setup. Okay. But the second one was. Yeah, the second one wasn't.
Okay. So the first one was the fentanyl people.
Yeah. No. the first one were the what are they, cousins, or I don't know what they were. I think
the brother and sister fucking each other. No, that's no, that's the girl.
The first robbery was, I think it was the chick I was living with. I think it was her nephew that set me up. That was the first one. Okay. And the second one was fucking the confidential informants.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Just horrible. What a horrible experience. Horrible series of experiences. But do you feel things are settled down now? And I hope you get that job. Obviously. What about this job with the cruise? Does that look helpful? The cruise job.
Yeah. I was like I did the first interview. The first interview went really fucking good. Mm-hmm. She's like, all right. She's like, well, we'll call you by Friday. Well, they didn't call me by Friday. They called me by yesterday. Mm-hmm. They called me on Wednesday. So, or I guess it's whatever here now. But anyway, yeah, they finally got back to me Wednesday to schedule the second interview. So now a second interview is on Monday at 10:30 a.m. So
okay, congratulations, good. Now, Brooke just entered into the text box here. Grady Judd, human trafficking bust press. So this may be some evidence for what you're describing. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a minute since I've seen the mugshot, whatever things, but I recognize the dudes. Like, I recognize them. Mm-hmm. Okay. Like I said, it was like 3 sheriffs and 1 judge that got popped.
The one I put in, I didn't see the judge. They had a teacher, and they had teachers, and they had what they said, like military.
Okay,
military.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But this was a huge sting. They ended up actually bringing in 228 people.
Okay, so 228 people. Okay, great, good job. So
basically, probably they were doing this big sting, and probably mm-hmm. some of the people were who he saw, because obviously this is going on. They have some issues if they're gangbanging in hotels. They're probably doing it other places and got busted. But probably they didn't ever listen to Ian at all. They just saw him on the news and thought he was his tip, but it wasn't.
Oh my god.
You done, bro? You done?
Well, Ian, I mean, you've got to admit, I mean, that's, oh my God. So what about this young lady? Are you ever speaking to her again? You said you broke her heart. How did that happen? How did you break her heart?
Dude, I felt so bad, dude. I felt so bad. Like, she wanted to come and live with me and shit and pay my rent and all this crap. But
and you said no to that?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
She wasn't that cute.
Oh my fucking God. Dude, it's like there are times when it's just a matter of survival, security. There's other things to consider.
Karen, you can put your dick in this cup. She done fuck 38 fucking guys in front of you. Your shit about that. You want to call her cute, doesn't take up her. But when she's suddenly going to pay your rent and you're fucking broke and need it, you're like, she ain't that cute.
I wasn't broke at the time. Yeah, I wasn't broke at the time. This is before the robbery. I wasn't broke at the time.
Well, you should have seen that coming.
Yeah. But what I can't understand is after you were robbed, why didn't you call her back? Crawl back to her on your hands and knees.
I did call her once. I did. I admit.
Then what happened?
She didn't answer the phone.
Okay. And did you leave a message?
No, I just went on about my day, and that was it.
You might consider calling her back again.
I think you should not. I still think that she is the beginning of all his troubles. I am fairly certain. And if she's not, then Ian, your troubles started a long time ago, because whatever, I tell you right now, I can't imagine me having sex with a guy like I met you, like you, I think, and I'm like, hey, I can't imagine if I had just fucked one guy that day or the day before, and I came and say, hey, I just I fucked somebody else last night, so I was out partying, and thinking that this guy would want to see me again. You're 38, you're 30 people, 20. I've been gangbanging.
Basically 40 people. Basically 40 people is what he's.
Like, I don't. Is it Florida that makes you that crazy?
like, how many pornos have you watched? And like, have you ever forgot the porn actors' faces?
Actually, she's been seeing quite a lot of porn lately over the past several months.
I see tons of porn. I see seconds of every porn video there ever has been, I think.
Yeah, thanks to her acquaintance. But such being said, yes, it got to the point where her acquaintance, because of his meth issue, sometimes thinks he sees his mother's face on the porn screen. So, yeah, it got to the point where...
His mother, his ex-girlfriend, his cousin, his sister's neighbor's daughter. He swore it was his fucking neighbor one time. I was like, oh my fucking God, why do you do drugs? Why? Do you enjoy fucking...
My battery's about to die, Brooke. Okay, look. Did you tell Doug what I said about Aquino and the kids at the Presidio thing?
No, tell me.
No, I forgot about that.
Okay, so tell me.
Okay, look. Aquino was taking the maglev when he was doing all that fucking kitty molested.
Okay.
That's how he was on the East Coast and the West Coast in the same day. Okay. He would take the maglev from the East Coast to Presidio, diddle the kids, and then hop back in the maglev and go back to the East Coast. That's how he did it. That's how he got away with it.
Okay. So did this come to you?
I presume these maglevs are only exclusive to high-ranking officials and whatnot.
Is that the case?
Senators and governors and shit, and yeah, that's how he did it.
But did the hotel tell you this, or was it just like a revelation?
Thank you, Brooke. That's what I was going to ask.
If they really are using that as transportation, that'd be a good way for them to not...
Sorry, Nemo, what'd you say?
Yeah.
Let Ian finish his sentence first, Nemo, because his battery's running out. So Ian, finish your sentence first.
That's the only way Aquino could have been on both coasts.
Well, I understand the logic, so I get the equation mathematically, but like Brooke asked, what did this just come to you as a revelation? So why was this not mentioned like before? I mean, because you just thought of it? Or?
Well, nobody knows about the maglev, especially in 1986 or whatever, when all the what are they called? All the allegations were coming out. That was the only way he could have been on both coasts at the same time.
Okay.
Just for the listeners, tell them what maglev means.
Okay.
The magnetic levitating trains that the Rand Corporation invented back in 1956.
Right.
That's the only way he could have done it. I mean, there's no fucking plane that can go from New York to LA in 17 minutes in those days. And still today, they can't do that.
Right. Look, I appreciate the concept, and I'd have to know more about certain factors here, such as the amount of miles that were traveled combined with the speed that it would be going at would be something that might cause G-force, literal G-force, which, they train astronauts to take up to a certain degree, but it's not necessarily the average person that can take that amount of G-force. So I'm presuming these things don't stop along the way. And
we need Aquino in this government. Why don't you just go through? I'm pretty sure you just go through a portal.
That's the only way.
Like the 70s, 60s, he's got portals.
That's the only way it could have been.
Oh my God. So, not that I'm dismissing what you're saying, Ian. I will actually provide you a corollary historical example. In the days when Adolf Hitler was alive, and they were attempting to assassinate him and actually trying to bomb areas of Germany that they thought he was in, the reason that they were always fucked up and frustrated was because the Germans had two things: a pneumatic system, and they also had a incredible sound technology to reproduce his voice so accurately that everyone thought it was the real thing. So whenever Hitler's voice was sometimes blared out in certain areas, his voice would sound as if he were physically there. And this would cause the Allies to intercept it on the radio and say Hitler's in the city. And then they would try to bomb and try to send assassins in and try to take him out. And they would constantly be frustrated because it turned out he wasn't there. then at the same time, the mail kept going through Germany throughout World War II, and their communications could never be intercepted for actual high-level commands because they used a pneumatic tube system, which nobody else had. So the pneumatic tube system enabled secret communications while giving the Allies the impression that Hitler was everywhere at once. So these are historical precedents in the 1930s for something similar to what you're talking about, but nevertheless, I do maintain a level of skepticism only on the basis that you're talking miles and miles and miles of underground tunnel that would be bored at that period of time with a level of technology that is debatable, not conceptually. It's not that they couldn't conceptualize it, but it's the actual manifestation of that technology would have been extraordinarily difficult without people knowing, and it's not necessarily a necessity to the narrative of what Aquino was doing as far as I'm concerned, but I appreciate definitely your input as a conceptual input. It's, I just, will accept it as something that you thought of, and that's fine. I'm not quite sure it's necessary for me to deal with my narrative, but but such being said,
that's how I did it. That's the only way that I know of physically how he could have done it.
I guess, but I mean, but it's like, it sounds like an awful lot of trouble just to diddle some kids. I mean, Brooke, help me on this. Nemo, help me on this.
It does, but Ian, didn't you say you either called San Francisco Police already with this information?
I called San Francisco Police Department. I was like, look, dude, case in the 80s. I was like, this is how this.
They took him out. They took him out. Poor man.
He thought I was kidding. He actually called them.
Yeah. He says he did. Yeah. May he rest in peace. Oh, they took him out now. He's gone. Poor fellow. Yes, they eliminated him. He was just telling us
too much information.
Yes, too much information. They couldn't let it stand. They could not abide by his font.
Wrote him on the magalift right now. I'm telling you right now. He said it out. He's praying to persevere.
Oh, yeah, they got him on the maglev. They got him on the maglev right now. They're taking him.
Grabbed him from behind and taking him down that tunnel.
Yeah, yes, they're taking him here to San Francisco, where they're going to diddle the poor fellow to death. Oh, the fate, the humanity.
Imagine if someone.
They're going to kill him, and they're going to put him at your door and make it look like it was you. Because then they'll just pull. There's an old video. Oh, he must have played some more music on there. Douglas killed him.
I'm sorry, Nemo. What were you going to say? Why did you raise your hand? You don't need to raise your hand, Nemo. Jesus fucking Christ.
No, because every time I try to interject, I get cut off.
It's not... Dude, the guy's phone was dying. You gotta...
No, but I was saying that, but then Brooke interjected. And anyway,
Anyhow,
I was just saying, if he was going to take such transport, if that was accessible, he'd be trying to hit like multiple birds with one stone, like conduct some business, fuck some kids, do some other stuff, then get back without any witnesses.
Look, I don't know about you, but I do not like to mix business with pleasure. And just the thought of, if I want to go out and do something sensual, something I'm going to get off on, something that drives me to the point of getting an erection and carrying it to point of climax, I think I'd want a day off. I think I'd want, like, maybe there's this idea of this little quickie by the side, but it's like...
Quickie, if you're living in wherever, I'm thinking quickies, like you take the train 20 minutes away, you don't go through the stress like, fuck, I gotta go to this G-force.
Yeah, thank you.
Because the kids out here in California are so much better than the kids down the street.
Yeah, by the way, they never factor that G-force in. Imagine you're going from one side of North America to the other, coast to coast, and the G-force must be incredible. I mean, it'd be like those
astronauts. It has an anti-gravity force field.
Oh, to diddle some kids. Oh, why not have some kids in the East Coast?
I could imagine that, unless it was some weird important ritual he's trying to do.
Can you imagine it's just anti-gravity?
That's no way.
Train
no, but I'm thinking of when I say
like only Aquino can really use it, because it's like, well, you know what? Like some other really important people, I guess, unless they're all going together. I mean, what they do, because it's like, oh, we were going to use it, but no, Aquino's on the train again, because he has to go diddle his kids. Like, what the fuck?
Just to clarify, when I say anti-gravity force field, I'm thinking in the same technology as what the Third Reich using for their UFOs.
Again,
So
that's like,
they could travel
you're talking about
around.
men who are making weapons of war in a time of existential emergency. And we're talking here about a guy saying, I gotta diddle some kids. I gotta go across the country.
It's crazy.
Yes, to do that. To do that. Now, I've got to try Ian...
I mean, if he was doing that, why didn't he bring the dogs in that he was sacrificing so all the PETA people didn't see? Why didn't he bring those in on the maglev?
Yes, I mean, oh my god. I mean...
Did you ever have pizza delivered on the maglev when you were there? Did you ever suddenly how'd you get that pizza here magically?
Yeah. Oh my god. So, Ian West is back on. He found some way to recharge his phone. He escaped!
I will tell you about Pizzagate. Tell him the other day he has a new... Now he knows why the pizza places are always with the... Tell him, Ian.
Oh, because the pizza ovens can fit little babies. That's why they have all these kiddie cooking parties at these pizza places, because the ovens can fit the babies. That's why. I'm going to go on mute.
Dude, you've got to get somebody to pay you to write these skits so that you can... so you can put them on some kind of sick situation comedy.
Hilarious. And I said... So wait a minute. So your only reasoning, you don't have this in you just figured out, well, wait, there's a big oven, so that makes sense. They do it so they can cook the babies. I said, well, why don't they do they not like fried babies? They put them in these deep fryers anywhere. You know what? Actually, that's right. You could fry them. There's no room for that. Fry them.
Oh my god.
I really have missed you guys. I really have.
We have to admit, there's a charisma to Ian West's insanity. There is a charisma to it. It's not necessarily healthy, but it's like, do you sit around and this is what you see? Where to cook babies? This is like, have you ever thought of seeing a counselor about these intrusive thoughts?
Stay off.
No, not really. No.
I mean, but then you talk about getting laid a lot. It's like, I presume these subjects do not come up when you're actually riding the wave, that you stop thinking in that moment and say, I've got to stop thinking about all these trafficked people, these eaten babies, and just get down into enjoying life. You know, it's just like, is that how it works with you?
No, it's just, I'm just, I try to stay on top of I'm trying to stay alive. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to stay alive.
I thought the same thing, Doug. I thought of this when he told me that. I said, you know what? I think he should. I was thinking about his job when you told me about you might get that job. That'd be good for Ian. I said, you know what Ian needs? He needs to have 6 months and just tell him, do not think and talk, post, look, or read anything about Satanism, child molestation, I don't know, cheating kids, I don't know, every other conspiracy you got going on out there, dude. Like Disney World, leave Disney World out of it. And then I realized, if you took all that away from Ian, that is his life. He would be bored. He would be depressed. I think he'd do without sex. I think he'd rather do without sex than do without all his conspiracies.
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! Yes. What do you say to that, Ian?
I'm walking back to the house now, and I actually found the entrance to the other underground here in Waveland, Mississippi.
You can go 6 months without trying to find anything. You didn't find shit.
No, we'll walk by and I'll live stream and I'll show you this place. It's creepy looking as fuck. It's creepy.
I would actually be afraid for him if he tried to enter it. That would be like, gee, you'd actually start worrying about this guy's life. Simply because of homeless people. What's that?
The guys in the tunnels would be like, it's Mr. West, get him.
Yeah. Do you really believe that?
No, I'm making a joke.
Oh, thank God. We don't want to get to the point, he's not bad like Brandon Young because he has tonal inflection, and so there's a difference in his tonality where, you actually enjoy listening to his stories. If Brandon Young tried to say the same thing, it'd just be insufferable because his monotone would make it just sick. When
you try to kid Brandon Young or anything, he just comes back with some stupid, dry, smart-ass, but not funny, no tone inflection comment.
Yeah. I mean, you know how bad it is with Brandon Young. It's this bad. It'd be like he'd be up there saying, I fucked your mother and she stank. Ha ha ha. ha 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 ha. Isn't that funny? You just see that's something
dry. Very dry.
That's not dry. That's psychotic. He's just plain psychotic.
I'll buy that too. I'll buy that too.
I mean, he'll say something that's not even funny. I mean, really not just not funny, but offensive. And he knows it will be offensive, like with Brooke.
It'll be like, I mean, I made a joke to him, and then he's gonna come back. Toes in pussy. You like toes in your pussy? I mean, like something super like, what the fuck does that have anything to do with? What did you say? And then he can't. Then he won't even go back to why he said what he said. He goes on. So you're from South Carolina? I live there.
Yeah, that's right. That's him. Thank you. That's how psychotic that motherfucker is. You're absolutely right. You got it down. That's what it was. And knowing that Brooke loves animals, he had to make a point. I'm hunting. I'm skinning. You know, this bullshit. He's just making shit up. He's just being a piece of shit because that's what he is. In the end, he's just psychotic. Well, Ian's not like that. But Ian, you do realize, okay, have you ever been on any conventional media venue? You realize if you said what you just said about the babies and the cooking and the little ovens, how people would excoriate you. They would excoriate you. They would verbally just assail you. They would say, "Oh, you sick pervert!" You know, they get help. They would, you know, it would be like, but it does beg the question. You need to consider. The filter with which you see the world. I mean, when babies are being cooked on delivery, what kind of world are you living in? It's, look, I've seen the worst of the worst, and, it's still, how would I say?
Get out of those Pizzagate rabbit holes and all. That's all it all sources from QAnon.
Thank you.
Community.
Thank you.
And that's all a psyops.
It's almost like they're trying to give people ideas.
I bet you that the real pizza places, though, he's onto something, because if you find the real ones that actually are doing the cooking the babies, they're going to be lined up with the Magalift track. They can deliver the babies very hot and fast.
Yes.
Well, look, you're kind of close on that, but it's not that simple. It's you know how all these Walmarts have like an automotive section and they have a McDonald's in them.
What about
it? Some of them have automotive, some have McDonald's. I haven't seen in the automotive section of the Walmart. You're saying there's McDonald's inside the automotive just for like the tire guys?
By automotive, what do you mean?
No. Okay. So all these Walmarts throughout the U.S. have automotive sections, right? Like you can go get your tires changed and filter, all that shit.
Okay.
Well, those are the entrances to the maglev.
Oh, of course. Why didn't I? How? I never thought of that.
Why don't you infiltrate one of these places?
Yeah, because Billy Joe at Walmart really knows how to keep a secret about the Magalift that you accidentally ran into. Perfect place to put them.
And the Walmart with the automotive sections and the McDonald's inside, they're the ones that are serving the human baby meat.
Oh my God! Now I know where to go.
I know that fucking lie. You know why? I'm not going to defend McDonald's too much, but I do have to say this. McDonald's does not have meat in their food, so there's no way it's human baby because there's not meat.
All right. Good one, bro. Good one. Good one.
But Ian, let's put it this way. If it were not for the fact that you have a kind of delivery that renders what you're saying almost harmless simply because of the nature of the messenger, if you
he does not believe about this shit. He does not believe it. There's no fucking way he believes it. He does have to shit for jokes. You know that.
Yeah, he's got to.
If he doesn't, then I don't know. If you don't have anywhere to stay, Ian, you should quit worrying about staying at your grandma's because there's a free place you can stay. I don't know where in your state it is, but here it's Bull Street in Columbia. And you'll get at least 3 hot meals a day, and you'll get you'll get whatever medication you would like, or that they you should take.
I appreciate you putting me up like that. I appreciate you putting me up. I appreciate it.
It's actually the state, but understand that honestly, if it were not for our high level of tolerance, because we're almost, shall we say, we're so calloused to being exposed to such shock in our lives that it's you come.
Come on, though. We can't ever say too. You can't go too far out there, Doug. Because I mean, I come on to your show and you're like, yeah, hi, my name's Douglas Dietrich. I am. Well, where did I start? Yeah, I busted the Presidio military base. But yeah, that was Michael Aquino. He's a Satanist. He made me the peacock angel. He was like a peacock angel. Yeah, it was the thing. My hair's been blonde. Oh yeah, but it didn't matter. I'm a vampire anyway. Well, half vampire. My mom's a vampire. But that's because I'm the son of Adolf Hitler. Because she took his sperm, she came here. She got herself pregnant. Let me continue to go on about every other thing that I know in the world that you do not know, and how I have killed people, people, and I can cross dress, and I can. Dude, you've got Ian West's life down pat. That's why I do not believe how he exists, because I would not have believed the Ian West story about any of that before coming on the show. Now I've heard so much craziness. I'm like, I don't even know what is possible anymore. I do not.
I don't even know what's real or not.
That's obviously Ian's problem. I'm sorry, go on, Ian.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, welcome to my world.
We're almost to the underground entrance. I'm almost there.
Yeah. Now,
oh my God.
So you can turn the camera on your phone at that point. We look forward to that.
We'll be the first witnesses.
Yes, we'll be the first witnesses. That would now imagine if.
And then we all get killed the next day.
Well, imagine if Ian at least things swarm out of the tunnel and they grab him and drag him in. We would at least have been the last witnesses to that, and we would have had. We all we could do is shake our heads and say, wow, I guess there's something to what he said. Yeah. The Chud, the cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers, CHUD, the Chuds grabbed him. Yes, and
they ain't worry about it. They don't have an oven that big.
Yeah, I was about to say when he said the girl's kind of short and thick, and he says he got into the shower with her together. I was thinking, how did they both fit?
Did you hear? Then he said we were in the shower. He said, well, we were sitting on the floor in the shower. You know why they're sitting on the floor in the shower? Because they ain't even when I'm balancing enough anymore. You balance and all that. You don't have to sit down to do anything in that shower.
Now, Brooke.
I'm getting jealous already.
Yeah,
Brooke gets jealous.
This has got to be a comedy routine. It's incredible. It's incredible. I know he's joking.
This is a true story, Doug. Everything I told you is true.
Oh my God.
Everything.
That's what's even scarier, dude. That's what's even fucking scarier.
Yes. I do flatter.
If it's still true, it's so scary. Because you didn't say anything, like just like you said, when you said, I believe, like you said that, you know it was George Bush's daughter, whatever. George Bush's daughter. Here's the problem. What you did never say is how you verified that. As a matter of fact, you gave no reason for us to think that it actually was, except for the fact.
Except for the transferal of money.
Yeah. No reason to lie to me.
I ask my dad for money all the time, and can I say I'm fucking George? I'll be Trump's fucking niece.
No. Ian West said.
I call daddy. Well, he has a male voice, and she asked him for some money. She's fucking people. She's obviously fucked up as shit on drugs. She's probably needing some money.
Yeah.
Probably needs some from the morning after.
I like the way Ian said, she has no reason to lie to me. I've got no reason not to believe her. I mean, she's fucking 40 guys in front of him. She's fucking 40 guys. And then he tells us how...
She's got some issues, dude. Whether her issues are just like, hey, I have issues, and she happens on you, and then she sees your shit online, and she's like, this is my soulmate because he's as weird and fucked up as I am. Or she thought you're weird and fucked up, but she wanted you. She didn't believe half your shit, but well, how do I get him? Oh, yeah, he puts a lot about Bush. He hates Bush. Yeah, Bush, child porn, they were raping me, I was adopted. She got that shit down. She came to you with everything, she checked every fucking box for you, but she still fuck you.
Yeah, and by the way, you do remember,
she wasn't like sex, like, oh, I was abused her, I don't want. No, she's gonna like fuck you, suck you, but tell you everything about. Oh, you're right, Disney's, and she takes you up all hotels. She takes you to Disney World.
Yes, and but what I can't understand is outside of a porno film. Now, Ian West did say this. He did say this on record. The bellboy and the staff were involved. And it's like, you know...
He told me that, too, when privately, so I know, yeah, he said the same thing to me.
Yeah, so what outside of a porno film, I don't know about your average person, but I would find it difficult to get an erection and perform when I see all these other guys digging into the same receptacle as this.
I'm one. I keep thinking, like, I know porns are like that, but you know, we've talked about stuff on here, so I'm like, maybe I'm just like so jaded. Shunned, you know. Yeah. But like, is that really happening to you guys? Like, I mean, Douglas, have you been Like, you go to this state, and that sounds crazy to me. So are all fucking the same person? Like, I don't know.
Well, there are such things as gang rape, and these things do happen, but you have to understand, this is like in environments where, okay, in war, a woman's body becomes the battlefield. It's like they identify a target victim like a scapegoat, and this is the enemy, let's rape her, and it's basically a rationalization for their abuse. But understand the difference between a bunch of idiots on meth on a battlefield raping some poor victim and a staff at a hotel. Staff at a hotel who just say, oh yeah, I'm on duty. Forget the concept of dereliction of duty or something like that. We're just talking about the comfort zone here. The fact that there are cameras. The fact that you have to go to work.
If you're in the military and you're in another country, you're already at war, you're already in a position where you're away from family, away from girlfriends.
Yes. No, nobody can see you. Yeah, there's no repercussions.
Of being different.
Yeah.
So then if you see that person as the enemy and these are mostly men, they're fighting, they're going to rape. I can see where that would play into. It's horrible, but I can see where that would happen. But like you said, I just went to work today. I'm getting off at 3. Oh, are they having? Is she up there today? All right, I'll be up there. Let me call a buddy. I got a couple buddies. I'll come bring them over too.
Yeah, just like that.
Lining up in the hallway, they ain't noticing at the Contemporary, because the Contemporary is a very nice hotel. They aren't noticing that like 25 people are going in this room at a time.
Yeah. Beyond which, it's like, cameras, the security cameras, even in those rooms. They never, of course, say that, oh no, you have total privacy. There's no cameras in those rooms. I highly doubt that. I think there's cameras in every hotel room where they can afford.
Oh my God! First of all, okay, Mr. Larry. You keep on telling me how there's cameras. You point out everyone there's camera there. That's the way mirror.
Well, you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. I mean, it's like if a murder happens in a hotel room or something like that is what I'm thinking of. But remember, I'm security minded, and I have worked at security consoles inside of various facilities where the cameras were where you wouldn't think they were. And
they legally can't have them in hotel rooms. Legally, they would have them in the halls, right? Nowadays, and the hotel
the hallway cameras would catch everybody going in and out of that room, and the staff members would be caught. So that's like. That's like.
I do want to go ahead and say this is something I hadn't thought about, even with like all his craziness, and he would say stuff. Then I started really realizing though, because. Cameras now, like I ordered one on Temu and it was like tiniest little thing.
Yeah.
And it was like $10 too.
Yeah.
So when you go to a hotel or something like that, or really if you have strangers in your house, like you have the bug guy come over and he's a little paranoid, weird looking. I mean, you might want to watch him when he goes to their house. He might be dropping the cameras off. But what I'm saying is that's paranoia to an extreme, but it is so possible now for people to do, because like I worked at the tanning bed and this was in the 90s before you had that, and there would be a guy come on and put camera in there to record the girls, when they were and we called him, but
because the technology was I'm sorry, how did you catch him?
Because I was in one of the women that I put in the tanning bed, she comes running out to me, and then I had put him in, and then she comes running out to me like 5 or 10 minutes later, and she's like, oh my God, she's like, I was getting out, she said, and I heard something, she said, and I looked up, she said, and she saw, and he had like this camera, and he had the camera like up there like recording, and then he was like, I don't know if he was standing there or something, she looked up and she saw it, and then he looked over, and then he saw her looking, because she was just standing there looking up at it. And so she's like, he's recording, like, and I knew he had come in with a big gym bag and stuff too. So
wow, so you busted him. Cool, good for you. By the way, you want to hear a stupid Noreen Helpan story? So Noreen Helpan would always be trying to present these stories in such a way as if she's not prostituting herself, which is silly because everyone should know I have no judgment on people who prostitute themselves. And I consider her, certainly myself as nothing but a whore of one sort or another, prostituting myself for murder or other professional things I've done in the past that obviously are nothing more than mercenary work. It's all prostitution. But anyhow, so then Noreen said, yeah, I was hanging out with my friends. And she would say this on air or, at various other places, just as if we would all just run with this, like we would with Ian West. She said, basically, I was with my friends at the massage parlor, just hanging out and talking. And then I noticed, hey, there's a camera in the ceiling. And I said, hey, you ever notice there's a camera in the ceiling? And I mean, just the whole story is related in such a stupid manner. It's like, why do you even bother? Just say, look, I was prostituting myself. I was on my back and my legs were in the air. And I noticed that there was a camera in the ceiling because that.
No, she was too fucked up. And then she looked up and there's the guy that was fucking her, the guy behind him was recording her. And now she thinks if you ever see that, hey, by the way, it was just I was in the hotel and there's a camera.
There you go. Oh my fucking God. But with Ian, yes, I mean the staff being involved, that part is hard to swallow. With the cameras that would at least be in the hallway that would spot everybody.
You don't have to swallow it, Doug.
Yeah.
I think the redhead was taking care of all that.
Yeah. There we are. Yes, yeah. But beyond that, it's just the fact that these people wouldn't care about losing their jobs, as if their jobs are permanent, like they're somehow privileged, like they're part of the cult as well, or.
Care about STDs and AIDS? Are all these people using condoms? Like, because you said, like, I mean, because I just as a guy, even a guy, I know guys are whores, but like, if you see that many guys,
yes,
we don't know,
thank
are
you.
you not like?
Well, I was thinking about that with Ian when she shows up at his door. Fox her,
he didn't tell she shower. He didn't even tell her to shower.
Yeah. Yes. She said, I just had sex with someone, and he says, all right, let's do it. Yeah.
No, she said she just got gang banged.
Yes, that's what according to Ian, that's what she said. And he's just says, I'm in too. Yeah, let me dive in there. Yeah. It's like, you're fucking every...
She was so sweet, Doug. She was so sweet. She was so sweet.
Dude. and roly poly.
Well, I thought that Tom was more salty, but maybe it is sweet because she was definitely full of it.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. And
I just can't. That's gross for me saying. I just like, I don't know, Ian. Like seriously, like it wasn't gross to you. She might be cute, but like, if you're not exaggerating, and she actually said she got gangbanged, and then you wanted to fuck her, like. You need to quit worrying about fucking Satanists and pizza and babies and shit. You need to worry about your own fetish problem. Because if you're like, oh, that turns me on, like, what the fuck?
Oh, fuck! Did you?
My first rodeo, you know?
Oh my God! Brooke? Did you hear what Pixie Princess Star Fox said? The guy who died on her, how he was, his thing was, I like to vomit milk. And he would snort all this milk up his nose and vomit it out. That's what he got off on. And I said, damn, he deserved to die just for that.
That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting.
Oh, it was. It's sickeningly funny.
You have stories that make just as much sense as yours. I think y'all make a good couple.
You talk about her and I, or her and Ian?
No, her, Ian West. They're close right now.
Good point. Yes, you guys need to rendezvous. She killed both her parents with Russian roulette. Or rather, that's what the tarot card reader told her, and it resonates with her, as she said. But yeah, she was never bonded with her parents; they were always distant, and so she went to the tarot card.
I don't think she had parents, to be honest.
Then when the tarot card reader told her, well, that's because they're not your real parents. When they abducted you, they made you play Russian roulette with both your biological parents, and you killed them both, just spinning that cylinder until they both died. And first off, just imagining some tarot card reader saying that. I mean, like, what would be the motivation?
Tarot card readings, I can't imagine saying that. But now, having talked to her, I swear to God, about the tarot card reading, I'm probably gonna throw the cards. I'm gonna be saying like, so I know you, like, she's like this one. She said she's sober. I don't think she's ever been sober. I think her parents were probably fucked up if she had any. Like, do you remember? You're like, her parents would have been like, on heroin. Like, they maybe woke up once or twice a week, said something, gave her a bottle, and then they gave her heroin too, just so she'd sleep. And like, I don't know if she's ever been. So it's like, if that was like her, because you could tell like she was drinking, but then she wasn't like stumbling drunk. The way she was talking, I wouldn't think she'd been able to walk.
Oh my fucking God! No, look, we're not trying to be cruel here. Look, it's I'm not
but she's got like a southern drawl like I do, right?
Yeah.
She's slow, was going slow, and then she says the most random things, like, I'm gonna suck you off, Douglas. I mean, like,
no. Oh my God, that did come out after a few.
On there, she wanted to suck your dick.
Yeah. It now
that's probably one of the things she said that you actually liked, but
yeah. I don't have an issue with it, other than the fact that it might throw my listeners off, but you never know. I mean, obviously my listeners put up with a lot. But Ian here, so this young lady shows up, expresses all this, and at any rate, it is, well, if any of this is true, it's mind-blowing, but still, I like to flatter myself, Brooke. You brought up all the things I say and how outrageous they are by normal or conventional narrative, but I like to flatter myself that I relate my experiences in a manner that is a little more sublime.
Yeah, you do. I give you. They're still crazy. So a lot of it sounds so crazy, and you have a lot of good narrative facts, and you speak well, and you're very intelligent, and like Ian can make it funny, but unfortunately, Ian's stories where you kind of get like you tell something crazy, and then you go boring. It's like they're out there 20 minutes with facts. So, so we know that, like you've got some. Ian's just like literally like I don't know. Everything he says is like, I don't know, Pizzagate, dead babies, da-da-da. And then when you ask you, I'm like, where did you even find this? And like, give me some facts on it. And he's like, I don't know, somebody shared it with me on Facebook. Have you verified? Did you even look it up? Do you even know if that's a real picture? No, I don't know. They shared it. Why would they share it if it was fake?
Yes, that's basically what you said. Ian.
Good point, Brooke. Good point.
Oh my god. So somebody just sent us something. Let's see who sent us what. Nemo sent us this. This is it's like as well. How do I say that? I do believe as well. I understand that there is what is called a willing suspension of disbelief. And you have to understand the willing suspension of disbelief limit that your audience has. There's a certain limit that you push to, but you don't go beyond. When it's on every corner. When it's in, the fucking, a rotisserie. Those rotisserie chickens that are on the spits. And,
you don't throw it all out at once either. You don't just, because, like, Ian's is like, okay, let me tell you about these dead fried babies.
To be fair, the American military did do that to Japanese babies. They fried them and cooked them alive on spit roast.
He's referring to, of course, atrocities that happened in the Pacific, specifically on the island of Okinawa.
Dude, we were having a good laughing time. Why do you got to bring some truth?
It's just the criminal American satanic military has a big reputation for cannibalizing on babies. Only in that, because it's a documented fact.
Nemo shares shit, and then it's out of there. I'm not saying something. Nobody shit's great, right? But some of it pushes a little boundaries of just saying how Americans, most of all the Santa Claus babies.
Right. Just to put this into perspective for our listeners, without going into any gory details, the 80% of the Americans attacking Okinawa never reached the shores alive. Those that reached the shores alive when the bombardment could finally have an effect and take its toll, and they finally had adequate cover to move further inland, were so outraged and berserk that they committed atrocities that were so extreme that more Okinawans killed themselves to avoid being captured by the Americans than Japanese died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki put together. That's all irrefutable historical fact. That's how serious that situation is. So it's one of these things they will never make a war movie about.
Well, part of that, I mean, I know how horrible it is, but I just would say this because because we know there's no like devil's advocate here. I'm not trying to play devil's advocate, but I am saying that you have to look at the fact that the war is horrible in itself, right? And so you had a lot of things that happened. I know Japanese did as well.
Yes, cannibalism was conducted by the Japanese throughout the Pacific, but the only difference I would say was the Americans were, of course, waging a total war that devastated the Japanese logistical system, in an attempt to wipe out the Japanese food supply, so that the Japanese on the front lines couldn't get, would starve. They were trying to starve them out. The Japanese response was to eat whatever Americans they captured. There's a certain logic there when it came to what the Americans did on Okinawa. This was obviously more of a berserk frenzy thing that does not excuse it, but it's just there's a difference in the situations. But I understand what you're saying.
I think that, when you're talking about the average soldier there, some of them maybe get in a warped mindset, and you see so many things. And like my grandfather obviously wasn't in Okinawa, but he was in Japan. And I think, but I know he would go eat a person. That's not something. Now, did he see something? People, I'm sure he saw horrible things that he didn't ever speak of. But you're taking guys that were just soldiers and farm boys, and suddenly you're throwing them in there to kill people. And these are people that never even really considered if they wanted to ever kill people, or they have emotional problems with it, which is why we ended up having so much PTSD and Vietnam even worse, actually. So because of the atrocities there, and like.
But by the way,
Agent Orange.
Right. But to put it into perspective about Vietnam for you, so that when you bring the subject up again with other people, you can also educate them, help them understand that a person doing a single year in Vietnam, say if they were drafted into the Marine Corps, which people could be drafted into the Marines, or if they volunteered, the Marines, unlike the Army, the Marines actually trained you for about 3 to 4 months, and then you were in there for the rest of your term, maybe about 10 months to something close to a year. You're supposed to be serving for a year. So whatever months you had left, which for the Marines might have been longer than the Army term from my understanding, so maybe about, all too many months, whatever it was, 9 to 10 to 11 in Vietnam. The difference in Vietnam, and this is something that always disturbed me about this elitist attitude many World War II Marines had, was that in Vietnam, the Marines had far more PTSD because they saw combat nonstop. And so what happened with the Marines in Vietnam was, thanks to the helicopter and the development of air mobile cavalry and the ability to move men by helicopter from battlefield to battlefield to battlefield, these men were flown from battlefield to battlefield every day for all the time they were in Vietnam, whereas the Marines in World War II had large breaks in between combat. Even though they were there for 5 years, they ultimately saw less combat than Marines did in Vietnam in a single year. That was the horror of why they had so much PTSD in Vietnam.
Would that be because also, like, the way I just see it, just from the images and the things I know of Vietnam and the way that war, just looking at, they had, that's why they did the Agent Orange, because there was so much trying to kill the brush, trying to kill the...
Yeah. By the way, he's got his camera on. How is there sunlight? How is there sunlight where Ian is? Is there sunlight where you are?
It's fucking where I am. It's fucking dim. Bitch, it's fucking 7 a.m. in the morning. I got a fucking courthouse in 2 hours.
Oh my God. I mean, look at it. Well, he's coming to this weird and creepy place. This is the last time we see Ian West alive. Ian, you can talk. You can talk, Ian. Okay, before the chud come out and swarm you.
I'm sorry, here it is. Here's the entrance.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you get closer to the door?
Well, what is this? What is it?
To the door.
It's got fish. It's got a fish on top of the door. Show us the fish. I want to see the fish. Up. The fish. What is that?
Whatever these Satanist sect signs or I don't know.
Isn't fish supposed to be like Christian?
Well, Jesus was a pedophile, but
Oh my God!
Well, it's more of a pseudo-Christian symbol.
Ian, look behind you right there.
He deserves that for, Christ was a pedophile. I mean, Ian, have you no boundaries? Have you no shit?
Figure out what the fuck you're saying.
I think he's conflating Jesus with the
grass is cut. It's got a little edgy. I'm not saying I'm a fan of the stuff, but it's not like fancy. But this isn't like some overgrown thing. It looks like you're in a fucking a park that has an empty building from like the 70s that they still use for recreational things.
Yeah. So can you open the door? I mean, just pull on the door.
I'm not going in there. Fuck no.
Oh, you scared little pussy.
Just get closer and show us what that thing's on the center.
No. Do you?
It's a video camera. It's a video camera on the door.
Are you convinced?
Like 180-degree people.
Are you convinced that that's an entry to a maglev?
Well, I know for a fact it is. because the
Hey,
city
what's around there right now? And show us around. Is this a park area? Like, well, look, can you just do like a 360 sweep out real quick?
It's a cemetery. Here, I'll walk you to the cemetery.
It's a cemetery, but I don't understand. How do you know that for a fact when you refuse to go anywhere near the door?
Like he doesn't need to check facts. He had an idea. Just like he shares a thing. Somebody else had an idea. He shares that. That's a fact now too. You do not understand Ian West facts.
Good point. It's like his inches.
That would
It's like
require him actually like putting effort in, and also he's scared.
Yeah.
You know.
It's like
I
his
know
inches.
it's a underground. I'm not trying to go down there.
You let bitches pussy take a pounding, but you sure as hell are willing to.
You want to see the cemetery? Yes or no? Because if you don't, I'm going to turn around.
Yes,
and start
we
walking
do. Yes.
Straight one out of there. Did you hear his little voice?
Yeah.
What?
I need to hear you, Brooke. I need to hurry.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Don't kick over any gravestones.
Yes. AI is good.
It reminds me. It's like walking down this road reminds me of the opening scene in Night of the Living Dead. Like for some reason, it just reminds me of that movie. It's right on the railroad track. It's right on the railroad track.
Okay, but we're not seeing it.
You know what? Because I heard that the way you can tell the megaliths are there, what they did is they put them under where the regular trains are. So that if you were smart and you were secret, you could figure out there's a train here. So there's a train down there for me. Because I do the dead babies and the as above, so below.
We're coming up to the cemetery now. It's like 3 houses down from.
I like this little road, though. It's so cute and quaint.
Yeah.
Mississippi. We're at the crossroads, the birthplace of the blues.
Yes. And so I see a fire hydrant. I see a fire hydrant.
I can't run that fast, I'm just walking down. I need my coffee, really. But here we go. We're coming to the cemetery.
What he's telling us is he's going as fast as his fat little legs can carry him.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, there's a little loose dog. Hey, buddy. Hurry. Oh, there's a more. Oh, they're in the cave. There's a big ass German Shepherd.
Yeah, I was waiting for them to, pit bulls and Dobermans to come up and start gnawing at him and shit. Yeah, there's a little loose dog. All right.
All right, here we go. We're at the cemetery. Well, we're almost at the cemetery. But yeah, here's the cemetery.
He walked past Aristides' house.
Yeah.
There's the church.
Okay, great. But by the time he reaches the graveyard, he'll have a heart attack and they'll need to bury him there.
And this is the Hills Have Eyes house right here.
Yeah, Brooke left!
She's jealous.
She couldn't take the suspense. She couldn't.
All right, here's the cemetery.
Her computer probably froze up on her, poor dear.
Poor dear, yeah. But yeah, this is some spooky shit right here, dude. I want to make a music video out here.
Did you
hear all the new songs I was writing about Michael Aquino?
No, but
I saw some AI songs, but I didn't fully listen though.
Okay.
All right, here we are. We're in the graveyard now.
Oh wow, and it's above ground because of the floods, yes?
Yeah. Hurricane Katrina hit here. Here they all are.
Yeah. Wow. There we are. They're very
picturesque. You know the gravestones that have the obelisk on them. Are they for buried Freemasons or other groups?
There are
groups like that. Is that what the obelisk stone? Is that true, Doug?
It's not an issue to me. I don't know. It seems more like his territory. What he would know about.
No, it's just in the graveyard.
From the Marine Corps. Yeah, there you go. It's like Freemason graves. You mean like like
the graves with the big obelisk. You know.
Oh, okay. I don't know about that.
Tower.
Yeah, I don't know about that. The obelisk is a pretty powerful symbol. It would make sense.
I would imagine that'd be for Freemasons or whatever.
Maybe. I mean, I know one thing. The for the military, the headstones that they provide for Mormons have the angel Moroni on it. So the angel Moroni is very distinctive, and so Mormons get that. I'm not quite sure I remember the Freemason thing, but I do know they have a few other symbols they're willing to put on tombstones. I could look it up. But there we are. Yes, so these are very picturesque here. I mean, graves are, wonderful places. These kinds of graves, graveyards, they're
It's a small town little podunk fucking the Mississippi kitty fucking graveyard, you know?
Yeah, but when the floods happen, and so sometimes the bodies in the coffins are disinterred and they float up and down, you know, all that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, is this one of those areas?
Yeah, this is oh yeah. I'm right on the beach. Like I'm right on the Gulf.
Wow. Holy shit.
Right here. This is a grave that sunk in from the flooding.
Okay. Oh, wow. So the water pressure. There we are. Yeah. Wow. Damn. So, well, I appreciate your taking us on this tour. As I said, I believe Brooke has an excuse. Her computer lately has been completely freezing up on her and knocks her off the Skype calls. So I'm definitely, let me see, I'll send her a message asking if she's okay while we continue. Yeah.
I gotta mow that fucking lawn over there.
Yeah.
Here's Jesus Christ being executed for being a pedophile right there. There it is.
Come on.
Oh my God.
Exactly what the Khazars and Ashkenazis want you to believe.
No. This dude found this these Greek books about Jesus Christ, and he got arrested he got caught with a boy with a bloody diaper, like a bloody diaper around his dick. He was like, that's why they crucified him, because he was a fucking pedophile. He was like,
but where is that sourced from? That information
from like Greek fucking books from like the fucking back in the day.
Have you ever found anything like that, dog, about Greek history?
No. A Kennedy. Okay, there we are. Yes, certainly someone with the name.
And a gun.
And a gun. Holy shit! A gun and a dog. I guess that's all that matters to a man.
Yeah. This is what she looked like, the woman that died. That's her.
Oh, wow. Holy shit. And then what's the gun for? Why do they show a gun?
They're Kennedys. They're Satanists. I mean, come on.
Now, when I see the gun in Kennedy, it's like assassination.
Absolutely bizarre. So, bourgeois, World War II, yes, there we are. I'm sorry. What I was going to say was that I noticed that a lot of people, they read something that gives them a negative perspective of a historical figure, and for some reason, people derive satisfaction from that. They want a downfall of these historical figures that they feel have held too much sway. Yeah, I don't personally believe that. And of course, obviously, I'd be open to evidence, but he'd have to show us the evidence, the links, the sources, all that stuff.
Here's a protected person star right here. Oh, no, that's a Marshall thing. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
So here's Frederick
Joseph Bourgeois, and he's got the Star of David, Shield of David, yes. Huh.
Is that a public toilet?
No, oh my God. Please.
Do they have public toilets? They are, man.
And more crushed. Yeah, this is crushed by the water too, right?
God damn.
Yeah.
Well, would you live there if it's so dangerous?
There's the tombstone. This is awesome. Look, they got a little Volkswagen on here.
Let's take a look at that. Yeah. All right.
Just walks right on the grave.
Yeah, of course. Oh my God. December 7th, 1999.
Oh, he's not on it. All right.
Are you barefoot? Oh, he's got sand. Oh God. I couldn't stand wearing flip-flops out there like that.
Got to.
Yeah, it's so, oh my goodness. Well, I thank you. Like I said, I'll call you again on Sunday. And Jesus Christ, no playing anything on my show, of course.
I don't have a computer anymore. I can't.
Good point.
But I missed you, Doug. I missed you. I did.
Just learn from your mistakes.
Yes. Well, we missed you as well, and certainly whatever whatever I feel you did wrong, you've certainly paid the price. I certainly believe that. I believe you've lost a lot, and so.
I lost everything, Doug. I lost everything.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's awful. That's. But you seem to be rebounding, and let's hope, cross our fingers for this job. And I appreciate Nemo being here with your return, and I'm gonna call.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and so
no problem.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to get off the call for just a moment and call Brooke, see if she's okay.
Yeah, I'll let you guys go. My battery's about to die. It was good talking to you, and good talking to you too, Nemo.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly, Ian. Stay safe and be well, okay?
You too. All right. Hold on. I got to figure out how to hang up now. Let me figure out how to hang out. Hang up.
That's cute. And Nemo and I will continue talking for just a few moments, and then I'll end the stream. Then call Brooke up, just make sure she's all right, and then retreat into the gentle day. And everybody, I want to thank all of you for being here. As a matter of fact, why don't you close the show for us formally, Nemo? I'll say a little bit after yourself.
We'll see you next time on Sunday, and please remember to support Doug any way you can. Buy his books on Amazon and send donations towards him via PayPal.
Will y'all shut the fuck up?
Nice ending.
Thank you. That was perfect, Ian West.
Donate to Doug, and we'll see you next Sunday. Ciao.
Thank you. Love you dearly, Ian. Hugs, Nemo. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And Aristides, the same to you. Aristides, if you want to say good morning to everybody, feel free to do so. And I don't believe...
Probably making coffee.
No, he's dead to the world.
No.
Yeah, he's dead meat in the water, dude. He's,
I know he just loves coffee.
Yeah, no, he does. He loves his coffee. All right, then, everybody, do join us on Sunday. And we love you all who support myself, and either morally or financially. And we will be back Sunday, and I might even amble into monologue. So haven't done that in a while. But my best wishes to everyone, and we'll end stream right now. And here we are, triple redundancy process.